Welcome to the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. I'm your host, CJ O'Connell, coming at you with a nice early morning 7 a.m. stream. I figured I'd pop in for a few because I didn't come through yesterday. Thanks to all y'all who've been chilling, waiting, supporting the stream. Yeah, I appreciate it. You boys just chilling here on the Chill Island, per usual. How are y'all doing? How are y'all feeling? The full moon, clear moon is playing here. The full moon passed recently. Very spacey, no pun intended. Did y'all feel the transit? Or whatever it's called. I think the full moon stuff is real. Even at my mom's work, she's a nurse. She's a home care nurse, right? And they put on, at least one of their patients' like form or whatever, for the whatever you want to call it, their list of problems, their diagnosis list or whatever, or rather their record sheet or something like that. And basically they put on at least one of them that like the full moon affects her problems or whatever. I forget how. I think it's just her mood. But women be like that. No, I'm just kidding, but it's funny though, huh? The moon and the tides, and somehow women, somehow witches, no offense. But also, I mean, you could say it's the channeling of both sides. I saw something from Sadhguru recently, who Boba Fett probably pretty accurately described as he's here now. That's funny. Amazing synchronicity. He said he's like opiate, the kind of like the opiate of the masses, but that's the amazing truth and reality of the situation. But he's all right. I was thinking though, I gotta get into Osho, and he said that Osho is good vibes. What's up, Jake Forrest? I think I've seen you around, and oh yeah, we were joking the other day about Eric, about Derek, you and self-help something club, something like that. Sorry, I forget. Self-help personality club, maybe. I think is his name. But yes, background alpha waves. Yeah, it's an ambient vibe. I play all sorts of different music on here. I probably shouldn't because of copyright stuff, but as long as it's like quiet and I don't know, relatively benign, I can get away with it. And even if I don't get away with it, like it doesn't like really impact anything. The worst thing that happens is it will get like blocked in some regions. But well, that's just what sometimes happens. But sometimes if it's actually whatever, I forget what I was gonna say, because yes, thank you, self-help lounge. It's so funny you would say that, because I was just thinking of like different names for the vibes, different names for this stream. One of them could be something like Dream Lounge 777. Yeah, that's cool though, alpha waves. I know about those just like binaural beats Um, that type of vibe. So basically, it's a vibe. It's a ting. We getting Yes, we get an esoteric. Finally, someone appreciates my esotericism. Not enough people. I don't have enough people calling me esoteric in my daily life. You know what I mean? Uh, the vibes are just coming through so cleanly and clearly today. You feel me? Ja feel? Yes, Jake Forrest. 111 binaural alpha delta wave 777 lounge amidst the Oasis. Truthful. So truthful. Nice though. Boba Fett says Osho is awesome. Right. Oh, nice. Okay, so Winston's mom says, for me, it's the sound of the waves he plays that I really dig. I grew up on a beach, plus CJ talks movies, and this Oasis does offer the truth of our reality, which is chill, like most of us. So factual. Winston's mom is really good at, like, incorporating, like, the lingo of the stream into her own distinctly, she has her own distinctly, esoteric, approach. It occurred to me upon in the TWFP stream how I always felt like she spoke in riddles. But of course not, but of course in like the kindest way possible. If I hate when people say if that makes sense. But yeah. If you know what I mean, it's really annoying that if that makes sense has like entered the lexicon because I don't want to use it. I think it's cringy. But part of me wants to use it. If that makes sense. Just kidding. What was that? A sneeze? You good? You good, bro? Like what was that? No, but very interestingly, astrology. Nice though. We're trying to. The thing about chrysalism, I think we have a chrysalism vibe here. We're definitely trying to. That might be that's chrysalism, something like that. That can be in the consideration for titles. You know what's hilarious though? I was just like searching things for titles, like just seeing if things exist already, and haha, bless me. I was talking about what I said. If you were saying that, but if you were saying that about what you were just saying though, that's very funny. As if you were sneezing that last comment. 1117733 manifesting full moon reflection on the ocean surface esoteric disco 111111. There you go. Add another one there. Make that 7, not 6 ones, but 7 ones. Thank you very much. Lucky number 7. I need that in my life. Thank you. ... PSPS 11XXXXXXX. X. 7 X's. X's and O's. My homies. My homios. Stasis. Chads and Stacy's. Feel me? Um, but yo, what was I gonna say? I was popping about something, as always. Oh, right, Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. I searched it, and all that comes up is just no pun intended, a stream of my videos, just like, what the? And then it just says related searches, perfect day at Coco K. What the fuck is that? Somewhere in the Bahamas. Bahama Mama? Bahama Papa? Patriarchal? Nice though. Sunshine appreciates, says good vibes coming from the stream. That's the vibe for sure. That's the goal. What his mom says, I am a Gemini. Well, first of all, she says, if that makes sense, is something anti-doms learn to say, or those like me who think in pictures. My 5-wing 4 Gemini messenger wants to explain what I SE in my head movie / film / illustrations. Sort of wish that I thought in pictures. I think in words. Something I noticed recently that's like weird that I do that is like annoying is sometimes like on the verge of sleeping, like I was just doing it last night, or should I say yesterday. I was sleeping on and off yesterday. And I mean, it's kind of like it's kind of like a mixture. It's kind of like getting annoyed by it's like hard to explain, but it's like getting annoyed by like the jumbled words in my mind, because I'll think stuff. Do you guys ever do this where you'll like think stuff that doesn't make sense, kind of like you're half sleeping, and then for whatever reason though, I'll be on the verge of being awake, and then I'll just be like, no, that doesn't make sense. Like, fuck you. It's annoying. But I gotta be more chill island about it, you know? I just have an active mind. If you turn up the filters, you'll just get vintage gay porn. What are you talking about? Truth and Reality? Oh, the Coco K. Perfect day at Coco K. Yeah, that's funny as fuck. Yes, always gonna add the already robust collection. Listen, I only collect it as, you know, memorabilia, vintage. It's like nothing. It's, you know, it's like any other thing that I collect. Okay. Like records and films and other various forms of pornography. Gay pornography is just one of them. No, I'm just kidding. But yo, I don't need no porno. I have the arts. J-Reg has been posting a lot of stuff about art lately. It seems pretty cool. I guess art and philosophy and stuff like that. He's always like that, but that guy's pretty cool. But I saw something funny. He posted something earlier. I only watched it in the captions, like, because I hovered over the thumbnail and I was watching the captions autistically, and he talked about being a YouTuber, and that was pretty funny. He sounded like me. He's saying something. He's just like, make sure your aims. It's like, there's a lot of energy with no aims, if you know what I mean. And I was like, yes, my dude. I mean, he was talking specifically, but he was just like, if you know what I mean, too, even saying that. So good. I was like, fuck yeah, dude. Absolutely truthed. Waiting for my stream for 2 days. It's only been a day. But I know, I like thought that I was going to stream late last night, and then I got super tired. Well, I had been up for a really long time already, but I got my second win, so I was like, I'm gonna stream. But then I started playing guitar and like rocking out a little bit. And so I got tired. You know how it is. You know how it is, the rock and roll lifestyle that I lead here in my parents' basement. No. I was like, I just recorded a little voice memo of playing guitar, and then I was trying to play a song properly. And so I got distracted. And I mean, I was listening to a ton of music and then playing this music, and so I was like, I was watching a little bit of some movies too, but mostly the music stuff, and I was just super tired by the time. I was just like, now I don't really feel like streaming. So then I slept. But I had an appointment yesterday. I was supposed to have two, but I have to like reschedule another appointment. And ultimately what? Now I'm streaming basically. I do that also when... Hold on. Don't worry, it might make sense to TI Polar. That's funny. For a while I thought I was ENFP, and still, I guess, could be. I tend to seem to be one of the idealists or something like that. But, TI Polar, I never resonated with me. Not really, at least. I mean, I guess it made me a little self-conscious, right? Because I'm like, oh shit. Because like everything in the function stack kind of made sense except for that. So then I started thinking INFP. I mean, don't even get me started. And plus, everyone here is probably sick of hearing it already. But then I started thinking INFP because I was like, you know what? Polar SE actually makes a lot more sense. However, there's still the chance that I'm like basically one of the other NJs and maybe an ENTP. But that's it. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, it could turn out that I'm actually a sensor. I don't know. I mean, but like, I don't know. That would probably be my like top 5. Well, not including the ENTJ and INTJ. I just like INTJ could be there, can hang, but like ENTP might even be like more likely. But Polar FI also doesn't really make that much sense. So it's just kind of like, what the? Bakba Soup? That's cool. I'll have to check him out. I need to see who I remind you of. And he's amazing. I love things that are amazing. Anyway, thanks though. Jake Forrest says, "Yay for CJ's guitar playing. Wish I could play a musical instrument. Would make songwriting way easier." That's cool though that you still write songs. Oh yeah. Also, he says sometimes I think I'm INFP too. Yeah, his username is Bakba Soup because like he's a professional chef when he's not a gamer. Interesting. Well, what type do you think you are? Sunshine says, sometimes I see you've changed your name, Sunshine. Very cool. Sometimes I think I'm ENTJ, which doesn't make any. Oh, I have to watch your typing video. But as funny enough, as you're talking about type, sometimes I think I'm ENTJ, which doesn't make any sense if I'm TE polar. Apparently, the thing is that like honestly, I think what no one wants to like talk about is that there are probably just like going to be things in type that don't add up. And you kind of just have to choose one. That's kind of like my philosophy on it, at least. I don't know. It's probably not correct. It's definitely not scientific. It's, it it may not be that scientific or something, but it is a soft science after all, right? So treat it like you would a soft science. Softly. Delicately, with care. No, I don't know. It's just like, oh, don't even get me started. But the amount that people like sink into their like identities with this stuff is ridiculous, you know? I mean, I don't know if you guys, how many of you guys are hip to the Eric situation with like okay, nice. Thanks for being here, Jake Forrest. Martial arts class, very cool. Yeah, peace fam. More chill islanding awaits for you whenever you shall return again. Yeah, but anyway, like, man, I don't even know. I don't want to get into it too much, but basically, like, I mean, with his whole type police thing, like, has, like, you know, kind of opened my eyes to another side of type that I was already aware existed, but that I don't know, maybe I forgot about, which is, but not forgot about it. It's just that what Eric does with type police is very unique, like, and it's not the thing, of course, about it that is sort of dramatic or whatever you want to call it is when people is when he disagrees with what people's types are. For example, you could say, "Oh, I don't think you're an ENTP. I think you're an INFJ," right? Um, um, and basically, there's a lot I could say about that, but like, people get
Connected to Bluetooth.
people get very offended. Let's just put it that way. And I think that it's just like anything else these days, where it's like identity politics, as they call it, but it doesn't get more. I mean, this stuff really, it is about identity, and it is difficult to um parse out. I kind of sound like Eric because I know he says, to parse out, but yeah, it is difficult, but there is a reason why people have responded the way that they have. I mean, that guy Duels, I pronounced it wrong again. I think it's Duels or something, Doles or something like that. Um, like he immediately made like a moral and ethical. I mean, it's funny because he's an INFP, and a lot of people have said like, well, and it's true. I think that a lot of INFPs are very like stoic, Um, kind of very calm, very zen. Um, and basically I have a very different affect from him. So if I was INFP, that it would be a little strange. Although I still don't think it's that strange because I mean, I don't really see why. I mean, I do see why, but I like being FI Dom and having any tool could make for a pretty chaotic person. And thank you, Boba Fett. Dulez. Okay. Yes. And how old is he? Like that's the other thing, right? Is like, and I'm sure he's very practiced in that way. Either way, though, I get it because INFP. It's true. INFPs, I think, are generally a bit more calm and stoic. But I mean, put it this way, though, although it is their dominant function, FI, so they're good at it. FI, you could say, is well, for one, it's very personal, but for another, it can be very turbulent. However, I understand that having it dominant makes you very good at navigating those waters, right? But mind you, Tool NE can manifest in, for one thing, something like a lot of indecision. Um, like because it's like I think Eric put it this way once. It's kind of like using the thing that shows you options and possibilities as a way of deciding what's best. So, in other words, it's kind of an oxymoron because you don't actually you don't wind up with decisions, you wind up with more possibilities. Um um Now, I really don't know, and in any case, I'm not very committed to one type. Um, but anyway, back to the Eric thing. It it doesn't surprise me. I bring this up because it definitely occurred to me like immediately. Um, if it's any indication of my type or of FI or something. I mean, I don't think it takes good FI per se to notice what the immediate issues with something like that could be. But you get the point. Like it's like uncharted territory, so to speak. It's a niche within a niche, as I've put it. And yeah, it's true. Most people in the so-called typology community, if you want to know the truth, what they want is like a safe space chamber, right? To talk about, well, because, I'm an INFP and I have my strong FI and my NE, like I can be very indecisive and blah, blah, blah. And, right, and then, but they're not used to like someone coming in and being like, no, fuck you. No, I'm just kidding. That's not what Eric does. He doesn't. He doesn't say fuck you. That would be my caricature, right? No, but let's be serious about it, right? Like it's more like, well, it seems like you actually have pretty strong SI. You're of course, well, INFPs do have pretty good SI, but it seems like your NE is lower, and so I don't know. Anyway, I think you might actually be an ISTJ, but that's not really far off because they're in the same quadra, et cetera, right? And then for me, and I say, excuse me, sir, don't you tell me about my FI. I have been. I am the deepest poet that ever lived, and I think the deepest thoughts. I feel the deepest feelings. Connected to Bluetooth. And I know me. I know me best, sir. And so I make a whole video about it, right? Anyway, though, this isn't a comment on Dulez either, but it is. Sorry, yeah, Dulez. Yeah. This isn't a comment on him. He just happens to be INFP and he made a video about it. But what I am honestly getting at though is two things. that I totally could see the issues a mile away and was not surprised that a fellow FI Dom, no, I'm just kidding, but right, like whatever, right? That someone who might be keyed into these kind of things, like I feel as though I am, is like making a video about the moral and ethical, like, uh, I don't know, concerns. I didn't watch the whole thing, but it seemed like it was mostly like how people get wrapped up in identity. And I could see as soon as I saw that he posted it, I was just like, all right, like I already like know what this is like gonna be. Um, I get the vibes. Um, I can intuitively feel them, you might say. Ba-dum-ts. And yeah, it occurred to me, but it's just like, um, but it also occurred to me that basically like what he's doing is a little bit like reality TV or something like that, or like entertainment, you know. And I think he even said as much, and I was like, and I told him, I was like, thank you, that is exactly what it is. However, I think it can be summed up as the problem being what I say is quote unquote playing fast and loose with people's identities, right? Now, ideally, what you're going to get when you're talking with bigger, when you're talking with famous people, but I'm on a roll today. No, I'm just kidding. But, so I'm on a roll today, folks. Just kidding. But, oh, I got to put on my America glasses. America's boy over here. I mean, basically what should happen is you go, haha, Eric, oh, Eric, like, well, I'll take it into consideration, very interesting, haha, and then, like, you metaphysically shake hands, you know what I mean? Thanks for having me, and, like, whatever, on my YouTube show, cheers, and then the credits roll, right? But, like, that's not what happened, like, I don't want to name any names, but basically, well, and I understand that it had to do with like people, quote unquote, like harassing some. Well, I don't want to get into it too much, but basically, like there are some unproven ideas that people from TWFP and fans were quote unquote harassing some girl who he didn't even type differently. In the end, he was ambiguous about or whatever. But it started this whole back and forth, and ultimately, you get people act basically being like, I took a week off of work because I was typed differently. No, see, that wasn't the problem. It's actually an erroneous thing to bring up because it's not about that. It's about the so-called harassment. Yeah. So that like makes more sense. But it's still funny to say, no offense to anyone, it's still funny to say, you know, I got told I was an ISTJ and so I had to take a week off of work, right? Like why? Well, I had an identity crisis, right? Cuz Eric fucked me up. My mind, my feeble mind was shattered by host Eric's his mean man, his mean man mentality, right? Triple M. Cuz it's like you don't get to tell me what gender I am. No, and it really is like the trans thing, and it's funny because Eric just typed some guy, Sean his name is, and he said exactly what I've been saying, which is that it's like the trans thing. And as much as it's a different issue, and actually I would say people should, in some sense, maybe even care more about their type, right, than like their gender or their race, because it arguably says more about how you actually interact. How you act, how you interface with the world. I think that's how Eric puts it, and I like that. It's like because at the very least, it's how you interface with the world. So, I mean, anyway, much ado about nothing. I mean, because in my opinion, don't invest in it that much, you know. And it's like you've got a 1 in 16 chance. You know, it's like just like pick one, pick the one that makes the most sense, like functionally. You know, read about socionics. You know, check it out. You know, watch the stuff that Eric posts. Check out what people have to say about it. You know, do what you gotta do to figure out what functions you use most, and just settle on a type. You know what I mean? The thing is if one person says, I don't think that you're this type, well, you know what you should do, in my opinion? You should go, haha, okay, right? And move on. And then, the thing is, though, is to be honest with you, it's like if 10 people say that you're not the type that you say you are, then maybe you ought to consider, the amazing truth and reality of the situation, you know? Yeah, I keep messing with my hair. Sorry, it's bothering me. Um. Anyway, Winston's mom says, "CJ, are you more diplomatic or more artistic? The NFs are diplomats, but an INFP is a counselor, while an ENFP is a champion. Who are you in those two archetypes? The healer is an introverted archetype. INFPs are some of the most introverted of all personality types. The giver is another archetype. Dual does give back and also engages in community activism. Um, hmm. Well, I think I like. Hmm. I mean, who knows? I might find as I get older that like what really gives me joy in life is like helping people. It probably is, um, in a way. I mean, it kind of is. I think it is for a lot of people. I mean, I don't want to get too deep about it, but just like giving love in life. And but the thing is I don't know if I really would want to be um a counselor per se. It might be though. It's like who knows if I'm lucky enough for people to you know value my advice that much, then maybe that is what I'm destined to be. But I would think that I'm more destined to be. I mean, I think I'm naturally diplomatic, but I feel like um, I don't want to always be. If I want to say if that makes sense, right? But I feel almost like annoyed by it sometimes. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. But like artistic, I kind of just want to be artistic. I kind of want to like feel free to say and do what I want, which like sounds egotistical or something, I guess, but it's really not. I think everyone should be able to. I mean, as long as you're not harming anybody, of course. And yeah, I mean, I could say a lot about that because of course, then you get into like morality and stuff, but it's too it's too much for right now. I mean, you know, um, but personally, I consider myself a Christian, and I like the Christian ethos, but I haven't read the full Bible. Um, it just gives me a sense of aims, good aims. But yeah, you basically start talking about religion then. And I don't want to tell people, oh, like, you had to, because I wanted to make a half joke, right? Just kind of like, and you have to be Christian, right? It's like, it's like, I don't know if that's necessarily true, and I wouldn't, and even if it were, I wouldn't see it as some like, my job to be converting people or something like that. But like, but I do think that it's true that like basically people like to say that it's an oxymoron, but it's I don't think it is. That basically God gave us free will, right? It's like, well, how does that make sense? It's like, well, yeah, maybe there is. It's like there seems to be kind of like God's ultimate will, but things wouldn't be. It wouldn't even. It wouldn't make sense in a way if there was no free will, because then there would be no. Uh, it's part of the test, so to speak, right? I mean, you have to choose good. You know what I mean? Which is choosing God, basically. You know what I mean? It's synonymous. I mean, if you want to like make, hey, do what you want with the words and with the philosophies, but I'm just saying, I'm just telling you like it is. No, but I mean, they would seem to be inseparable. Um, or at least I like to think of it that way. It makes a lot of sense to me. You know, um, like what is good with a capital G? What is G? What's good, G? No, but seriously, like, what is, aiming towards what is good with a capital G. So anyway, my point being that, like, yeah, with that comes this kind of almost libertarianish like philosophy, but personally, it is aimed towards that kind of like, I guess you could say, Christian good with a capital C and G. You know what I mean? That's kind of I mean, what am I writing a book here? You know what I mean? But that's just like my personal opinion, right? But morality. What was I talking about? That NFP stuff. Like I was kind of thinking like, um, yeah, I would like to just feel free though. You know what I mean? Like to do what it is that I want, so to speak, within reason, with my own personal like trajectory. Because the thing that I've noticed lately is I hate if I say it's probably because I just not that I know that much about the topic, but I just like know too much about the topic, right? So I will say something like, I want to feel free to say and do what I want. And then I feel bad about it because I don't be, and I feel like, in keeping with my own philosophies, right, that I need to be morally responsible and tell people, well, no, I don't mean exactly everything because that's literally satanic, right? No, you obviously have to and I'm not joking. Like, I mean, obviously, like, that is what it is, do what thou wilt, it's like there need to be good aims, right? So anyway, I mean, but I don't. It's like I'm not saying it's not like you guys need me to explain that to you. These are things that most people. I think a lot of it is common sense. You know what I mean? I really do, and but I do think that it is that way for a reason, though, and I think that it's common sense for a reason, and I think that it does come from, uh, well, at the very least, in my opinion, God and Jesus Christ. But we all have this like sense, and if I would say religion, man, no pun intended, right? Religion just gets so demonized. It's not surprising why. I mean, it's been the cause of, sadly. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't lay it directly at its feet. It always comes back to the same thing for me. Just like people, like human nature. Not necessarily human nature, but just like human folly, I guess you could call it, that like leads religion astray. And anyway, my point being that some people might disagree with me, but I mean, I these days like people I kind of have more respect for anyone who's just religious at all or spiritual at all. I mean, as long as they're not like like I don't know, like a witch or like satanic or something, right? Um, I mean, I'm like at least so I'm like, hey, at least be atheist, right? I mean, at least you know where you like stand with an atheist and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But I mean, like most people, I feel like a lot of people these days are kind of they are casually atheist though, um, and there's a lot of scientism, rampant. Um, follow the science, etc. There is reality. There is amazing truth and reality in that. Um, but what would you call it? Like the prime directive kind of thing. Um, Even with that, like there are these all of these interesting things with all of these interesting concepts we get into with science, right? When we encounter morality, and I mean that's kind of going into other territory here, but like in the sense that I talk about freedom, right? Like, um, I guess it's like a little bit. It's a little bit like me and Jonathan have actually discussed it, which and I appreciated because, of course, I had brought up, I'm a pretty big fan of John Mouse and all of his work, and he titled his basically his magnum opus of an album after this quote from someone I forget the name of, and it was a full quote, and it was me and him, and I think Boba Fett too. We were trying to like figure out what it meant, but anyway, the title is "We Must Become the Pitiless Censors of Ourselves," right? And so this all is coming from like what you were saying with his mom, honestly, like because I'm thinking about like being diplomatic and like all of this stuff, and it's it's like it's a little bit like it's just like freedom and responsibility, right? Like going hand in hand. Yeah, I mean that's like have you ever seen the movie Easy Rider? It's like all about that. Even Dennis Hopper said that. And yeah, it's a lot of this like anti-authoritarian, hippie bullshit. No, but it kind of is. But at the end of the day, like, what happens in that movie isn't for no reason, and I kind of have like my own take on that. But in other words, like, yeah, no, when I say like I'll talk about freedom and stuff, it's like there is possible I mean responsibility that comes with that, and it is something like we must become the pitiless censors of ourselves, like, and it's a bit unfortunate, but it's like you have to function in this world, right? So like if that means being diplomatic, like it just so happens that I think personally I'm just pretty good at it, so you know, so I'm naturally diplomatic. But what I'm aiming towards is a lot more like artistic because, you know, personally, like I think a lot of people might feel me when I say this. It's like if I could take out, if I, factoring out, let's put aside things that people do, right? Because of like, but things that people say, unless they're, let's just say things that you say about topics, right? Like just concepts, right? If I could just do away with not with the possibility of offending anyone, right? Um, when I talk about concepts, and especially if I talk about my opinions on these concepts, like, um, to me, what appears to be the amazing truth and reality of these situations, then I would do it in a heartbeat. No pun intended, because of course you might say that's the the uh, the impetus of life, and oh, we all share this thing, and it's like how you can't. It's you're naturally right. You're gonna get feelings involved and so forth, and it's like yeah, well, if I could just if I had it my way though, like you know, it would not be a problem, It would be like you would really be able to talk about anything with anyone. Um, but unfortunately, you run into, I guess, two things. I guess you could say human nature and trauma. And I mean, I know these are big words, but it's just kind of like, so let's say you're a black guy in the city and you've you literally had some old white guy yell at you calling you the N word. Well, that's evil of that person, right? That's the evil of human nature right there. But what that evil of human nature has done has inflicted trauma on you as a black man. And so now you are sort of forced in a way to like reckon with your identity in a negative fashion, which is evil, but it would be good, not the situation, but but it is good to have a natural sense of identity, though. But it ought not come from that evil source. It should come from the good source. It's like, yes, like be proud of your African heritage and so forth, right? I mean, genuine. It sounds funny, but like genuinely, and that goes for everyone. And anyway, I guess I'm saying the problem is just when you run into, as always, it's good and evil. It is morality because, like, you know, uh, that's what that is. That guy forcing that sort of, it's just one example, right? But it's a sort of trauma, So it doesn't surprise me why people. But anyway, my real big point though is that I, as someone who has not gone through that trauma, cannot just say every last thing that I want, especially not on this stream. You know what I mean? I can't be yelling the N word. You know what I mean? Yeah, indeed, we must become the pitiless censors of ourselves. And a lot of people will make fun of that concept. It's like, well, even my sister has a kind of funny joke about it, where she's kind of like, not about me, but just about people. It's like, is it really that important for you to like be able to say the N word? And it's like, part of me wants to go, yes. No, no, but sincerely, like, part of me wants to go. It's kind of like a full-fledged libertarian thing, you know. But with freedom, you run into responsibility, right? So, yeah, that was a nice little rant, you know. I just popped off. I think that's the point there, you know. Um, and I'm reading what you're saying here, Winston's mom. We'll check it all out. I've heard about Spinoza, and I really need to read Spinoza. Um, but Winston's mom says, yes, and I might have kept going, except he's an Easy Rider, getting to cue the Dennis Hopper, Peter Fonda head pictures, and now I'm lost in the vroom vroom of a Harley's free will road tripping. Yeah, amazing truth and reality. Um, um, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. My dad loves that book. I need to read that book. That's one of those. But she says, I really want to like, and tried to read, but couldn't grok. Same as with Bob. Oh yeah, well Bob Dylan, right? I mean, I never got really into Bob Dylan. I like a few of his songs, but I'm not really a fan of his voice. Funny enough, my dad likes Bob Dylan too, and I'm just like, hey, I can't get into him, you know. But I like get it. That's funny. Dadcore. Both of those things you just named. Easy Rider though. In some sense, I don't know if it's dadcore, but it kind of is, especially with the music. Amazing music though. Amazing visuals. Peter Fonda though, it's like, look, his character in that is a good guy. Like Dennis Hopper is is the hedonist, you know what I mean? Like I mean, there is a bit of there's hedonism happening though, especially like when they get to New Orleans, right? But I'm telling you, like I got like a whole like thesis on Easy Rider. Like bruh, Like that movie is not just like, oh my god, like do whatever you want. It's like, Dennis Hopper said himself, it's like freedom freedom necessitates responsibility, right? In this free land where you have to FE, right? On top of your FI. Hashtag type heads know what I'm talking about. It can't be all FI all the time. It has to be, you have to balance it out with FE. You know what I'm saying? Y'all feel me? And that's, in a sense, annoying. It's annoying to me. I think it just so happens that I'm decent at it. Or, yeah, I'll say decent. But like, amazing rant. Are you guys picking up what I'm putting down? Because I'm kind of, it really does come back to the type thing. Funny enough. And what I think is really funny is that I'm perfectly willing to admit that, like, if I'm an ENFP, it makes a lot of sense because I feel as though I in a sense I haven't always, like, will do these like NE elaborations on FI musings. You know what I mean? Anyway, though, Jonathan says, is it a matter of good and evil, or is it a matter of the insistence of the good and evil frame? See, I knew Jonathan was gonna come through and like say something like that. He's just waiting. He's waiting in the bushes, like with his sniper. Um, the insistence, I mean, well, some people, I don't know. Some people think that they're like the same, right? You got like monism, and then you got dualism. Um, you know, I mean, I had people, and I remember this guy Mark in TWFP saying he was like an Orthodox Christian, and he was into monism. And of course, you have there was this guy who went by Neptune. Funny enough, he was actually an INFP, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, like I go with like monism because it makes a lot more sense to me." He seemed to think that it was like much less cartoonish or something than good and evil like duking it out in a sense. And I could totally feel what he was saying, and I get the whole thing of like God is one and like oneness and stuff, but like I mean that makes a lot of sense to me. But the framework, I do get what you're saying here because it's like, is it black and white in this sense? Um, I'm not sure. I think it's just helpful, at least for me, to order it as such to discern. It's like discernment. Framing and discernment. I always go back to those two things, but the and it does have a certain Christian ethos, especially with discernment. I think it's like discernment and stuff. Discernment and stuff is mentioned in the Bible, but the insistence of the good and evil frame. I mean, I get what you mean, and I guess I don't know. Maybe it is more like a Venn diagram or something like that. You know, because you've got that gray area in which. I mean, what do you guys think about like the death penalty? That's kind of like the first thing that like I think of. You know what I mean? Um, that's definitely a Venn diagram. A middle of the Venn diagram issue, in my opinion, because it's it's justice in a sense, but it's also wrong. You know what I mean? Retribution, and some might say it should be divine retribution, right? Like almost like playing God in a sense. I feel as though my views on like the death penalty are always mixed and change and probably changing as time goes on. Because as I'm saying this, I'm wondering, well, maybe I ought to be anti-death penalty then. But Winston's mom says, to understand Easy Rider, one must understand their head first. The idea was to avoid being square, to explore, but also they wanted their heads stoned before they created art and after art and during. Yeah, exactly, though, right? So much truth in reality. Winston's mom says everything they explored was new. After World War II, their parents squared the Pleasant Valley Sunday vibes of an appetitive society. Interesting, appetitive, yeah. Society. They wanted inclusion, not square Levittown boxes, all like alike ticky tacky. Yeah, it's like that. I know that song from the. It's actually it was the Weeds theme song, right? So funny enough, right? Weed, LOL. Ba-dum-ts. Anyway, they wanted to rock the clock and take off the box. I'm talking to Jonathan. The Exonerated. Interesting. Eric Roberts. Nice, yeah. And Richard Dreyfuss. Nice. Those are two people who I know that you enjoy Winston's Mom, and I have my own sort of the connections there that I enjoy because I know that you've compared Eric Roberts to Vincent Gallo, and Vincent Gallo has actually spoken on Eric Roberts. He definitely liked him at first, and like back in the day, up there with someone like Mickey Rourke and people like them. But Richard Dreyfuss, I've always liked, and you've compared me to him, or at least his character in American Graffiti, which I still need to watch. And um, in other words, I like the cut of his jib, like Gallo. But I mean, I like Gallo a lot more. But Dreyfus has this thing, at least in his movies, where I feel like he's not really acting, if you know what I mean. Like he's just like a guy. Um, so I like his vibes. Um, like I really like him in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and I really like him in the movie What About Bob? Have you ever seen that movie? It's so good. Where he's like the therapist and Bill Murray is the patient. It's an amazing kind of like dark comedy. Um, yeah, I got to get more coffee. Um, anyway, two legends, and they did that play, The Exonerated. That's cool. They're innocent. That makes me think of a movie that you guys are gonna kill me, but I need to watch. I know what happens in it, so give me a break, okay? And it's actually my dad loves those movies, like one of his favorite movies of all time, The Shawshank Redemption, of course. In fact, I might at least start watching that today. So good. Speaking of freedom, right? So good. That's probably, and I clown on, no pun intended. I clown on, right? I clown on Stephen King. I clown on Stephen King a lot, but um, that's him, right? Shawshank Redemption. Like he wrote that book. Yeah, word. Uh, and yeah, but like that's clearly a good story. I think the best Stephen King, like movie at least. I mean, the story and the movie that are my favorite are is it that's my it's my favorite is almost definitely Stand by Me. But honestly, in terms of like sheer archetypal wisdom, I'm sure The Shawshank Redemption is technically better. You know what I mean? But Stand by Me is a pretty excellent film. Um, hold on though, I lost the chat. Okay, here it is. When his mom says in the movie American Graffiti, Richard gave me butterflies when I watched him in the backseat of a car with a girl that night. He had a poignancy behind his wicked smart It's funny, a wicked smart, dimpled, dirty laugh. Teehee. I aspire to be Richard Dreyfuss in American Graffiti. I'm about to watch that like now too. So good. Um, Amazing recommendation. Jonathan Basanti says, when it comes to the ethics or morals surrounding the death penalty or legalism in general, I think you probably already know what my take is going to be, CJ. His mom says, yeah, what about Bob? Yes, annoying movie, but funny. I would have TE'd Bill Murray away immediately and missed all the fun if I had been Richard in the movie. I know, right? Like, my God. Ridiculous. Jonathan says, um, all parties who would make the claim that they are morally or ethically correct surrounding what to do and why will have some justification, and all will be conflicted in their assertion because the topic is inherently a moral and ethical gray area. There is no correct moral answer. Well, it depends on what you're talking about. I mean, I think consensus is a wonderful thing because even if you don't believe in God or you don't, even believe in law or something like that, there is, like I say, like, like I put it, there's common sense, but there's also consensus. You know what I mean? Um, and that helps us, I think, to make moral and ethical decisions. You know what I mean? I really truly think it does. Um, of course, that doesn't mean that it, you know, absolves the or like relinquishes like the difficulty of certain decisions. Like I mean, let's say you're uh a dude, you're married, right? You have a wife, and like but it's like, I don't know, you fall in love with some other woman, or likewise, or she does with another husband or whatever, right? It's like, well, consensus basically says like, well, that's, it's like, well, many things, right? Like religion and consensus, all of these things, right, are kind of conspiring against you to say, well, you should stay with your wife you made a vow, or your husband you made a vow, etc. Um, right? But what if this love is just so strong and it's correct, and like it wouldn't be good to lead on, to keep up this charade or whatever, right? And it's blah blah blah, right? And it's like, well, who knows? If I mean, maybe if it is true love, I mean, it's like, well, you should have gotten that right. You should have thought of that about that before. But the thing is that, yeah, it's a difficult situation, right? Um, I mean, maybe not the cheating. Maybe you shouldn't, because he noticed that I didn't say you're cheating, but I just said, you fall in love, right? Well, that's a difficult situation, right? Like, how do you like do the right thing? It's messy. It's the word that I don't like to use, but it's true. These things are messy. These things are gray, and it's like, you basically just try your best, right? John Mouse, do your best. Um, it's a good philosophy. Jonathan says, consensus, fine. You take the generally popular opinion and roll with that. That does not make it correctly moral. That makes it the general consensus. But you're basically explaining this now. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I always think of that saying of like, if the whole like, if your friends jumped off a bridge, would you do it too, or whatever, right? You still have options. You still have like that free will, obviously, right? So ye. I gotta get more coffee though. I gotta coffee up. I have a headache. I don't know if I might have overslept. See, I underslept. I didn't sleep at all, and then I think I overslept. So annoying. Also, why the fuck isn't this just sending this text here? Hold on. Like you know, it's like it's an interesting point though. I mean, it's just like um like a few things I could say. I mean, I would be inclined to think like actually, you know what? Hmm. I almost want to say that there's like two different kinds of consensus. Critics and audiences. No, I'm just kidding. That's funny though, right? Haha. No. There's two different kinds of consensus though. There's like the consensus of like what ought to be, right? Um so like let's use this situation, right? What ought to be is like cheating is bad. I mean, what I would say is ideally, again, right, that word, what you do in this situation is like you tell your significant other, like, look, I fell in love with somebody else. Like, of course, then you have the pain of that situation. What if you have a family or something? In fact, I wonder if we talked about this, Jonathan. It's making me think of if in one of our amazing like 10-hour discussions, if this stuff came up. Um, Anyway, no one's saying it would be easy, but there's like the right thing to do. That's consensus, right? But then there's the other kind of consensus, which kind of says like, I don't know. I guess maybe that's a little more lenient, right? So like the whole thing about the bridge jumping off of the bridge thing, you know, it it's like, bruh, y'all are gonna die if you jump off that bridge. Like y'all are stupid. You know what I mean? You know, if you're with fucking 10 people who are dumbasses, you know what I mean? Hey, yeah, it would be like a really good idea to jump off this bridge. Maybe that's the consensus of the group because they're fucked. You know, whatever their problem is. They want to die, I guess. I don't know. They're evil. and and then there's the common consensus of like you know, everyone else, which is basically don't jump off a bridge, like, you know. And then in that situation, I mean, you're thinking of like what you want, right? If what you know, what you want to, should I jump off this bridge? It's like, well, no. Why is that? Well, there's your own personal drive, but then there's the consensus of everyone back home, so to speak, you know? You with some deranged lunatics who want to jump off a bridge? Fuck you, right? That may be the consensus of the group, but that's not the consensus of humanity. Like there's your decision, yes, but there's also like the consensus of humanity. That will be the name of my book, The Consensus of Humanity. Isn't that actually like an amazing title, though? Um, but it's like, yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, though, you have the right to like um, refuse or accept what you will, but you need to like take the understanding you need of those consequences seriously. You know what I mean? Um, like I keep thinking of like peer pressure stuff. You know, dude, like you should really like do these drugs. Um, no, thank you. Right? Like, pff, what do you mean, no, thank you? Like, what? You're not gonna be cool like us? Who does that work on, by the way? You know, you know what I mean? I don't know about you guys, but like, who are these like fe doms, right, or something like in that like run society, I guess, who are like actually affected by like something like that? Who does anyone has anyone ever said that to you? Like, oh, I guess you're not cool or like whatever. Like, who says that? I'm sure that that's like not real. That's like a psyop. I'm just kidding, but it's like something that they only say in like anti-drug uh films for schools, education, anti-drug educational films, right? Like just like anyone that says that is a douchebag. You know what I mean? Yo, CJ, you should really do these drugs. I know, it's like imagine like feeling like, oh, like, well, I guess I have to. I don't know, that just like that doesn't resonate. That doesn't resonate with me. You know what I mean? It's a good example though, like, right? Cuz it's kind of like you guys can all do these drugs. Have fun. I'm not saying you can't. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe everyone that jumps off the bridge, right? Like, yo, CJ, you should really jump off this bridge with us. We're all going to be jumping off this bridge tonight. Meet us at 10 p.m. We're going to go jump off the bridge together. Um, and then it's like, I'm going to go, you shouldn't jump off the bridge. I'm not going to. I'm not going to jump off this bridge just because you guys are. You guys can, right? I don't think you should though. You know what I mean? Right? Yes, sunshine. Doing drugs is always like jumping off a bridge. No. But Jonathan says, "Damn, I've been peer pressured." Well, I mean, we've all experienced it at one time or another. I'm not gonna like pretend I'm not like immune. Like, just in more like benign ways, I think. Fortunately, right? I've been lucky in that regard. Like, for example, like I mean, I obviously I smoke weed. Like, this is like the least exciting example possible, right? Because it's like, well, you all know that I smoke weed, so it's not shocking. But of course, you know, I mean, the thing is, though, is I've never had someone be like, have you guys seen Dazed and Confused? Like, there's like that part where like it's very corny. I guess it like happens, but like just like Matthew McConaughey being like, like, you know, it'd be a lot cool. He's basically like, he's like, hey, you got a joint? And the kid's just like, like, nah, man. And then he's just like, it'd be a lot cooler if you did. And then, like, so it goes, right? So it goes. And then it's just like, I mean, I think he smokes weed for the first time that night. Like, nothing bad happens. It's fucking dazed and confused. Like, it's fucking, we had a fucking good night, okay? Right? But freaking that scene always kind of annoyed me in a sense, you know what I mean? Um like I've never had that experience of like, come on, like you should like I mean maybe like a little bit, you know? Cuz I'm thinking of like weed, and I'm thinking of like, oh, like you're at like a party and like everyone's smoking weed, and like maybe, I don't know, maybe you like don't really feel like it but you do anyway or something. Like that's like, you know what I mean? Like that's like all I can think of though. Or like smoking a cigarette. I think that's would be a better example actually for me personally, at least, would be like smoking cigarettes. Like if I'm in like a group of people and like everyone's smoking a cigarette, I'm like, I might really want one, even though I don't really want one, but like I do kinda. But even then it's mostly cuz like I want a cigarette. Isn't that an interesting thing? It's like FI versus FE stuff. Like for real, it's like a nice easy way of putting it. Like it's like, well, no one's pressuring me to smoke a cigarette, but I am like kind of wanting a cigarette right now because everyone is smoking. But it is because I want one. But like once I'm like gone later, let's say in the situation that I don't smoke a cigarette, I'll probably be happier later because um like realistically it might, I don't know, like especially if I haven't smoked in a while, like it might give me like a headache or something. You know what I mean? I'm gonna smell like a cigarette, which I hate. Fucking hate that smell, and it gets in my hair, it gets on my clothes and everything. And you know, I won't have a headache or anything. You know what I mean? So it'll wind up benefiting me later. But in the moment though, let's say I do take that decision and I know that risk or whatever, and I take it because like, well, I mean, what's the big deal, right? Well, it's probably not really a big deal. But you're being peer pressured. No, I'm just kidding. You're not really being peer pressured. That's kind of my point. Is like you have a choice in that situation. You know what I mean? This is all a very like symbolic like conversation, by the way. You know what I mean? Like about like free will, for real. You know? Because it's like, I don't know, guys. Peer pressure always felt like very like fake to me. I mean, unless someone is like legitimately fucking like forcing you, that's not the same. I don't know. It's a tricky thing, isn't it? Tell me what you guys think, cuz it's not like I don't understand. It's just that like um it's just that I mean, like I guess I've been lucky enough to have my own. I mean, I have a lot of problems with like volition, so to speak. And literally, it's kind of like SE stuff, right? So it's not like I do a whole lot. Like it's not like I ever have, and I don't now. I need to do more, and hopefully I will go. I need to, and I definitely need to do more in going forward. But like, um, it's like very rare. I've been lucky to not be like forced to do anything in that regard. You know what I mean? It's always been something like my choice. Like, um, I've never let. It's very rare. Like just in situations like that, right? Where I would like in any like true sense like let anyone make me like feel bad about something like that. You know, um like if someone if someone wants to like pull some bullshit, you know what I mean, and be like, "Oh, I guess I have to drink all this vodka by myself." I'd just be like, "Yeah, I guess you do." You know what I mean? Fuck you. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? That shit like pisses me off for some reason. You know? It's a little, I mean, you might call, I don't know if that's a little like FE antagonistic or something, but it's like, yeah, like have fun poisoning yourself. You know what I mean? Like, ain't nobody get time for that. Like, I mean, like if someone was gonna try to like make me feel bad for like going home and not like staying over, which would usually, it used to happen to me all the time in high school too. Like, it'd be like, I want to go home and like I want to take a shower and change and sleep in my own bed. But people would try to like make me feel bad for not like quote unquote crashing, right? But that almost always would be because I wasn't fucking blackout drunk. There was no reason for me to do that. What, I'm gonna fucking sleep on the couch, wake up, fucking feel like shit? You know what I mean? Just so that like I can say like I crashed or whatever. I stayed over. The no, fuck you. I'm going home. Like it was nice hanging out. I'm gonna go home now. Peace out. And like, and no one, and luckily I don't know, I feel like I never like really let it happen, but sure, it happened sometimes, you know what I mean? I'd have some friends who just be like, like, damn, like, what, why don't you just stay, like, dude? But it would always be like stupid shit, like, you know what I mean? It would be like, it would always be like, have, drink more and like do whatever. And she's like, no, I'm not, I don't want to. And like, and luckily I had people who around me, I guess, who respected me enough to not push me or press me in that way. But I don't know, I've always been kind of like insistent on matters like that, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, well, this is what I want to do, and I'm talking about more like about like self-preservation things, not about like this is what I want to do. I want to go like fuck this girl, you know what I mean? Like not like stupid shit like that. I'm talking about like this is what I want to do. Like I want to go home. Like you don't like deprive me of my right to go home. Do you know what I mean? Like especially if we've already chilled, you know, like we spent 8 hours together or something like that. I hate when people try to like do that, and it doesn't work on me. I mean, it works on me in some way, but only in the way of like annoying me. You know what I mean? Y'all feel me? Yeah, smoking cigs is fun, but I hate smelling like cigs. Someone physically forcing you wouldn't be peer pressure definitionally. I don't know. I kind of like take pride in like not doing the peer pressure. Like, you know, the dare ceremonies or whatever they call them really worked on me. No, I'm just kidding, but do you guys ever get that though when you I mean, I don't think about it that much, you know? I just it's not like I'm like I'm the do-gooder or whatever, like, right? Like who cares? I'm just like doing what I want to do. It's not that deep. Um but of course there are other situations where something is like the right thing to do, and so you do it even though it's not necessarily what you want to do, right? But if it's the wrong thing to do, or at least just like some in the middle thing or like a frivolous thing, then like fuck you. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Right? But yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, well, at least I gave so-and-so, who I never see, the satisfaction of, you know what I mean? I crashed at his house and drank more and crashed. So, who gives a fucking fuck? Yeah, now I feel like shit. Go home and I'm gonna sleep for 24 hours. Now I have to spend a week by myself to recuperate. Thanks a lot. No, I'm just kidding, but right? Hashtag ambivert problems. No, I'm just kidding. It's more like introvert problems, but I am pretty ambiverted though. Um, but I mean, you'll notice though, like this stream, for example, right? Like this is basically a way for me to extrovert in like the most introverted way possible. Hashtag ambivert. You know what I'm saying? Because like people will come on here and be like, "OMG, like CJ, you're such an extrovert." I'll just be like, "I just really like talking. I like sitting. Ah, you know what I love? Sitting and talking. I guess that makes me like super extroverted, right?" It's like, no, you know, basically pretty introverted, you know. But I think that dichotomy is fake. I think it's a psyop. No, I'm just kidding. But um, I don't know about y'all, but the funny thing is that I actually have always gotten like right in the middle on any like introvert extrovert test. But some people really are, you know, one or the other. We all know those people who are like decidedly introvert, maybe not decidedly, but like, you know, like definitively introverted and like definitively extroverted, you know. And I personally, I've never been one of those people. Like when they think I'm gonna zig, I zag. No one fucking knows what I'm gonna fucking do. I'm unpredictable. I'm unhinged. Just fucking throwing curveballs left and right. I actually don't want to hang out. I actually do want to go to the store with you randomly. That's like kind of true though. But we all have that freedom, you guys. But I'll tell you this though. If it's something like doing the right thing, right? Like helping to care for somebody or something, right? It's like, yeah, maybe you don't really want to do it, but it's the right thing to do, so you fucking do it. No, I'm just kidding, but you do it, right? And it's like, and it is good. And it's like, you can rest assured that it is good. But that's what I'm saying, though. With all this other shit, you can fucking miss me. You know what I'm saying? You can fucking miss me with that. Sunshine says, going to school is peer pressure. It kind of is. But I always had problems with going to school. It's always I'm a stubborn bastard. Nah, and it even that is like making myself sound cool. Like, if you want to know the truth, like when I was younger, like I mean, it's not necessarily that I was afraid of going to school, but I was like definitely I just didn't want to leave my house. You know what I mean? Pretty introverted, I guess, right? But the way that, you know, I dealt with school through like creative means and stuff like that. Um, and to some extent socially, you know, I mean, just by through like humor and fun and stuff like that. But I was a pretty terrible student, all things considered. Like, you know, I got terrible grades. I was always late, and by the end of high school, I was like barely showing up. Which is, but it's not good. I don't think it's good though. Let me be honest with you. But I'm just saying, if that's a peer pressure thing, it's like, well, that didn't really work on me either. Of course, there were things that did get to me every now and then, you know. Obviously, I mean, school will have a way of doing that too. Like, you know, it's like it makes you care regardless of whether or not you care, so to speak. Anyway, you know what I mean? Like, because just people's opinions, people's fucking, you know, nonsense, stuff like that, right? Because it's like, obviously, you don't want to. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, I never, like, did anything to, like, stand out. I'm very, like, Enneagram 9. Like, you guys have to remember, like, it's kind of a push and pull between, like, 9 and 4. It's like, yeah, I want to be unique, but I also want to be a man of the people, so to speak. You know what I mean? I don't want to just stick out like a sore thumb for no reason. Like, yeah, I'll be an individual, but on my own terms, right? Not just some nonsense of like, I got a tattoo. You know what I mean? Like, fuck you. That's like fake to me. You know what I mean? I hate that shit. You know, it has to be FI, no FE. Don't give me that nonsense. You know what I mean? Um, that's why like day one, like when like virtue signaling, you know, like that shit was so apparent to me. Like, and people got, and there were these like girls that I knew. They were like so annoying, like feminists, and they, you know, totally like well, they had problems, and I don't know, it was weird. We were like good friends for a while, but they totally turned on me because I like could see from a mile away, like, I mean, maybe not with them so much, but other people, to be honest. Even to this day, I'm going to be nice about it and say, look, it's not like you guys are doing it, but a lot of people, right? A lot of people agree with me on it too. Like virtue signaling, right? That's FE stuff, right? It's like, it's not really FI stuff. So I hate it. Um, performative, justice or whatever, you know? Oh yeah, no, performative activism, I think is what it's called. But performative justice is stupid too. I mean, what do you got? I'm executing the to this villager so that you all know that I, you know, that I'm a good person. It's like, what the fuck? What I'm the town hangman. So scary. Um, I like that, Sunshine. Not committing suicide is peer pressure. No, don't do it. I like the idea of like you're hanging out with a bunch of people and they're just all fucking killing themselves, and they're just like, "What are you? What are you not? What are you, a pussy?" I'm like, yeah, I guess so. Come on, dude. We're all shooting ourselves. Come on, it'll be fun. That's dark. Hashtag dark comedy. Oh, also though, yes, the introvert is the extroversion of the introverts. Jonathan says, feel like making an aluminum foil sculpture, CJ? I don't get it. Like, yeah, sure, I guess. Smiley face, heart. For those of heart, then home offers the characteristics. This is just, you might be a homebody. Taurus's mother representing home and earth elements. Some people need the bones of a house and home around their psyche to feel in touch with the self. Who? You talking to me or Sunshine or Jonathan or yourself? Like about yourself? That's interesting. But because if it's true, because I am kind of a homebody, you know? Um, not convinced. Anyway, yeah, haha, yeah, right. Only lame kids want to live, right? That would be something, that would be like in the dark comedy that I would write. Although, actually, you know what it's kind of like? Is like that movie Heathers. You know? Have you guys ever seen Heathers? Now, there's a pretty good, like, dark comedy because it's like, suicide is becomes popular. And there's even the song in it that becomes a hit. It's like teenage suicide, don't do it. Isn't that so good? Like you were just saying about like no, don't do it. Like teenage suicide in parentheses, don't do it. And it becomes a hit, right? It's a good movie. That movie's edgy as fuck. Um, Winona Ryder is excellent in that movie. Christian Slater's good too. I noticed though that he's a little easy to make fun of though. Um, I have to work on it. My Christian Slater and Heather's, but he'll just be like, "It's the be like chaos killed the dinosaurs, my darling." Just be like, "Shut the fuck up." Nice writing, okay? No, but it's funny because I still love that movie. um, Winona though. Shows out to Winona. Yeah, that's a good movie because it actually begins to like take it seriously after some time. It's a good balance, I think. It probably wouldn't. It's weird that they made a musical out of it, which is I don't understand. But I will say that I don't think I kind of feel like you couldn't make that movie now because it would be like too trigger happy. No pun intended. You know what I'm saying? Like, how dare you, right? But this was back in the '80s, so anything goes. No, I'm just kidding. But it was kind of like, you know, able to kind of deftly maneuver the seriousness and the humor of it without like sacrificing either. But nowadays, I can almost guarantee you, like, it would just be playing it straight because we don't joke. We don't joke about suicide. Suicide is a scary, serious thing. Is it? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, it is. But it's like, um, live a little. No pun intended, right? No, it's like, have a little, let's have some humor. Jonathan says, CJ, assuming you do make a film or multiple films at some point, I want to have some part, even just a small role. Well, that's really nice of you to say. I mean, like, I don't even know if I have the work ethic to make a film, but I would love to, you know what I'm saying? Like, really. Um, just like a totally independent situation. I would love to. Even just like knowing that like is helpful because it like is motivating and it also like helps to give me ideas, you know? Cuz I can just be like, okay, like what would a good role for Jonathan be, you know? I don't know why, but why do I think that it would be really funny to have you showing up as like a total stoner or something like that? You like doing your best impression of like a stoner philosopher type or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what you could be. You could probably be fairly versatile. I could have you like kind of nerd out about some stuff or something like. It's kind of making me think of like Linklater stuff. Play movie concept. A 3 hour long film is arrogant, eye bouncing, goofy. But yeah, you guys have like gotten into that before. It's pretty good. Bouncing goofy movie ideas back and forth. Then it just ends. That like actually winding up being like an art film like achievement. That would be the funny thing, is it would probably be praised. That's what I'm saying though, right, Jonathan? He goes, "Yo, whoa, man, like totally." That's what I'm saying. Like I feel like you could probably do like a really funny bit like that. So many possibilities though. But yeah, I guarantee it, bro. I'll have you do something. Have you be in it somehow. It's cool actually too, because like even just if I am to like take it seriously, right? Like you literally are nearby, and um, it has always been helpful thinking in terms of like, okay, like who could like realistically like, you know, like portray these characters that are like actually around me, like nearby. You know what I mean? Um, that's fun. I gotta get back into like writing scripts again. Prescriptions. Like a doctor. I need to get back into writing scripts again. No. But literally though, I need to get back into writing film scripts. Although I never really learned the proper like way to do it. You want to know the thing though? I don't think there is a proper way to do it. I think people are annoying. I think they make up rules, and you have to write int dot, right, for interior, and then ext dot for exterior, and it's just like, ugh, gay. No, I'm just kidding, but just like, just like, all that shit they do in like formal script writing. Ugh, I'm just like, bruh, miss me. I just put the dialogue, and then I just put like everything in parentheses, and I just put like the songs that I want to play and like the way that it looks. You know what I mean? And like the things that people are doing. And like what else do I need to do? Yeah, sure, I'll describe the scenery, but just like enter enter a man in a coat or whatever. Stage stage left. No, I'm just kidding, but seems dumb. It's like I get it though. It's mostly in the service, I think, of like um legibility, Um so, you want to be able to communicate your ideas. Like it's actually kind of, I think it might have been with you, Jonathan, when we were talking about like music theory and stuff like that. It's kind of like film theory. It's all that's the stuff, right? Of communicating your ideas. So like, yeah, we definitely talked about that too. I think it was like, it's because you can be Brian Wilson in the booth being like, okay, and I want it to go bum 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 bum, and it's like that's amazing and like autistic and everything, and I'd love to do that, right? Like that'd be amazing. But at the same time though, it's like, well, but you want to write out your sheet music though, right, and hand it to, like, let's say, especially, I think we were saying, if you had like a some 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 I don't know, like a 20-piece orchestra or something like that. It's like, well, maybe you should just like write down the music and hand it out to everyone. I think it's the same as it's basically the same with a script, right? So that, no pun intended, everyone can be on the same page. But it's so good. I'm on a roll today with the puns. Um, they just come to me, man. Fucking genius over here. No, I'm just kidding, but I really do need to get more coffee. Alright, I gotta stop messing with my hair too. It's looking a little flat because I slept in with my hood on. I mean, I always do that, but it seems to flatten my affect. I'm just kidding, but it seems to flatten my hair. That reminds me, I should maybe try to like sit out in the sun for a little while today. Imagine that. Imagine your boy getting a bit of a tan on. No, I'm just kidding, but literally just like not being super pale. Mm. Boy, Boy, howdy. I know, Jonathan. I was just thinking that how I keep putting it off because I've been talking. I got into the speech. Go get some fucking coffee. All the cool kids are doing it. I know, right? Ah, shit. I guess I need to now, right? Peer pressured again by Jonathan Basanti. Jonathan, you're always peer pressuring me to do drugs. Shame on you. No, but yes. No, but yes. Yeah, I'll be right back. One sec.
Connected to Bluetooth.
knows? Yo. Where? Okay. It is. It's a romantic environment for all y'all to peep. How are y'all doing tonight? It's 9 in the morning. How are y'all doing this morning? If you produce the film completely yourself, you don't really need to have a formal scripting style, but in the industry it helps to standardize, yeah. That definitely makes sense. Yeah, I don't conform with copyright rules. But I play the music diegetically, which is to say I play it on my speaker. I hope this weed isn't like problem weed, because I don't want it to be like allergy vibes. I was smoking it before. I was smoking it for a while and it was fine, but I was feeling like I got the kind that I like again. Pineapple mimosa. Although it hasn't been that great either. It's just I feel like I'm like more sensitive to the types or something. To the personality types. Just kidding, but no, I just hope it's like good though, because this weed has been fine, but I haven't went back to the old weed for a while. It's like fine though. It's not freaking terrible. This is the right stuff, right? The right stuff. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, it's good. It's like fine. I'm not even smoking that much anyway. Trying to cut back a little bit. But it's like, I mean, I still have this tiny bit here and it should be fine. I just have started like worrying about being like sort of allergic to certain strains. Just super annoying, super nerdy of me, I guess you could say. Spurgy. But yeah, that's Strawberry Switchblade right there. That music. You know who I miss? Kami9. She hasn't been here in a while. I say that because she knows the music. She tends to know the music that I play. Why is this not connected?
Connected to Bluetooth.
Kami9, where you at, girl? Yeah, I'm in a musical mood. I mean, I guess I'm always kind of in a musical mood, but, you know. The stream, dough. Chill Island vibes, you know? Very chill. Like, you have to be Chill Island to be here. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. No buts. party that won the election last year in Germany used the legalization of weed as their campaign, but nothing is happening. Side face. That's sad. Hopefully it's just taking a while. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm trying to like cut back on smoking weed myself, but I mean, I do think that everyone should basically have the right to, indulge if they so choose. Um, Also, it seems to have different effects for different people, like, um, especially in terms of like pain management and so forth. So I mean, there are those, special cases, I guess, with people where they literally,
Connected to Bluetooth.
of course, I don't have to tell you guys this, but they medically benefit from it and so forth. But as far as your average as far as your average Joe goes, though, how do you like that? No, yeah, no, I mean, I think even then it still differs, but well, that like anything else, right? Sort of probably want to approach it with moderation. Um, I mean,
Connected to Bluetooth.
personally, I just, at the very least, I have just the most cliche problem of them all with smoking weed, which is that it makes me lazy, you know? I mean, now, okay, maybe I am a bit naturally lazy, but I definitely know that if I didn't have the crutch, not trying to make you or anyone feel bad about it, not trying to harsh anyone's buzz, of course, but still, like literally, right? Because I'm sure it's annoying, especially. I mean, I kind of feel like though that people who come on here aren't really regular smokers, except maybe like host Eric. Oh no, well Boba Fett smokes regularly. Anyway, I'm just saying I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad about it or anything, because I know how annoying that can be. It's like, oh, I'm sitting here smoking right now or whatever, right? But who knows? Maybe I need to preach to you or what? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know, right? I'm just saying it for myself too, really. Like, feel me? Because like, I know the drill. Like, it fucking makes me lazy, you know. Um. Oh yeah, well, it's kind of like the South Park thing. I remember host Eric, he disagreed with it, but there's a quote that like the dad says about how it's like earlier on the show to Stan. He's like, the truth is that weed's not gonna kill you, but it might make you be okay with being bored, and it's when you're bored that you should be, you know, like exploring something new or like picking up a new hobby or something like that. You know what I mean? Something like that. And that resonates with me because that seems like the sort of centrist correct opinion on weed. You know what I mean? And I don't know if I've ever really seen anything put it in that way. It's sort of funny, right? Because it's South Park, but like I honestly don't know if I've ever seen that sentiment before. It's like being okay with being bored, you know? So you might say the problem is twofold, that it makes you lazy and it makes you okay with being bored. But I think the two are part and parcel with each other, you know? Like, I think you're basically saying the same thing, you know? It's like, could I go out? It's like, do I want to, like, just, like, chill and get, and smoke weed? Or, like, do I want to, like, what is this, 1987? But, like, just, like, I would go to the mall and meet girls. You know what I mean? Like, just kind of probably just want to, stay home and smoke weed. That's just how I fucking operate, though. Because I know that some people will be like, well, CJ, like, I don't even want to, like, go to the mall and meet girls anyway. And to be like, yeah, well, I kind of do. And if I wasn't sitting here smoking weed, talking to you fucking losers. No, I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. But, like, if I was... Guys, I'm an Aries, okay? Which basically is to say that I'm lazy as fuck, but I like to say that and pretend that You know, like I'm like a go-getter, you know? I'm like a fucking go-getter. And no, but it's a push and pull. Like I'm just saying like honestly, this sounds extreme, but I mean, who fucking nah, that's not true. I wouldn't be a different person like if I didn't smoke weed, but I would probably be like I probably would be out and about at least a bit more. Do y'all feel me on this? Like am I seriously so alone in this, you know? Um People are like, I don't know what you're fucking talking about. Like, I can fucking smoke weed and do whatever the fuck I want. It's like, yeah, okay, well, I can't. Like, I mean, for one, like, I can't stand being high around like my family. Like, if it's like extended family, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like people I haven't seen in a while. You know what I mean? I've gotten good at like not being obviously high, um, but like it's uncomfortable. And like my friends, I know so many people. I can't even tell you how many people who are just like, dude, I don't give a fuck, fucking blaze up like in the parking lot. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, yeah, well, I don't really want people like seeing that I'm like just brazenly smoking weed in a car and then going in. Like, like um like before I went to my sister's Legally Blonde musical at her high school. We're like outside. I'm with my friend. We're outside the high school. He wasn't being super brazen about it. Um, but he's one of the many people I know who do take that kind of attitude with it. And it is like more the norm than you would think, at least around here. I don't know what it is. Maybe the Boston attitude or something. Or if you fuck you, I'm fucking smoking weed, you know, whatever. Like I meant to say like fuck you, I'm fucking smoking weed over here. So good, but yeah. Um, no, but it's just this thing of I'm like, okay, dude, like I mean, it's just like yeah, like I hit the bowl, but like I'm kind of hiding it, and I'm fucking whatever. Everyone else wants to be like, oh, who cares? Fucking, I'm just like, yeah, well, I mean, I just don't want to be like judged in that fashion. You know what I mean? And people just, it's an endless debate, you know, because people will just be like, well, like, who cares? Like, if they judge you, like, fuck them. Fuck them. I hate judgmental people. And I'm just like, yeah, I hate judgmental people too. But, like, at the end of the day, like, okay, maybe I just don't want to be high. You know what I mean? Like in front of everyone, or like just fucking, you know. What about that? It'll just be like, oh, like you like care too much what like people think. It's just kind of like, well, like I mean, just like brazenly smoking weed outside in the Target parking lot, you know, and it's just like I might see like my friend's mom. You know what I mean? It would be a good stand-up bit because I think a lot of people actually like do relate to me, but people just like fucking like to pretend that like they don't. They're just like, dude, smoking weed like doesn't affect me, like, and like even if anyone cares, like I don't care, blah 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 blah. All I hear is fucking poop falling out of your mouth. No, I'm just kidding, but like, okay, I don't care that you don't care. You know what I mean? Like I care. Sorry, but that's how mama raised me. No, I'm just kidding, but
Connected to Bluetooth.
I don't know. The thing that sucks is that weed isn't like booze. So like booze like makes you really not give a fuck, right? I think. But I've never found it to be the case that weed like doesn't make me give a fuck. Quite the contrary sometimes. And you know, I'll kind of end my rant with this, which is to say like that's what's both good and bad about weed, so to speak, because it doesn't like at least for me, knock on wood, right? It doesn't like really put me like out of my head. It actually it kind of actually does the inverse. It actually like kind of puts me like really in my head. So, um in some sense I almost don't get it. Like with smoking weed with people and stuff like that. Like hey, my whole like joke about it, my stand up bit about it is like, "Hey, do you guys want to like hang out, get like, do you guys feel like getting all weird and introverted together? And like that's like appealing, I guess, like when you're like 16, right? Now exactly 10 years later, 20 years later, so crazy. No, but like 10 years later, I'm 26, just turned 26. And um oh my god, I mean, I never really wanted to be out in public smoking weed and stuff, but I don't know. There are interesting things to consider though, like the whole thing of like, well, what if you like didn't know? I think it's bullshit though. Like people like to say like, oh, like if you're oh, the reason that like you get paranoid when you smoke weed is because like cops exist. And it's just like or it just causes you to be more paranoid. And like but like no one wants to just like admit that. People like used to admit that freely. You know, to be, oh yeah, dude, like I fucking smoked mad weed, got mad paranoid. But like nowadays, it's like some weird like pride thing. And it may just be that like people don't experience it like they used to or whatever, right? But give me a fucking break. Like no, it's not because fucking cops like exist. Like I'm not afraid of getting like arrested. I'm not afraid of fucking anything. I just like feel not different, but like sort of you know what I think it is, you guys? You know what I kind of think it is? I think there's something about smoking weed that makes me feel a little bit vulnerable. I feel like my reflexes aren't this sharp. This is the first time I've ever actually like said this. Um or like verbalized it in this fashion, but I think what it really comes down to is that there's a certain like vulnerability that comes with it. And it's not the same. It's not like when you smoke, I mean, it's not like when you drink, right? Where you just like actually start not giving a fuck. You know what I mean? It's actually a lot more like weed is annoying in that regard, you know? Cuz it's kind of like I'm like fucking like vulnerable now. You know what I mean? Like I mean not like in some weird I made it sound like sexual or something, but it's just more like I don't know. There's like an openness or like something and I don't know. I'm already like naturally pretty like open, but it just sort of I mean, for one thing, I guess it makes me feel a little more dumb. Yeah, I'm just like ranting about weed. So like boring, especially to people that don't smoke, but I don't know. I like to think that my thoughts on it can are hopefully like valuable, not just to myself, you know what I mean? Um cuz like I don't know. I rarely hear people addressing things in the way that like I mean, not to I kind of sound like Eric right now too, but like it's like I rarely hear people addressing things in the way that like I like experience them and like want them to be expressed, except by like a select few people. And like on the top and just on any topic really, but like um when it comes to like weed though, I like rarely hear anybody talking about like both sides of the issue, you know? Like people I know are either just like fucking I'm brazenly smoking weed in the Target parking lot, right? Like those are like the people that like I know and it's just like fuck you, like I'm going in high, like I don't care. Who cares? It's 2020. People always do that too. They'll use like the current year as like the excuse. It's fucking 2022 or they'll say I'm 26 years old. You know what I mean? They just say I'm X years old. Like and I just honestly like all I hear is just like a bunch of like excuses like for just like being high in public. I'm not saying that
Connected to Bluetooth.
like I'm just saying like we need to like address the amazing truth and reality of the situation, you know? Like it's just like it's fine if like that's like what you want to do, but like people really are out here like pretending like it doesn't like you don't smoke weed to get high. Like you're not smoking weed. Like what do you think you're smoking weed for? You know what I mean? I'm going to hit this weed right now, right? Why am I doing that? Well, for one thing, it's kind of a habit, and that's something else that all y'all don't want to talk about, right? Which is that it's a fucking habit that you build and you become in a sense a bit dependent on it. But something else is that I forgot what I was saying because I'm a fucking stoner. No, yeah, I guess I don't know. It makes me dumb. No, but like, what was I? What was I saying? I don't know. It's just kind of like, sorry, buddy. Like, I don't really want to be. It's one thing for me to just like be here in the, luckily, right? Just kind of like in the comfort of my parents' house. I guess I can't say my own home, but you know what I mean. In the comfort of my own home, streaming. Basically, just me talking to my laptop, and then therefore talking to you guys, and just whenever I'm chilling. But it's like it's the chill island oasis of truth and reality. But I would hold on. No, I want to actually like address what like Jake and Sunshine are saying here. Thanks for being here, you guys too. Some new voices coming through here in the chat. I love it. Yeah, I appreciate it very much. I mean, the whole 9 yards. It's just kind of like, yeah, it makes me dumb or whatever. Um, no, why? What? I hate that. I always forget what I was gonna say. Uh, I don't know if that's me or weed or both, right? That's always the thing too, by the way, that you gotta remember is it's like, well, it's not always like, I understand the whole fucking. Listen, I've been on every single side of this fucking debate. I've thought way too much about this and read way too much about this. So believe me, people want to like come at me like it's the first time I've ever like heard something. Get real, you know what I mean? No, I'm just kidding, but no, it's just like I just want people to understand that like I'm saying what I'm saying, having thought through like pretty much every side of this thing, and like it always comes back to just like I mean, I'm not trying to exaggerate, but it's kind of true. Like and what I'm saying is that I sort of just come through on the other side thinking like, oh, right. So the whole thing of like, fuck you, it's 2022 or whatever. I'm 26 years old and I just hear a bunch of excuses, for being high in public. And it's like, okay, maybe that's the thing that it really comes down to is very interesting because maybe it's not a problem for you, but there are two sides to this argument, and that is it a problem with you for you, and is it something that is good in general to do? You know what I mean? Um, or could you say like in principle, um, like there's the kind of like what I was talking about earlier, right? Or well, we were all talking about it, but I like put it this way about like there's like the idealistic and then there's the realistic, right? So it's like okay, there's the realistic, right, which is like are you impacted by being high in public? And all the people that I'm talking about, like people I know, like friends and stuff, they just be like no. You know what I mean? It doesn't impact me as long as I'm not fucking getting harassed by a cop or whatever. And I'm like, okay, word, like I totally get that, right? But then there's like actually and then to that I would say I actually understand that and I don't and since I'm kind of used to smoking weed and like I mean if I'm in the environment or whatever where I mean, luckily thus far it's always been this way where it doesn't so much matter that I smoked weed or whatever as once I'm just like out and about and like whatever, like doing my thing. It's never once like been well, actually it has been a problem one or two times when I was younger, but that was when I was younger, you know what I mean? And like for example, I went to the community access station that I was like doing work at, and at the time I was volunteering, and like the guy there, he was very chill, but he like knew that I was high because I smelled like weed, and then I played it off. I literally like pretended that I didn't smoke weed, but he was just like, I was just like, oh, because I was with fucking people, they were all smoking weed, and then I told him I was like, oh, I was like probably cigarettes because like smoking cigarettes, and he was just like, CJ, like I know what weed smells like, and then he was just like, because he was explaining a project to me, and see, you want to know what's funny about this example, by the way, is that he was explaining a project to me, and I was totally understanding every last word that he was saying, and he stopped himself because he smelled weed, and he was like, I think that we're gonna need to like continue this conversation another time. And then I was literally confused. And you might think, well, that's a little naive of you, CJ. You smoked weed before you went in there, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, well, sorry. It wasn't impacting me in that fashion. And believe me, I've been on every side of it. I've been paranoid from weed. I've been fucking,
Connected to
tired from weed or whatever. You know what I mean? Both sides of the spectrum. And in this case, I just had smoked a tiny bit of weed before going over to whatever to do this, right? And I was genuinely confused when he stopped in the middle of the conversation. And I was like, oh God. And I felt so bad. Like the whole, it did occur to me, but I just didn't think that it made a difference in my attitude. And see, here's the thing though, guys, is I don't think that it really did. I don't think that it really did. I think he just smelled it and couldn't get the idea out of his head that he was talking to quote unquote a high person right now, right? So like I said, in this instance, funny enough, because I know I'm talking about, oh, it kind of makes me dumb and whatever, which is true. But for all intents and purposes, he was explaining like a very simple project to me, and I was understanding every last bit of what he was saying. You know what I mean? And he decided to stop out of nowhere and sort of like give me a talk or whatever. And I was just like, oh shit. And I literally just felt bad. I was just like, oh, I'm sorry. Well, but I did kind of stretch the truth, because I said I kind of like refused to admit that like there was weed or smoking weed involved. Because like I said, at first I said the cigarettes thing, he didn't buy it. And then I said, well, I was around people smoking weed, but I didn't smoke weed, which was not true. But to be fair, I only took like probably a few hits of weed. Anyway, not to get lost in the details here, which is something that also I don't know if smoking weed can exacerbate. But anyway, like he just was kind of like, oh, okay, well, I was like, I'm so sorry, I'll go to the bathroom, whatever, and like wash up and stuff. And I did. And I remember I was like very nervous at the time. So I came back. It sort of gets into it's very like tragic. Like when I get in that mode, especially if I'm like high, like I'm just going to be like, I'm so sorry. You know what I mean? Or like whatever, especially when I was younger, right? So what we wound up doing was actually watching this guy. Like I remember the whole thing so vividly, even though it was like, well, not that it's that long ago, but it was like 7 years ago. And he goes, he's like, well, why don't I show you this thing? Like we ended up watching this guy, like Chris Gethard is his name, and he did his own thing with like public access, where it was very popular in New York, and he wanted to show me that. And it's like the whole time it was like my conduct was perfectly fine, like as if it wouldn't be, right? I mean, but that is to say, you could judge conduct based on like, well, am I paying attention, or like was I spacey or something like that, right? It's like, because I can obviously understand if I'm fucking, he's talking to me saying, so what we want to do is like put the camera over here and then do this, and I'm like right. I don't even want to, I dread to know what I looked like in that frame just then, but you can feel free to use it as a meme. No, I'm just kidding, but wouldn't that be funny though? Start doing memes of this channel, this stream, memes of this stream, memes of this stream. But anyway, the end of that story is it wound up being fine. It's just that like it was fucking annoying, definitely. And anyway, we wind up just like watching that show and stuff. But it definitely was annoying though, because it was like I was following you just fine. I just felt bad that I smelled like weed, and so he had to feel like, he had to like stop or whatever. Like, meanwhile, I could tell you so much. Like literally, there was a guy who worked there. It's a tight knit operation. It's only like a few people that work there, and one of the other guys, he was going out fucking. He literally, guys, I can't even. I don't want to be spilling too much tea here, so to speak, as the kids say, but I mean, the fucking guy, my friend, had just gone in like right before this, before I got busted. He was all like, basically giving money to the guy who worked there, who was like a main guy there, who was always going out to smoke cigs. And it's like, yeah, it turns out he would also go and smoke weed, but he probably just like didn't tell the other guy that, like the boss, And it's like, I get it, but like, no, he's fucking smoking weed, buying weed from my friend. You know what I mean? Like getting money from like my other friend, or well, like he sold weed too, so I guess he was getting weed from and money from this other friend too. But there was like a main friend that I had who was there. I mean, I'm just saying it's going on all the time, and this is like the story of my life. I'm not trying to play victim here. It's like always me though, right? It's like getting fucking caught. You know, whether it was like when I was in school and like I would get caught for like being on my phone, and then I get my fucking phone taken away by this fucking bitch teacher. Nah, she was all right. She just was she was just stern. You know what I mean? What I hate though is that thing of like, walk up and give me my phone. I'm just like, oh, it's fucking embarrassing, right? But I remember I just had a friend who would always just kind of like laugh and just be like, CJ, like, you're always like getting caught for using your phone. I'm like, yeah, I know. It's like I have bad SE, kind of. I don't know what it is. I just get fucking caught for these things, you know? Anyway, yeah, so whatever, right? I smelled like weed, and so he caught me. It wound up really not being a big deal. But there were other times though that I've run into things like that. I mean, but it was almost never because of like my attitude per se. Um, you know what I mean? It was just because like, oh, I can smell it, or like, oh, like your eyes look red. I have fucking allergies, bitch. No, I'm just kidding. But no, there's something else that I wanted to say. I had some other little thing, and it all came back to the thing about not wanting to do that, and just kind of always getting fucking caught, you know? It's something to consider. Like, I mean, I don't know what it is, but typologically, it is like, seems like poor SE in my life. It's always been a problem. And it's a problem in other regards too. Like, like making moves with girls. See, I don't care what anyone tells you. They want you to make a move first. And I'm I'm like, listen, I don't know what's going on until you're sitting in my lap. That sounds really crude, but I just mean like, you know what I mean? So, and some people might say that's FE, could be. You know, these elements, social cues, um, but like, I don't know about that. It's more like SE. But the frickin' weed element, yeah, like let me just, I forget what I was gonna, there was some other, incident. I could go on and on about this stuff, but it's stupid. I mean, and it's all like fucking negative experiences anyway. Like, it fucking sucks, dude. Like, but people, there's a war going on in the streets. No, I'm just kidding, but like people don't care even as much as they did like 10 years ago. And like most of the like issues that I would have with this stuff was like 10 years ago when I was a teenager. And it's like, to be fair, when you're a teenager, right, it's like you're not even 18, so fucking, you have to, I mean, I'm pretty sure, isn't it, it's actually 21. How old do you have to be to smoke weed in Massachusetts? Am I really Googling this right now? Do I really not know? I think it's 21. Am I? Yeah, you have to be 21. I like how I just searched how old to smoke weed in Massachusetts, and a big bolded result comes up. 21 years and older. That's why I love Google. I fucking love the Google Corporation. Sponsor me. The thing about Google, though, is that Google and YouTube I use more than anything. So like, shouts out to the Google Corporation, I guess. Anyway, let me just like check the vibes. There's a lot of good content going on here. Um, so Jake Forrest is vulnerable to what though? Yeah. Well, he's like, just finished class. Are we still rolling? Oh yeah, my brother. And he says, vulnerable to what though? I don't know what it is, dude. I think it's almost like vulnerable to critique. That's the first thing that I want to say. And that's a good question because like the way I was explaining it, it's like, it was kind of like, it's like vulnerable, and I was also thinking of the word unguarded, but I sort of think like I think that's the right way of putting it. I sort of feel as though like things can catch me off guard or something like that, especially if someone's going to be difficult with me. You know what I mean? Like that's the worst, right? Like just like getting into conflict. But it's like, a lot of that is sort of just like my own like negative expectations and stuff that like, you know, it's like no CJ, odds are you're gonna like go and target and like it'll be fine. Like no one really cares. Like there are definitely like two sides to the argument that I can see both of, but it's kind of just like, I'm down with like the who cares thing, but there is the idealistic and the realistic here, and like if you want to be truthful, like it's probably just like not even good to be high in public. You know what I mean? Um, Although there are levels to this issue because of course if you're like perfectly, um, if for all intents and purposes you're like you appear as sober and it's like you're doing everything right, then why is it a problem? And it is a really interesting topic, but I think it just comes down to like personal preference, and at the very least perhaps a sort of kind of an objective understanding that like, well, it's like if you really want to get down to like the morality of the situation, like it's probably best that people not be out and about altered in any fashion that they can control like beyond a reasonable level or something like that, right? Because I'm thinking right now like, well, what about medications, and like they can like impact you. It's like, yeah, well, sure, but like you kind of like have to be on a medication now. Okay, if you are prescribed weed, it's like, well, I just file that under medication too, right? But if you're just like recreationally indulging whenever you're smoking weed out in the Target parking lot, it's kind of just like, before you go in, it's just kind of like, yeah, well, you are like at the at the very least, okay, it's just like it's probably not like good to be altered like that in public, but it's also probably not. I don't know. It just strikes me as like unwise because it's just like, okay, well, like you just had like 10 people like see that like you're high, and they've made all sorts of judgments about you, like, that person must be someone who doesn't care about you know being high in public. That person like must you know be sort of like brazen in some regards. You know what I mean? And like I'm not trying to be super judgmental, but I am trying to illustrate people's judgments with, and it's like there's kind of two ways of looking at it, right? Like, I mean, but I kind of get what people mean. I get both, I understand both sides. It's just maybe at least I'm saying on a realistic level, it's like, okay, sure, right, how does it affect you? But also on like on an idealistic level, so maybe it's not very good to be high in public, at least not all the time. At least definitely not all the time. Um, yeah. And then like, but you could say that the fullest ideal would be like everyone being like free to back to the free will thing, right? Like that's the highest ideal, no pun intended, right? But at the end of the day, it's like, right? Like, do we really want everyone just like walking around being high all the time? I'm talking about with any drugs, Um, like probably not really. Like I don't know. Just like as a society, like is that what we want to aim towards? You know what I mean? Speaking of like aiming towards good and God, you know what I mean? It's like I highly doubt that that's like the ideal way to be. Anyway, Just because I might grow your fifth limb, sometimes weed makes you can reconsider your plans and push you towards chilling at home, yes, and also some mundane tasks are just fluidly done when sober. Vulnerable to what though? But yeah, that's what I'd say. Mostly just vulnerable to critique. I think that's a good way of putting it. Some defenses that you have when you Sunshine says some defenses that you have when you're sober are gone when smoking weed. Yeah, like I just find that at the very least it does seem to make me a little less quick. Like I'm pretty quick and I'm already like fucking quick when I'm smoking weed, but I don't like the feeling of I feel slower. You know what I mean? So if someone, not saying that this would happen, but if someone were to quote unquote run up on me, or you know what I mean? Like if someone was to start kind of like fucking around in my space, it would probably like take me a second to, like, I don't know, it just makes me more like stupid, you know? Like, I'd just be like, I'd probably laugh. Like, I don't even know. I just like see a guy like pulls out a knife and I just be like, oh, I'm like kind of smiling for some reason, like a retard. And then it's like, no, he's robbing me. And then I'm just like, you, yeah, man, you can have my money. Like, fuck. Um, and then I'm like processing it for like a while after. I mean, granted, like that would probably, that would be shocking to anyone, but it's just like, I mean, I don't know, right? I just feel like that would be an extreme example, but of something like being kind of like more vulnerable or unguarded. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, Jake Forrest says, does it make you feel touchy feely, or it makes you feel like you can't argumentatively defend yourself? Um, I just think that it can help um, foster a certain like for better or worse, like a certain uh it's almost like an awareness. It's weird because I've talked about this before, but it's I feel like weed kind of makes you like simultaneously less and more aware. So like you might be less aware of some like stupid like glare, at least for me I find. I might be like less aware of some like stupidly glaringly obvious thing in front of me, but be very aware of like how someone is looking at me, right? Or like how I feel at the moment, things like that, right? Especially how I feel at the moment, but it could be that, and then secondarily, it might be more like social cues and stuff. Like, it would be like really like highly aware of that stuff. No pun intended, but it would just be like, oh, okay, just like right, but like I missed. I just like fell in that fucking again. It's almost like bad SE. I swear to God, like it's just like it's like oops though. Like I just fucking wasn't looking and like I fell in the puddle. You know what I mean? Fucking stupid. It's just like yeah, and I can probably say like that wouldn't have happened if I wasn't high. You know what I mean? Of course, there is a good chance though that it would happen anyway. Because I don't know. I guess I'm just fucking goofy sometimes. No, I'm just kidding. But right? I think of it as bad SE. I'm like Mr. Magoo over here. No, I'm just kidding. Look, I'm even wearing the sunglasses. I'm blind. That is kind of like it is. I'm not making this shit up when I say like I might be INFP. I'm just like blind in that fashion. But anyway, it's like yeah. Sunshine says it's an. Sorry, I'm a bit behind on the chat here. It is an interesting subject. Yes. I don't drink, smoke, etc. because I don't like losing control. Yeah, it's basically about control. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. And, like, I think that's the key issue. That's even what my dad says. Like, no matter what it is, like, it really, like, no matter how anyone wants to put it, it is kind of, like, about control. Like, and, yeah, there's a lot I could say about that, but it's like, even smoking weed, like, it, it has a way of at least socially I think I don't know it can have both effects for me, but like if it doesn't really help me with handling unexpected developments, you know what I mean? Like in a way I guess it kind of does, but I will wind up like looking back on things sometimes, and I'll just be like, ugh, I wish I wasn't such like an idiot when like I like responded in that way, because like I was just like high and like laughing. You know what I mean? Like just like being dumb. Like I don't know, that's just how like I experience it, you know, or just like, or like I didn't realize exactly like what they had said, and so like I missed it. It's just like stupid shit, you know. It's like stuff that I would probably do anyway, but is just kind of like exacerbated by weed. You know what I mean? Anyway, yeah, that whole story, right? Okay, so like, lays some fine Himalayan resin. Resin? Do you mean rosin? Because like resin is like horrible. When I was younger, I thought people drink alcohol because they really love its taste, and being drunk was a side effect, an unwanted side effect. And someone told me people drink exactly to get drunk. I was like, oh, so are you high now? Yeah. Um. Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even like know what being high is anymore. I know what being stoned is, because that happens after you just like smoke a lot of weed in like quick succession. Or it's, you know, and I'm just like, whoa, and you kind of like in your eye, you kind of like feel it in your eyes. But I kind of smoke weed like these days like it were like it was like a pipe. And even that, I don't chief on it that much. So right, the streaming is helpful with this too, because like if I'm speaking, obviously, right, it's like with anything else, like if I'm just like engaged in the situation, like I'm not just fucking like hitting it like a fucking crack head. You know what I mean? Like I hit the pipe a few times. I mean, I hit the pipe once and then I put it down. um I mean, it's a bowl. So I meant to say I hit the bowl once and then I put it down. But like it uh sure, I don't know, it contributes to a certain, if as long as I don't over, as long as I'm moderate about it, it does seem to contribute to a chill vibe. It's in and it's, and that's sincerely how I describe it, because I don't know how else to describe it. um but indeed, I agree though about this whole thing of like, you know, that's kind of how weed is. It doesn't mean that they aren't properly listening and understanding. Maybe some people, but cer- uh, certainly not everyone. um you know, I mean, I found things, I guess, especially as I've gotten older, and it, because like, for example, back in the day when that incident happened with the guy at the community access television station, like, you know, I was six, like I said, like I was 16. Okay, so it's like, I was basically a kid, and you know, um, pros and cons to that, right? It's like, well, you know, I mean, I I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have even been smoking weed in general. You know what I mean? But still, like, the point being that, like, you know, I show up to this thing and it's just like, yeah, I'm just like some high kid. Like, that's like different from, you know what I mean? Like, if it was like now, then like he might not have even said anything about it. But the funny thing is that my other point though is that I actually was like, you know, a fresh faced kid in some senses, right? So like I was completely attentive. You know what I mean? Funny enough, it would actually be nowadays that I might be like drifting off or something, but probably not uh, that much, or at least not markedly so. It's just that like sometimes there are times that, again, it's something that would happen if I was sober anyway, but that can get exacerbated by weed, where it's like I'll like miss like certain like details or something, and like something that someone said or something like that. So like I'll ask them to repeat themselves or something like that. You know what I mean? It's just like weird like processing stuff. Like I'm saying, because it's about being a little bit like slower. Like I'm naturally quick, but, and I'm still quick while smoking weed, but it's like, but it does cause a certain slowness that I don't really like so much. You know what I mean? It just, that's like the general theme here, isn't it? Of like how it affects me. It's a sort of slowness that I don't particularly enjoy, because it's just like, ugh, right? Like wind up having regret about handling certain situations. But the weed thing. Yeah, I'm way too behind on the chat. Like the tea, yeah. I'm just gonna like it's good stuff, Jake. But he also says Sunshine is SE fourth and was always pretty smooth with the girls. Oh yeah, nice ENTP visit video. The girls. Why don't you just tell them how you feel? The only issue is if they don't tell you how they feel. Well, that's the thing, like, because I don't want to be like as corny as to be like with the girls thing, right? I don't want to be as corny as to be like, you know, listen, babe, I'm into you. Let's make this happen. Me and you, let's make this happen. Am I just does that work? You know, because not to sound so fucking emo, but it's like I I'd like to think that it would work, but I've always had the skepticism about that actually working. Who knows though? Maybe it would be the best decision I ever made, right? To just like do that. Maybe not in that. Maybe in not in such a cinematic fashion, but it's just like, what do you say? You know, I don't know. I don't know how else to say things like that other than like in that way, with maybe even with a little bit of humor. Maybe I would say it with like a smile and a laugh or something. But it's just like, how do you like not be blunt? You know what I mean? Or maybe it's good to be blunt, right? Anyway, kind of talking about FE maneuvering, you know what I mean? Cuz I don't know, I just you know how it goes. Cuz like but I don't know if it's FI polar. If FI polar wait, DSS. Okay. FI polar is basically when you have no idea what the other person is feeling and being in an ambiguous position relationship wise is extremely disconcerting, but totally see Koala being this really sharp jawline. I mean, Eric is currently also streaming. Oh, nice. I'll have to pop in. FI polar. So anyway, it's not that I don't have an idea of it. It's just a sort of SE, as Eric actually would put it, a failure to pull the trigger, so to speak. Um, I think I was much more in touch with it when I was like younger, but it sort of fell out of favor. But I was never really like that though. Like, you know, it is funny though, because again, speaking of Eric, doesn't that sound like it's I? He has said things I can relate to stuff that he's talked about with like romantic situations. Um, but I'm not sure if it's. I would need to like give more. I would need to have more experience with that. I think because like I'm pretty like empathic in that regard. So like I can, but it's more um, like SE and FE stuff, and it's helpful to use that language, you know, because you guys know what I mean. Um, if I had to be more specific than that, I mean, it would just be, you know, and like not use the terms. It would be more like knowing proper timing for like physical affection and also like knowing what to say that is proper. You know what I mean? I think that's a good way of putting it. I think I just put it pretty properly, no pun intended. But yeah, I think I just put it pretty concisely. You know what I mean? Anyway, nice though. I know I gotta work on my jawline. I gotta. How do you even do that? How does one work on their jawline? Because I need to get it a little more defined. Do jaw exercises. To enter anyway. That's an interesting comment there about the SE stuff. Kind of just like let me deliberate before I step in. I mean, that's the thing. Is just like I feel like I do that. Like people don't seem to think I'm INFP, but I mean I get it though, right? Like especially how I kind of manifest on here and like I don't know though. I mean I'm just I have always been and probably always will be, God willing, um, incredibly verbal. So I mean, you got to remember that. And it's like if I and it's like that would make sense like if it was NE Tool too, wouldn't it? Like come on, people. No, I'm just kidding. But I guess I'm probably ENFP. But it's like I don't know about TI Polar. Funny though how Sunshine's not INFP. He says, I'm not INFP and SE Polar though. Well, it could be an I thing. What are you an I? Are you an INFJ or something? Because that would still be SE fourth, and it's like not amazing. Like the relationship that like I don't feel like I have a very good relationship with SI, for example, and that's like my fourth slot. So kind of just seems like the fourth slot and the seventh slot are the most like problematic. Kind of funny though, because I love those numbers, 4 and 7. Like, in fact, I even think they're in my enneagram. I think I'm a 947, but I might be a 937 or a 946 or a 936. Yeah, right, something like that. Basically, a nine, probably a corn nine, with like four, six, and seven, three, four, 6, and 7 flavors. Yeah. And keep in mind that's with the wings, like I'm leaving everything else out. Cause, but to be honest though, I would think that if I was any kind of four, that it would be four wing five as opposed to four wing three. But I'm willing to like entertain the notion because three being associated more with like a kind of kind of success, like a will sort of thing, like like purposeful productivity kind of thing. That's absolutely true because I don't necessarily find it. I mean, I definitely don't find it advantageous to like just sort of muse on like four-ish thing. Just I mean, the investigation. It's almost can turn into what kind of is almost like a morbid investigation. I feel like I do that, but I don't like to do it per se, and would much rather fuel it towards that energy towards. I mean, at the very least, not so much the morbid stuff, but just like the introspection. Let's call it introspection, right? Like, I would rather like put that towards a more three-ish energy of like achievement. You know what I mean? So like that. So like that makes sense. It's just the thing that I recoiled at though is this thing of it's image oriented. It's like, well, no. Well, I mean, but it's like, but I would be willing to entertain it. But yeah, it's like lol. You can't be all of the enneagram numbers. Um, it does kind of all make sense though because like I'm probably not a two or an eight. And oh right though, there is a one-ish tendency. So like I think I'm a nine wing one, and then there's like some three. Wait, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fuckery happening. No, I'm just kidding. But 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 influences happening. Everything. Gotta narrow it down. Oh yeah, actually that reminds me. I wrote down some Enneagram stuff that I wonder if you guys that I should show you guys and maybe see if you guys agree with that. Um, Ideals tend to conflict with other ideals. Wanting to be high publicly without any critique goes against the freedom of speech ideal, including assholes acting like assholes. Yeah, exactly, right? I could elaborate on that, but it's just like, nah, it's like exactly because I gotta catch up with the chat here. Sometimes it's TJ more stream is more engineering than the next. Thank you, I appreciate the compliment. I mean, I'll have to see what Eric's doing right now. Um, I like T. I think Alec is INFP. Oh yeah, I think he is INFP. INFJ, yeah, but please with the all the connotation comes with that name. What's your type? It's a good question. I was curious what type you were to, Jake. ENTP in one person is the first person. Yeah, that's true, Sunshine. He Eric said that he thinks I'm ENTP, but he says ENFP isn't completely off the table. It's just like, but he didn't say that with any like malice intended. He said it like because we mostly collaborate in like a quote unquote riffing capacity, right? And so he like compared it to him with Sauce. This guy, well, he goes by Sauce. He's an ENFP, and it is very true, I think, because like, I mean, I'm no debater per se, so like I don't argue with Eric. So I mean, we've had like conversations before, but it's never turned into like a debate or even really an argument. Um, I like agreeing with people. Anyway, though, I mean, it's not that he doesn't. It's just like, you know, I read something once about ENFPs like liking to agree, and I feel like that's true if I am an ENFP because I like that feeling. I get like a sort of satisfaction from it. That sounds weird and bad, but it's true. You know. I like the idea. I like to confirm truth and reality with people and be like, okay, so like, it's what John Mouse says. I really like it, where it's like I invite you to verify my suspicions with me. Amazing. But that does sort of necessitate a kind of affirmation. But um you know, you have to be willing to accept critique. It's just that like obviously it's the most enjoyable, at least to me personally, probably to most people, right? To kind of just be like, to be doing that, verifying your suspicions with someone and agreeing about stuff. So that's interesting that people thought that you were bad with TI, Jake. This is the most relaxing voice. I don't even need the alpha waves in my. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Sometimes I'm not sure. Like, I mean, I can go back and forth. I like to think, honestly, that I have a pretty relaxing voice in general. Um, but especially when I get hyped up, like I can definitely be like, okay, like I sound annoying. I mean, I guess everyone's usually like critical of their own voice, but like sometimes I just have to be careful not to get too like hyper. You know what I mean? But cuz it happens, but I'd like to think though the ultimate compliment is that it's like I'm relaxing even when I'm hyper, right? That's the ultimate compliment. Um anyway, yeah, I'm curious though why you would be told that. Oh, okay. Well, he says, "Yeah, I was surrounded by really toxic people who get a rise out of belittling and spiritually destroying me. Live and learn." We surprised you, INFJ. Some experience of that toxic joy as well. Toxic joy? That's disturbing, yeah. I've known for a while. Sorry, I'm just reading. TE polar. I don't think that I really get TE polar either. So Sunshine says, for example, I was at the swimming pool and they explained to me how to unlock the locker, but I couldn't figure it out, so I didn't solve it myself, but ran to the counter and asked again. Not really being able to figure mechanical shit out yourself, I guess. I mean, to be fair, that is sort of like what I thought, but I tend to think of like no, I guess that makes sense. It's just I feel like I understand it less than the other polars, though. Oh, well. Listen, babe, I'm into you. I would say it could definitely work. No ambiguity, alpha male vibe, straightforward, to the point, courageous. I know, right? It depends on the chick, of course. But yeah, right? I'm really good at... Oh, right. You just said it here. I think I might have read that without, I said that right when I probably internalized it as I said it or something like that. You know what I mean? But anyway, you say the same thing here. It depends on the chick ultimately. I think bluntness shows confidence as long as you're not stammering when you're being blunt. Yeah, that's a good part. That's a big part of it. You have to be smooth with your bluntness. Yes, exactly. Amazing truth in reality. CJ should have a crash course or masterclass with Sunshine on how to be smooth with the ladies. Who is he gonna teach me, or are we gonna teach together? We're gonna teach. I insist on teaching together. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm like, what do I know about that? It sounds like Sunshine is quite a hit with the ladies, so I might have to be a student. I admit. Nah, but I think I have a fair idea of it. It's just not. It's just like weird, like SE, like execution stuff. It's not even so much the FE stuff, right? So I don't know. Plus, I'm just like not around girls. Like, at least not in this phase of my life. Where are they? I'm like looking around. They here? No, I don't see any. Oh, is that one by my upset? No, no. Sorry, I thought a 22-year-old hot blonde model just walked out from behind my electronic drum set. Cause y'all know bitches love electronic drum sets. And yeah, no, it was just my cat. So sad. Wind up, I'm not a cat lady, I'm a cat man. Ooh, horrible. The worst kind. It's almost fine if you're a cat lady, you know, rather than a cat man. Disturbing. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm just playing with all y'all. But that is funny, right? Mm, mm. Sunshine says, sometimes I'm a little blind about what a girl actually thinks about me, but I learned to just be a little more confident because when they don't like you, they will show eventually. Yeah, but that's the thing though. I don't want them to not like me. Nah, I'm in a situation right now and it's a bit hard really. At some point in know very well, but in the beginning I have some difficulties to know if some romance is possible or just friends. I have to like reread that. No, I have a situation right now and it's a bit hard really. Oh yeah, I get it. Um, like, nah, I mean, totally though. That's just like the gamble. I'm like half joking, obviously, when I say, I don't want them to not like me. But it's like that isn't that so true though, right? It's like, um, I think I have some difficulties in that regard as well. Um, guys have this. It's something that people don't want to talk about probably to not to sound uh to sound not alpha, right? But like I think all guys can be guilty of this to some degree of this thing of like it's like a game and it's a game show called is this chick just being nice or flirting with me? And it actually turns out that it can be a really difficult game, like depending on the girl and the situation, you know. Okay, so yeah. Anyway, Jake Forrest being very kind as usual and saying, CJ, you're charismatic and endearing as you are. If you're like a girl, tell in your own way instead of trying to calibrate yourself to what's proper. That's actually really good advice, and I appreciate that, bro. Because like, what's proper, right? It's like, why try to what like right? What does that even mean? Because that's what I said, and you keyed into that, so I appreciate it. Um, she says no, it's her loss. Exactly. Fuck them, bro. No, I'm just kidding. Go the way other extreme, right? It's like fuck her. You're like, well, no, not quite. Just move on. No, but seriously, yeah, exactly. That's how you kind of have to frame it. It's about just a bit of natural confidence and certainty, you could say, about the situation. I mean, because that's the thing. It really is it's an uncertain situation, but you can at least be confident. Like, you don't have to be certain. You just have to be willing to take that L if she rejects you. You know what I mean? It's easy for people to be like, oh, like who cares? Well, to tell you guys the truth, I've had like a very good track record in terms of like not well, because like I said, I mean, I think I have like fairly bad SE. So it's not like I'm getting involved with like that many girls in my life, like in my whole life. But when I do and when I don't, um is all at my discretion. Almost always. Not always, but almost always. Like for better or worse. Um and I've had some situations that I've had to learn from, but nothing extreme. And of course, like the point being that like I've never. Am I going to be so? Actually, you know what? I've experienced some mild rejection. Um, but yeah, God, it's not the worst. I don't want that. I'm trying to avoid that as much as possible. But aren't we all, right? That's kind of the thing about being confident. It's kind of just like you have to kind of just approach it with like a so what attitude. Just move on after. Yeah, that's my problem. Is like I dwell too much. It's like, you know, it's like who fucking cares, right? Girl rejects you, move on. Accept the rejection, right? Perhaps even learn from it. You know, that's the best thing, right? Is to try to like take something positive, some positivity out of it. Um, yeah, there's a really funny. You guys should watch the movie Magnolia, where like Tom Cruise in one of his best roles ever, clearly, aside from of course Eyes Wide Shut. He is like a dating expert guy, and he's a total like ENTJ, and let's just say like his FI like comes out over time, and it's pretty amazing truth and reality. But no, it's like fuck that. You can figure it out on your own and just like talking to people, like all kinds of people, because like mean, that's just how you learn. That's how you learn to just like be social in general. I mean, like socialization. I love to be socialized like an animal. Right now, I need to not be so domesticated. I need to be socialized. Cause I'm a fucking wild animal. What's up, guys? Wild Beast 23, 24 here, coming at you, inspiring my fellow men. Sam, you just stumbled into a men's rights chat. Just kidding, but okay. I need to be caught up on the chat. It's ridiculous. I hate behind, but yeah, nice, good. Enneagram chat, yeah. Enneagram 459. Yeah, it's like, you know, the way that I like move about the world though is like I'm probably not like a 5 either. That's like lower on the list for me. Yeah, probably all have some 4. You're also individualistic. ENFP 9. Yeah, I hate conflict, but I have that problem of like short fuse. I mean, sorry, long fuse, like big explosion kind of deal. Not good. And it's so true. It leads to this thing of like, well, then you think of anger as bad, and like, I mean, of course it kind of is, but at the same time it's just like, but of course then you run from, it's maybe don't call it anger, but like conflict, right? So you like run from conflict, and of course that's not good because you have to deal with conflict in life. So yeah. But I relate to that. Yeah, exactly though. Jake says, "Lol, I don't argue with Eric too. I don't really like arguing. The debatey/fighting environment feels You definitely prefer more of the discussion approach to things. Yeah, exactly. It's just a discussion. Haha, wow, extreme words. I like arguing with both parties are open to change their when both parties are open to change their minds, but if there's no consideration involved, I get sick from the bad vibes. Because I like exchanging perspectives, and sometimes perspectives clash, so it's fine. But you gotta be willing to consider the other perspective, otherwise it's just vomiting out your BS. Wow, sick and vomit. I have like a weird like phobia. I have like a weird like vomit phobia. At least just like with myself. This reminds me of that, but yeah, like because it's become such a pointless argument to me anyway when it's all inter-vomiting. But yeah, because it's like literally, it is like just spewing words though. I mean, but we're talking about in an argument, like. I mean, you gotta be willing to deal with adversity. I just don't like when it gets personal, you know? Like, I don't know, I guess it depends on the topic. John says, so you're saying you feel relieved when you agree rather than disagree. Definitely something that certain types like and not everyone. Yeah. I don't know if you were talking to me, but basically. But I agree with Sunshine here, though. Funny enough, no pun intended. He says, I like arguing when it is always clear that we are not fighting, but working together on evolving our opinions. Yeah. That's how I feel about it. But if I feel that there's like any kind of like slant going on to the argument, I get uncomfortable. And I don't like to have to feel like I'm defending myself, rather than defending an opinion. It's I've run into that especially with a certain friend of mine who can be very critical and, in my opinion, unwarrantedly critical, especially considering his own lack of, like, his own opinionated nature. But, I mean, and to be fair, like, I don't know if he would as much because it would always come out, especially with, like, he has a drinking problem, but now thank God, like, he's been sober for a little while now. And anyway, the point being that, like, I mean, literally the definition of argumentative. And, it kind of makes no sense. Like, I kind of think that he's like an ESFJ or something. Because it's all like FE nonsense. But, like, it really annoys me because there will be times, and there have been many times before, especially like when he's drunk, where it's been like, I'm not defending, like, my opinion. I'm defending like my right to have that opinion. You know what I mean? Like, and yeah, I could give multiple examples, but like, I've run into it before, and I don't like that. I mean, but again, there are different issues, that I don't, that I won't get like uncomfortable about. It's just like, I guess I don't like when people question the validity of my opinion, because I tried not to do that to anyone, you know? I don't like the thing of going ad hominem, so to speak, and saying, and because to me, it's almost like you've lost the argument. That's what I need to remember too, right? Because that will happen, especially with this friend, which hopefully he's getting better with it, but still, it's like, you know, um, kind of like, um, what was I gonna say? Like, it's like even recently, even the last time we hung out, my friend was doing that, and it was very annoying. Unfortunately, it was because it wasn't just me; like it was like his brother too. Um, like one of the like things that like, sorry, I gotta catch up on the chat, but like one of the things that actually, funny enough, because it's related, because I was just talking about weed. Like one of the things that like this exact same friend, like he smokes weed too, and like I said, it's like he doesn't think at least that he has a problem with weed. He just has a problem with booze. And to be fair, like booze does tend to be a much more destructive drug. And a lot of people do seem to be able to smoke weed and function relatively well. But like his brother, who of course he loves to argue with too, like, or at least he seems to love to argue with her, but he's just very argumentative. Like, except without like that much knowledge on the topics, which doubly annoys me. Like, although he's shown willingness to understand these things at times, it's just sort of like those moments are few and far between, unfortunately. And like that's fine. I mean, people are just gonna be like that because they just like they're not debaters either, you know what I mean? But the annoying thing is that this person actually has tested ENTP twice, but that's on the 16 personalities website, and I honestly really do think that he's ESFJ. And like the point being that when weed comes up, right, it would be like he's used this argument about 1,000 times where he'll be like, well, why are you criticizing weed but then you smoke it? I was just, and he said the same thing to like his brother recently, and I was just like, I'm just like, why are you so annoying? Like we're both just like, why are you so annoying? Like it's like, okay, so because I smoke weed, like means that I can't have like a nuanced opinion on it. I have to be like pro weed. You know what I mean? Like I have to be like everyone should smoke weed. Weed is the best. It's like that's not how I feel. So even if I was to pretend that I felt that way, like it would be fake. You know what I mean? Because I myself even think that I need to cut back on weed and like I don't know, this stuff just really annoys me. Like and it's just it's a good example because it's not just about my opinion, it's about like my right to have that opinion. Like he does that with his brother and he does that with me, and it's very annoying. Like it's just kind of like it's a very lightweight example of it though, like where it's just kind of like it's kind of like you don't get to have that perspective, you know? Like and then that's where I actually get angry. And like if you guys want to like see me angry, like that's when I get angry. You know what I mean? I don't like that shit of like, who do you think you are? Because like you do this and that. Like, um, it's fine to like if you feel like you need to like humble me or something. That's something that like my friend does a lot. It's very annoying. Like, and to be fair, I guess I've done it with him too. But that's just like not my but usually only in response. Like I don't like to argue and I don't like to feel like people need to be humbled. I don't like see it as my job to like go around humbling people. You know what I mean? But the fact is though is that I like a lot of people could do with a dose of humility themselves. Like but they think that they're like calling me like he'll like really think that like oh he's telling me because like I smoke weed and but I criticize it. It's just like no, it's actually me telling you what's up because like you're closed minded, like like I don't know what it is, but it's the perfect example. Like it's like and then people want to be like, oh well, it's like the do as I say, not as I do thing, right? And it's like, okay, yeah, there's amazing truth and reality there, but like honestly, like, stop trying to invalidate my opinions, like I don't do that to you. Like I don't do that to people, really. Like, you know, I try to operate on a function of good faith that like people arrive at their opinions, yeah, maybe for personal reasons, but why do they need other reasons than that? You know? I don't question my friend about his personal decisions. I don't question people generally on their personal decisions unless, it affects me or you know what I mean? Or if it's like very harmful to both them and other people and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, but it's like rare that that happens because I try to have sort of a nine-ish kind of non-interventionist policy on things. But of course, conflict finds you regardless, right? But in any case, like, I actually really do try not to be judgmental, but I am probably a nine wing one after all, and so I do have that like one ish kind of like orientation towards rightness, but it's just kind of like it's like secondary though to the like the peace that I want. It's very hippie ish, really. It's just about like I just want there to be peace and love, and like if that's not going on, then I'm upset. You know what I mean? Like, and in that regard, like I don't feel free. Like, um, and that's important. Like, I don't know if it should matter so much, like how one arrives at their opinion. I mean, I guess you could say it's like the TI and TE of the situation, but I just don't know. Anyway, let me just catch up here. I was like a quiet kid, stupid bad teenage. I'm crushing the most of my teenage. Anyway, yo, what's up, Sam? Thanks for being here. Love life, though. Just a little bit. Yeah, that was a while ago, but yeah. I project. I'm just reading about your job here, Sam. That's that's cool. That's interesting. Right though, it's like what Sunshine says. It's like working with data can probably be boring, but that is an interesting like motive there, like the um, making clinical trials completely digital slash remote. Like that can definitely be a good thing. It's kind of the way of the future, for better or worse. But I'd like to think better in terms of like just sort of like being optimistic about the situation, right? Like because although I don't know very much about it, I need to look into that. Like electronic patient reported outcome. But that's the thing. You would think though that it might actually open a positive possibility towards like accurate results. You know what I mean? Rejecting sex, I have a lot. I have lots. That's ideally, of course, and positively, but yeah. Or sorry, yeah, optimistically. I meant to say optimistically, but yeah. Rejecting sex, I have lots of social rejection. I have no friends, but I tell myself rejection is protection, and eventually I'll find my real friends. Um, yeah, that sucks. I mean, I think what I do is I try to protect myself from that, but I think it's good that you're not. I think that I would experience it a lot more if I didn't try to protect myself from it. And I don't actually, it's interesting. You're saying rejection is protection, right? Anyway, what I'm saying though is, in all honesty, I think it's good that you are like putting yourself out there in that regard because I think that is true. I think the true protection is rejection because it's kind of like what I'm saying right now, right? Which is like well, it's not really that big of it's not the end of the world to me, like, but still it is me pondering like, oh man, I'm so like used to like not being rejected that like protecting myself from rejection that like, well, what happens when I get rejected, right? Well, what will happen is I will just be sad and then eventually move on, but it's like I don't want to be sad and have to move on. No, but you know what I mean, like whatever, right? It's really not that big of a deal. I think all that really matters is if you're like really like in the situation or something like. Anyway, hold on, I want to read this because you guys have some good takes on this. um Jonathan says, law, the trick to being rejected is to just assert that the chick is actually a lesbian. Okay, yeah, that's like actually the most based thing you've said so far today, Jonathan. That's so funny. It's like, what do you mean you're not into me? You're supposed to be a lesbian then. Like, pfft, there's no other possibility, right? That's hilarious. Um, there's supposed to be when I'm the one rejecting them, but not the other way around. Oh, you're talking about the having good standards. Remember, chicks are rejecting you based on their highly limited idea of you. They don't know who you are, and they might have the wrong idea of you. It's perfect. Well, I mean, even if you like, even like I said, like even getting rejected can have not only does it protect you, like you said, but it can also be like valuable learning lessons for kind of like what Sunshine's saying, where you're like, okay, because it's either like two possibilities or a mixture of these two possibilities, which is that like the people that you were trying to associate with are jerks, right? Or um like like and or you have stuff that you could learn about yourself from the situations, right? um But still, the reasons for being rejected, like, they better be good ones, though. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, it's like, don't even consider it. But, like, for example, if you have, like, 10 people, like I said, about type and stuff like that, like, not to be just, like, a total, like, you know, slave to consensus, but, like, for example, like, okay, my whole thing is, like, right, like, and like not to rag on this friend of mine, but it actually is like this other friend again, like right where he thinks he's ENTP, but he's probably ESFJ, and he just comes off very argumentative all the time. And it's just like, well, so a lot of people will wind up thinking that he's mean, and it's just like, well, you can't have your cake and eat it too, right? Like, it's like you come across as mean, like, so like it's like I'm just saying if you have like 10 people telling you that like you seem mean, like, well, maybe take it into consideration and don't just like double down like a retard and just be like, no, I'm actually nice. I'm actually the nicest person ever. Uh, so I just say like, so I'm actually the nicest person that's ever existed. It's like, okay, well, like these like 10 people like all think otherwise. Like it's not just like one person. You know what I mean? Like having, oh yeah, like that one person, yeah, they were a fucking freak. You know what I mean? Like they thought I was mean because I said that they overcooked the chicken. You know what I mean? And it's just like, no, but if you have like 10 people being like, yeah, he's pretty seems to, be critical and get into conflicts all the time, like with me all the time. Like, it's just kind of like, okay, yeah. And like, they're all saying that, maybe it's a valuable learning lesson. You know what I mean? I've dealt with it before in ways of like, for example, like not being super courteous of people's time. That's like a big problem of mine to some degree. I mean, luckily it's never been, well, yeah, I mean, it's never been like ruined my life or anything, but that's a pretty low bar, right? I guess it would just be like in accidentally inconveniencing people with my disregard for time. That's how I'd put it. So like I've been criticized for that, and I just sort of have had to be like, yeah, you're right, and that's stupid of me. Sorry. But see, the key though from there, of course, is to not just be like, oh, I guess that's me. No, it's like, no, you have to like work on your timeliness and stuff like that, right? So I'm just saying it can be like a valuable learning lesson if as long as you like figured out. Of course, I'm talking more about criticism rather than rejection, but it really depends, man. I kind of, if you don't mind, I'd be curious to know. You don't have to get into it too much, but like what exactly, like how, I don't know how else to say it, but to basically ask like how have you experienced rejection? You know what I mean? Like, um, because it's kind of a key factor. Like there are certain things that just don't count, right? Like it's like, for example, like if you're like socially awkward, quote unquote socially awkward, like whatever that means, well, like that's not a good reason to like reject someone. But if someone comes off as like cold and clinical or something like that, and people are, and plus it's like, how do you reject a person? Like, I don't know. Sorry, I just like don't understand like reject like I think of it as like call me childish, but it's just kind of like what, like, so you don't get to like at, you don't get to sit with people at the lunch table. You know what I mean? Like what is that? But anyway, so fucking true, and like I'm glad that like Sam and Jake agree with me here. Right? I love agreeing. Smiley heart. Um, ooh yeah, like 'cause Sam says, ooh yeah, I really dislike that when it's about. Well, first of all, Sam also makes the good point of just being like, I feel like it's also okay for someone to just genuinely not be interested. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. Um, I don't know if you were responding to like what I was saying before, but like yeah, or well, cause like that go, cause like I don't know if it sounded like, I'm just saying obviously that goes either way, It certainly doesn't make the other person, like if you're talking about like, oh, getting rejected and then getting like bitter about it or something, like that's definitely not a vibe. You know what I mean? That's not a vibe. But if you're talking about like rejecting people, um, that's fine. No, you know what I mean? Like, man, this is actually an interesting conversation. Like, it's making me think about like what that actually is. Like, well, because it sounded like you were talking about romantically, not to just like totally like be autistic and like trying to figure out this like very simple thing that you said. I think it's just because I'm behind on the chat, so like I forget what I said, and then it's like I'm reading this, and I'm just like, did I sound like? Because it's totally two different things to just be like, like you know, so and so doesn't like me, and so I'm fucking bitter now. It's just like, no, fuck you. But it is okay for that person. It's okay for that person to not be into you, and it's also okay for you to not be into that person or any person. Obviously, you know what I mean. It does not at all make you a bad person. It just means you have certain preferences. You know what I mean? There's absolutely nothing wrong with having preferences. Like that's always what I come back to. And like interestingly enough, that's a lot of like what typology is about. I mean, so people say it's like no, it's more than that. It's like it's a soft science. It's mostly about preferences. Like seriously, how you prefer to interface with the world, as Eric puts it too. But I think it's a preference. I mean, no, yeah, it is natural, but it's a natural. They're natural preferences, right? Literally. Typology is about natural preferences, and like a lot of socialization is about. I mean, so much in life. That's part of the kind of the thing. Like, I don't know, because like, isn't that FI really? Like, it's likes and dislikes, it's preferences and stuff, and that's why I think I use it. But it's fine to do that. You know what I mean? It's like we all have the right to do that. Sometimes I do fe like sugarcoat things, but that's more of a process of socialization that I don't enjoy. That's kind of like what it's going. All amazingly relevant, amazing conversation today, guys. Sam says, "Ooh, yeah, I really dislike that when it's about I am allowed to think whatever I want rather than the validity of the opinion." Yeah, well, that's kind of like going into the next like step of it, but like, yeah, I agree with that too. I mean, it's not like I was talking more about like I mean, just yeah, basically questioning the basically what you're saying, but like I think that but that's like the next step of like okay, well like is the opinion actually valid, right? It is kind of like I'm saying something I think a little bit in the middle of what you're saying because I kind of am saying like I'm allowed to think whatever I want, but also like and you have to be like subject. I'm saying there has to be like a dialogue surrounding it, right? But if you go ad hominem with it, right, and try to make it like, well, you personally like shouldn't have that opinion because blah blah blah, like you're fucking, you're a fucking loser, or you know what I mean, or like some bullshit. I mean, not that anyone like says that to me. It's like, but it's like so sad, but like, you know, just like I mean, the most obvious example would be like, well, like, how dare you have opinions about women because you're a hashtag straight white male or something like that, right? Not to be like a fucking total like conservative talking point, but like that would just be an example where I'm saying, okay, well, like let's address the validity of the opinion, right? So in keeping with what you're saying, right? It's like, Okay, thank you. Well, anyway, I think that like women's voting should be illegal. That's like, okay, well, your opinion is invalid now, right? Your opinion wasn't invalid because, well, anyway, you know what I'm saying is kind of like it's not that the opinion is ever made valid or invalid by who you are or like what identity you are. It's made valid or invalid by if it's true or false, right? Or you know what I mean? Like, anyway, I don't know. That's kind of it's we could like get into that, but yeah, because I mean, you know, thanks Jake Forrest because he says not defending my opinion but defending my right to that opinion. Perfect description. CJ love it. It's like yeah, I hate doing that. I like freedom of speech slash beliefs too much. I think it's okay to want to stick to any belief slash opinion even if you can't defend it. But I hate when people try to impose their views on you no matter how correct. Yeah, the whole black and white view of things is super strange and crass. Nice. Dusseldorf. Yo, that's dope. Uh, Yo, what up, Michael Smith? Oh, I saw your comments by the way. I actually wanted to address them, but I just figured I'd hop on stream first here. Um, Amazing about the film stuff, right, dude? Simpatico. Um, yeah, good stuff. But nice. Just like some talk about language here, pretty good. Um, you know, it's just kind of like getting on a tear there. Michael Smith though. So Michael Smith coming through with some amazing truth and reality. I don't know how long you've been watching and how long because I kind of did paint a portrait a little bit. I mean, I could get more specific, I guess, but like he says, "Hey CJ, you're a good-looking dude and very smart and very charismatic, but you seem high in neuroticism or something. That's why you have troubles with the girls." You know, it's like this is one of those things, right, where I could just be like, and this is actually a perfect opportunity, right? Well, because of course I can say, why do I seem high in neuroticism? I'm taking offense, whatever. But you're right. I actually am pretty high in neuroticism. I always test high on neuroticism. Um, I mean, the thing is that of course neuroticism is basically objectively bad. So, so I sound like Ben Shapiro right now. Neuroticism is basically objectively bad. No, it is, but like, you know, uh, so I could say, no, you're calling me out on a bad trade or whatever. It's like, well, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, and I don't know if it's. I mean, I'm just in a situation right now where like I just don't have girls around me at all. It's like yeah, I can go on like Tinder and stuff, but I mean, I don't know. It's kind of a waste of time. Um, I appreciate the compliments. I'm just going to focus on the insult here. No, I'm just kidding. Because see, it's not even an insult. It's like it's just amazing truth and reality. Um, I'm not sure. I mean, I would wager you're probably right. It just depends on how you want to frame troubles. Like, I mean, I think basically I chalk it up to being like sort of like poor SE. So like, um, it's that thing of like I said, I don't know how much you watched of it, but I was talking about that whole thing of like girls wanting you to make the first move, right? And like just generally speaking, and and like that's always been kind of a problem for me because like it's just like SE and like FE stuff, you know? Like I always wanted to be like very careful and cautious, I guess. Um and indeed, I sort of have like protected myself from rejection in many ways and like have actually been afforded the opportunity in some regards to be on the giving end of rejection rather than the receiving. But it has occurred. Nothing unbelievable, but it has occurred. But I protect myself from it, you know? And I was kind of saying, I think Jake Forrest has the right idea, where it's like you just like put yourself out there and just like experience it. Like it kind of is what it is, and like you just have to like just like move on. Um, and then therefore you actually get the more true protection, right? By experiencing it, almost like a vaccine or something. Theoretically, you know what I mean. Not shilling for vaccines, but you know what I mean. In theory, the whole thing of you get exposed to it a little bit, right, and then you build an immunity to it, literally, right. So you get rejected a little bit, right? Hey, I'm sorry, I'm just like, not into you like that, but like we can be friends or whatever, blah blah. And it's just kind of like, okay, yeah. And then like, I mean, what are you gonna do? Go in the shower and cry for 4 hours? Fuck you, right? No, we'll fucking go work out or something. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, but I don't know. I'm curious what you think about that. Michael Smith says I'm high in neuroticism too. I think that what it leads to is, I mean, I know this for a fact, is that it can lead to a bit of like doubtfulness, bit of skepticism or something like that, and like however you want to put it, so to where wind up not like following through on the so-called SE stuff mostly. Because I think I'm pretty good with the FE stuff, but almost like too good, because obviously you don't want to acquiesce too much to the point that they don't think you're interested. I've been like guilty of basically playing it too cool, like, um because it's like I found that, not that I'm believe me, obviously I'm literally saying right now that I'm far from an expert, like it's like I'm revealing that in spades, so it would be funny to even think that I'm acting like that, right? But still, I'm not trying to act like that. It's just that I have learned things, obviously, as everyone does, about how to like approach girls romantically or whatever. And one of the things that I found is like, yeah, I was like, you do need to take initiative, but like not to the point that it's kind of common sense, right? But it's like you have to take initiative to the point. It's I've never had a problem with being too forceful, but indeed it would be something like taking initiative while not being too forceful, which it turns out is relatively easy for me. It's just like being balanced and, yeah, basically just like not being neurotic about it, you know? Um, because I don't know if like you found this, Michael Smith, but it's kind of like, for as neurotic as I can be, I can also be very confident. So it's like a, a dichotomy. And if I'm just like keyed into that like confident side of me, it's just kind of like there's no stopping me. But if I'm being neurotic, I'm like, oh, what is she gonna think of me? Well, you've already fucked it up, right? It's like already self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Like kind of. It's like, oh, here we go. And if you want to know the truth, I don't know what it is, but I think girls can smell that a mile away. Psst. They can smell your weakness. I'm just kidding. Yeah, but it's probably something to do with, confidence, showing virility or something like that. No, it's everything though. It's initiative, it's interest, but it's also there are biological and spiritual elements occurring at the same time. Is all I'm trying to say here, Like, it's absolutely ridiculous when people try to like, vilify men or women for their nature. But what I don't like is when people even call into question what those natures are to begin with. And there are good and evil in both sides. You know what I mean? So, fuck you. No, I'm just kidding, but it is true. I think someone brought this point up once before where it was like, that's not to say that like, oh my god, men and women are so different. Oh, different creatures. Like, it's just like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of like a cold take. I think, like, you know, I get it. But at the same time, though, it's like, for example, right? Like, so I see a lot of this, and I'm not trying to like pick on girls, but it's just kind of like, um, a lot of girls will be like, I need to date a tall guy, and it's like for protection. I talked to a girl once who recently who like had said that. Now luckily, I mean, I'm pretty tall. I'm not ridiculously tall, but I'm like 6 feet on the dot. But like there are a lot of guys like it's not always true, but a lot of like short guys are like at a disadvantage there because for whatever reason, I mean, whether it be for a mixture of both like sort of what I would say are like biological and spiritual reasons, like a lot of women feel like comforted or like safe by having their significant other. I guess assuming it's a male, it could probably be if she was a lesbian and she's a female too. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to get too in the like details here. It's just kind of more like a simple fact of like, well, that's a preference, and but that's something that would be absolutely ridiculous to like begrudge her for. You know what I mean? Because you can only imagine it's like, oh, how dare you, and blah 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 blah. Like, and it's just like, well, no, I mean, it's like that's. I think I already said this. Basically, it's a biological and spiritual like evolution or something. Like, you can't. It's like she can't help that. Just like I can't help it if I don't want to date a fat chick. I'm actually serious though, to be honest. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe if I like am in love with her, you know? I'm sorry for saying that. But seriously though, that's all that this was leading up to. I just wanted to bring up the tall thing to cushion it. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't even think of that until just now, but isn't that the perfect thing? I hope you guys got some giggles. I hope some people got really mad. You know what I think though is that it's like no matter what it is, it should be about, if anything, probably the health and wellness of your significant other. Like, I mean, it's like, look, we look for those things, you know. Right. So you're chilling for vaccines. I am based in Massachusetts. I'm based. I am both based in Massachusetts and based in Massachusetts. You know what I mean? But anyway, right, Michael says, he's just showing for vaccines. This chat is brought to you by Pfizer. Ring and Festa, I kind of already know that I'd be rejected, and I did get rejected, but I needed to get the feelings out in order to move on. Yeah, I completely know what you mean, CJ. We're actually a lot alike. Michael Smith coming through with the amazing truth and reality. Jake Forrest says, being rejected is important for moving on because it destroys all hope and possibility. I think hope gets me attached. It's like that thing in like a show or a movie, right? Where it's just kind of like, so you're saying there's a chance? It's like, no, Steven, there's not a chance. Hopefully someone watching is named Steven. That's actually Sunshine's name. Watch that be true. That's funny as fuck though, Jonathan. He said, as a fat chick, and I speak for all fat chicks here, I'm very offended. Yeah, you know, it's like, just like there's, you know, some girls have a height requirement, I have a weight requirement. And you want to know the amazing truth and reality of the situation? More often than not, you can control your weight, but you can't control your height. Women. No, I'm just kidding. But like, I know. It obviously depends, but oh, shut up. I'm just kidding, but let's just all admit that, we are unfair. You know what I mean? Like, there's no fairness. All is fair in love and war, right? I love to just like defer to sayings when I have no like explanation for things. No, obviously you have to be civil with people, but it's just like you have preferences, you know? Anyway, what I'm saying is that no one should be begrudged for their preferences. I mean, obviously, as long as they are moral and ethical. It's like, but that should go without saying. Yeah, don't even get me started on vaccines. I mean, it's like when you think about it, though, it's like, yeah, obviously it's theoretically good. Like anything, this idea of you expose yourself to the thing a little bit and then you get immunity to it, right? It's like rejection, right? It's a pretty good analogy, if I do say so myself. But that is, of course, assuming that the vaccine works, et cetera, right? That is to assume that the rejection is warranted, too, I guess you could say. Because, like I said, either people can be jerks, but if you're like consistently getting this like one criticism all the time, it's like maybe you should fix it, right? Of course, there are literally some things that you can't help, and I'm joking about the weight thing, but at the same time, you really like. There are people who like are just fat, like, and that's okay. You can find a partner. I hate that word partner. It sounds so like official. Like it's almost like, what is this, the Old West? You know what I mean? Partner. Me and my partner here. It sounds like we're in real estate together. It sounds like a stand-up bit, but Yes, me and my partner will be getting back to you very soon. We're at a law firm together. Started a law firm together. Yo though. Oh yeah, what vaccines? Something about like assuming it works, like rejection. Taking it seriously if it's yeah, but like some arbitrary. I'm just saying that I guess like some of these like preferences are arbitrary, Like, I don't date girls with brown hair. It's just like, okay, well you're missing out on vast swaths of the population, but go for it, dude. You know what I mean? Like, it's your right, What are you gonna do? Like, well, what are you gonna do? It's like I literally can't, get it up for girls with brown hair. Like, damn, that's intense. But okay, what are you gonna do, right? What are you gonna do? It's just like yeah, no one should be begrudged for that. Begrudged, is that the right usage of the word? No one should be begrudged for that. That's the problem, though. To be honest, is like the problem with like the so-called like incels and stuff, right? Is because like they make the mistake of like basically recognizing like the the woman's biological and spiritual nature, and instead of it accepting it, they ironically reject it. You know what I mean? Like as if it weren't the truth, and it's a universal truth. You know, it's like um, that in its own way. In our differences, we are the same, right? Like sort of, you know, this is probably I'm sure there's some like amazing maxim for that or something, right? Where it's kind of like, yeah, like chicks and dudes, you know, chicks and dudes have preferences, right? Um, and that's okay, right? And I don't mean that as some like backhanded thing of like, you know, whatever, right? It's just like I'm saying that I'm literally saying it goes for both sides. That's funny though, the racist guy who would still screw chicks from different races because he can't help being attracted to them despite his racism. That's kind of based, oddly based. And also, once you get into the minutia of the situation, right, it's like it also depends on how you define fat, right? I'm not talking about just like chubby or just like a little bit of it's like I'm talking like about like morbidly obese, okay? Obviously, I'm not going to be mean about it. But see, that's the thing. You know what? This is the real issue here. Is this idea of like, you know, you're being mean like for having preferences or like how dare you like have that opinion. And you know, I actually funny enough, I had a friend. This is a little bit embarrassing, but I like do I actually want to mention this? Well, basically, I was hanging out with a friend and I was telling him like, dude, I was like, dude, like you know, there's this girl and like she's the best. And I'm really just giving you guys the abridged version of this story because there's a lot I could get into. Because the girl that I'm actually talking about is someone that I respect and like don't want to speak negatively about. But the fact was that she was a potential romantic interest, and she is beautiful in her own way. But she was definitely bigger. And the thing is, though, is that I was bigger. I still am a little bit chubby, but I've lost a lot of weight, and I'm really not like. But I've been very chubby and indeed overweight. Anyway, you know, it got through back in the spirit of this conversation, right? What do you think happened? It got thrown back in my face in the nicest way possible. He's a nice guy, this friend of mine. And he was just like, you know, he kind of laughed. And after I told him this, you know what I mean? I was saying, well, because what I basically said was like, dude, it was just like, she's the best, but like, I just like don't know. Like, I feel like I'm not sexually attracted to her because she's bigger. And then he was just like, well, no offense, CJ, but you're kind of bigger. And I was just kind of like, okay, but that doesn't change like what I'm attracted to. You know what I mean? And if you want to go by, you know, basically what heterosexuality is, it's basically that which is different from you, you know? So it's like, okay, just because I like it's the same thing with like all of this stuff, right? It's like, oh, well like you smoke weed, so like you must like not be like critical of weed. It's like, no, I totally am because I'm critical of it in myself, right? And then it's like, oh, well, like you can't be fucking critical. By the way, it's not being critical. I don't go around like shaming fat chicks. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, no, well, like personally, I would go good, blah, blah, you know, would rather a girl be on the skinnier side or whatever, right? Or at least just like healthy. I don't. You don't have to be skinny. Like, you know what I mean? Whatever that means. Like these words, and they just all get weaponized. But you get my point. It's just kind of like, what? Oh, right, because I'm bigger, and so like I have to fucking be. I get what he was saying because you could also say the opposite and say, well, like attracts like, right? Well, it's just like, well, honestly, once I learned like the hetero thing, I was like, that makes so much sense, you know? I know, right, though, Sam? I'm glad you agree with that because at first when I read it, I was like, where's he going with this? But then I'm like, oh, yeah, no, basically. Because that's what my friend of mine said. I'm just like, and it's like, I didn't get like super mad or anything, but I was just kind of like, bruh. I mean, because in a sense, he was almost just saying, like, you should be humble and accepting of her because it's like, I, you know what I mean? Like, take what you can get, right? Um, why? But this friend of mine is also the type of person who could like fucking get hard for like an inanimate object. No, I'm just kidding, but it's just kind of like what are you supposed to do when you're just like not literally sexually attracted to someone like or maybe like you thought you were but like it turns out like in real life like not really, you know? In fact, it could even be that you're like romantically attracted to someone and not sexually attracted to them, you know? Um, like, bruh, right? What does this equation mean, though? Chick plus alpha equals baby, chicks plus beta equals incel? Basically, like, the chick and the alpha reproduce and the chick and the beta make an incel? I don't really get it, but I kind of get it, but I also don't. Oh yeah, I see what you mean because exactly the chick will gonna is gonna naturally recoil in some sense. I mean, not saying you can't be who you are, but let's be clear. You know, a beta sort of like has the has the connotation there. I forget what I was gonna say. Um. Oh yeah, basically like well, you know, it's like beta has the connotation of being like I don't know, you're like sneaky and like passive aggressive and like stuff like that. Kind of like I don't know. I don't want to get too into like the politics of alpha and beta. I don't even like know that much about it, but you know, that's the kind of thing that comes to mind. And so in that sense, yes, it's like the chick will reject you because you're being beta. But anyway, that's kind of a whole other topic, right? Uh, uh, Jonathan says, okay, so that's funny as fuck though, Michael Smith. Um, Jonathan says, okay, I want to address this situation. How big are we talking? Um, dude, I don't know. I mean, like, yeah, exactly, sunshine. That's what I was. That's what I thought. Thank you for explaining that. I was like understanding that. You just watched me understanding that in real time. Um, um, I basically understood it. It just took me a second to fully understand it, to fully grok it, as you all like to say. I was just like, oh, they make an incel. I'm like, oh, well, that makes sense because she rejects the beta. Duh. Rest in peace, though. Hashtag rest in peace, beta males. Um, hashtag we are all alpha. Hashtag all men are alpha. If only that were true, right? We have no problems. Um, right. So how big are we talking? I mean, you know, it's give or take. I'm not good at uh we were probably around a similar weight though, you know? Like um I don't know, about 200 pounds or something. I mean, there was a point though where I was like up there, like post 200. I was like, I mean, you could say my BMI was never terrible, but it was still enough to be overweight. Like, for sure. Like, at the time though, I mean, I honestly couldn't tell you, but it's like, I, I would say, yeah, around about 200 pounds. But I at my largest and in chargest was probably like 230, around 230. I like maxed out at around 230, you know. Nowadays, I haven't even weighed myself in a while, but I'm probably like 180 right now or something like that. Because, like, if you're overweight and she's like 100 pounds overweight, that's fat. Nah, it wasn't that bad. That's why I'm so mean, you know? But anyway, Sam says, why should you be attracted to a specific kind of person because of any feature of your own body? That's so fucking weird. Like, you can't choose who you're attracted to. Um, Attraction doesn't mean you think someone is good or better. It's literally a feeling. Not being attracted to someone isn't like some kind of political statement. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do hate that it gets like politicized like that. You know what I mean? Totally agree. Like, it's like it's only politicized like if you make it that way. Do you know what I mean? Like, if unless you start going out on the streets and say, you know what I mean? Like, it's just common sense. You know what I mean? Like, and start rallying. You know what I mean? Like I start like the anti-fat chick coalition or something. No, I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? It's just kind of like ridiculous. Like it's like okay, well then you're fucking breaching on people's whatever right there like autonomy and so forth. But it's just like it's like yeah, but no, you can't really help that. And it's not some political statement unless you make it. Period. Right. Anyway, um, sorry, I meant to say unless it's not a political statement unless you make it that way. Period. So, but yeah. Anyway, seriously, chicken and in that case, your friend giving you the well, look at yourself shit is some bullshit. Um, no, it's like I don't know if he had a good like reference point. But I think he was saying like two. He was saying two things. It was basically like you guys are about in the same ballpark in terms of weight for one, and in terms of and secondly by that logic you should happily accept what you get, especially if you get along really well romantically with this girl, right? You know, the problem that I mean, I explained it and I was like, well, I can't help that. I think I'm just not sexually attracted to her, like. And luckily it wound up not really being a problem, so to speak. But yeah, and of course I was like, at the moment, in the moment I was also just like, I'm like, thanks a lot, and like he just kind of like laughed or whatever. Um, and I think he made sure to say, I might be making this up, but I do think that he said, because he's not the type of guy to be like super like cutting like that. Like I mean that for him, and even the way that he said it, it wasn't like harsh or anything. It was just kind of like he was just kind of like, I don't mean to be offensive, but it's just like you're bigger, and and I think he said, and I think he said he's not like really fat, but you're bigger, and it's just like, it kind of was some amazing truth in reality. It's just like, but no, right? Like it doesn't have any bearing on the situation. Like Jonathan's like really curious about like this weight difference in the same ballpark in terms of weight. So like you're the same weight and she's 5 inches shorter, or you're both 20 pounds overweight. I guess that's a good question because I don't know, she was definitely pretty. It's just sort of like, I mean, she was probably like, I was at the time. I don't know if I was the same height as I am now. Cause like I'm 6 feet on the dot now, but I might have been a little. Cause this was back in the day, like at least back when we were like really hanging out. Um, like, um, She's probably like 2 or 3 inches shorter than me, and we were both about 20 pounds overweight. So it's, negligible. Yeah. Sunjay says, I think you will have to give Jonathan the weight, the height, and all the circumstances of the map. Anyway, though, because Jonathan says, because if it's the same weight and she's girl height, that's a fat chick. See, that's the thing, though, is that that's I totally am picking up what you're putting down, because that's basically um the facts. No, it would wind up being somewhere in the middle here, I guess, which is that she's girl height. She's probably like 5. Actually, it could be a few, if actually more than 2 or 3 inches shorter. It probably was actually like 5 inches shorter. I mean, I think honestly, funny enough, I think what you're saying here is on point. I think she's probably about. Why does 5 inches sound like a decent amount to me? I'm saying like 4 or 5 inches. She's probably 4 or 5 inches shorter than me, but we were both 20 pounds overweight. Like, give or take, maybe not 20, but honestly, maybe 20-ish. Yeah, probably 20-ish. Let's say 20 pounds overweight, right? And therefore, I mean, it makes a difference. Sue me. So sue me. It's just unfortunate because, like, I mean, she is very nice, and she's kind of like a sort of, I almost would say she's kind of an important person in my life, but like, um, you know, and I actually think she's lost some weight too. Like, of course, right? Just like, damn it, she's in like London, so it's like, well, she's actually from around here, but she lives in London. It's just like, fucking missed my chance. See, this always happens though. It's like this. It's SE stuff. Fail to pull the trigger. But the fact is that in that case, though, well, right, it makes a difference. Unfortunately, Jonathan says, "Sunshine, I'm just trying to address whether or not his friend was or wasn't being a douche." Right? Yeah. Yeah, I think he kind of was, but at the same time, I don't. He didn't mean it really with any malice. Um, and I say that like knowing what, like I know when people say stuff, and like I feel like I have a pretty good radar for when people say stuff, and it's just like unwarranted. It is unwarranted though for the reason that Sam stated, which is basically like it's essentially this thing of like you can't choose who you're attracted to, like so it's like just because I'm bigger and like skinnier girls, if you want to say skinnier, I hate the word skinny because it implies, you know what I mean? It almost implies like a like a gauntness or something. But no, I don't know. How do you describe it, right? But anyway, like fit, right, or whatever. They're more on the more fit side. Whatever. Just not chubby. Just not fucking overweight. I'm sorry. It does nothing for me at all. I'm just getting more and more blunt here. Um, Well, I think that's the intuitive feel here. It's just like, and that's what my friend was saying. It's sort of just like we all know when someone should lose a few and when they're a fat dude slash chick. Like, and it's funny though because the fat chick thing, yeah. Like, I want to be clear about this was that this girl was not. She was just a little. She was just a bit chubby. Okay. And I was a bit chubby. It was more like we both could lose a few. And I think what he was kind of saying was like, dude, you're being a little bit overly selective here. You know what I mean? And especially given your guys' like romantic connection. You know what I mean? And so I really don't think that he was being a douche. I think it was kind of a douchey thing to say, and it's not like the end all be all of the situation, right? Because I kind of, and that's what I wound up telling him. I'm just like, well, dude, I'm like, first of all, thanks a lot, and then second of all, I can't help that when I'm attracted to, you know what I mean? And he was just like, no, I'm not saying you're. I don't know if I said this, but it's basically saying, it's like, no, you're not like fat. It's just sort of like, you're bigger though. It's not like and by extension, basically saying what the amazing truth and reality of the situation was that we were both a little bit bigger. It's an interesting situation, though, right? Because he's basically just saying, like, dude, like, take what you can get. And I'm just like, no. Well, now I regret it. No, I'm just kidding, but not really. I don't think, listen, and I've been in a situation like that before, like, hey, I'll tell you about something in a second. I gotta get more coffee, but I'll tell you something fucking... I might tell you something embarrassing in a minute. But, it actually has to do with this topic. Jonathan says, little bit of chub is sexy in its own regard. A fat chick is a fat chick, and that's more of a fetish thing if regarded as sexy, if you ask me. It's a fetish. It's so unpopular, right? Like, that's a fetish. It's funny as fuck. Listen, you want to know... You know what I think, though? You want to know what I think? Girls 100% have the right to not date a fat dude. Why the fuck would it not be even both ways? Do you guys see what I'm saying? I'm a male feminist, okay? No, I'm just kidding, but do you know what I mean though? I can't believe I didn't even say this until now, but it probably doesn't need to be told, to like explained. I'm just saying if it was unclear, I mean, we should both be able to complain. Both genders should be able to complain about the other gender being fat. Stop being fat, America. I mean, it's like, honestly, do you guys know so many people really are fat by choice? That's the reason it gets hated on. People want to be like, oh, like fat shaming. It's like, well, I know that this is also kind of a cold take because it's been around lately, but it's kind of like, well, like fat shaming works. I mean, no, I don't think someone should have their fucking like, ontology and autonomy questioned. Like, it's not like some issue of like, how dare you be fat? It's just like, well, would you be healthier and better looking if you lost weight? Yeah, probably. Is it's fitness, not fatness, right? Like, it's and I'm sick of seeing this like fat pride bullshit lately. Oh, I'm sorry, I just threw up because I saw a fat woman. No, I'm just kidding, but it's not fat men though. It's okay to be fat if you're a man, actually. No, that's the thing, is that it's not. If we have to be consistent here, right? Like, come on. But women have to love fat men, even if they're fucking slobbering and, unhealthy. And just be like, what are you fucking insane? Why should a woman want to be with it? Anyway, why should it fucking work either way? And even then, it's a preference thing, Indeed, though. But right, though, yes. He's saying, take what you can get, fat motherfucker. Yeah, and I do feel the need to express that, like, this friend, I mean, I remember he was trying to fucking get laid, and, it's like, the whole 9 yards, where he's just kind of like, dude. It's like, he didn't mean it in really any malicious sense. Although it was, to be fair, probably one of the only times where I've been like, my FI. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't. at all. Actually, I actually just like laughed and was just like, "Thanks a lot." Like, but and then he just laughed and it was just kind of like, "Well, I'm not like fat, just kind of like whatever." And I was just like, "I know what you mean." As long as someone is like just addressing amazing truth and reality with me, then it's fine. It's when it's invalidated, it that like because it's like once I explained it, of course, I mean, it's like what other choice would he have to be like, no, I disagree with you, but he's basically saying he's like, hey, well, fair enough. It's just you run the risk though of being looked at as overly selective or something like that, but I'd say fair, but I say to that too, fair enough, because it's like you can say that about anything too, right? Like when people think that I'm fucking pretentious for like things that I like, and it's like, fuck you, I have good taste. Anyway, it's like, oh, you better not have any quality control because people are bad and life is bad. It's just like, uh, I don't have to, I don't have to lower my standards for anyone. Thank you very much. Like that's what fucking drives me crazy about like the pretentious thing, right? Like, wow, you're really pretentious because you don't like bad art. Hmm. I guess that makes me pretentious, right? Just like it's like people are like, well, CJ, like a lot of art like is bad, and like live a little. Like you don't have to. It's fine. Like you don't have to be like so critical or like so like picky. You know, um, you don't have to be so picky. You're being too picky with like girls. You're being, how dare you? You should be willing to date a fat girl, dude. And then it's like, dude, you're being too picky with movies. Um, you know, lots of movies are bad and dumb. You should just like them. I'm like, I don't know what sad reality you're living in, but I refuse to live there. People say that to me, like backhanded, you know what I mean? Like backhanded compliments, kind of just like, you have standards and that's very good. I'm like, thanks. Yeah, you have standards and opinions. It's good that you're opinionated, right? Like, what are you saying here? Fucking annoying. And I don't think that I have unreasonable standards and opinions. It's just that people are so like unscrupulous. Maybe is the word. That they confuse what should be, in my opinion, a relatively normal level of selectiveness as being quote unquote pretentious or something like that. But I appreciate it, Jake. This is weird. I would never have associated pretentious with you, CJ. I mean, it's just like I feel like it's in the word like pretentious, like kind of just like it's almost like pretend, and like I definitely don't pretend. It all comes down to preferences. Like I just like what I like. I mean, of course, I am like aware of reputation. I'm very aware of like reputations and stuff. You know what I mean? So like, for example, like obviously I know if like a movie is considered good, so to speak, or like considered bad, so to speak. And of course, I'm only human that and it can like color my lens, no pun intended, right? But like I've um gotten like I think it happens mostly when you kind of mature and you get better at like kind of yourself just like critically evaluating art at the very least, right? And you're just kind of like, well, I mean, it's just like I just like what I like, you know. It has very little to do with reception at the end of the day. It helps though because like I said about we were talking about consensus earlier, and that's a good place to apply consensus to, you know, like but it's like there are reasons why there are, you know, consensus is it consenses consensuses. Well, you know, for something for things like movies, for example. It's like, you know, 100 people didn't like notice that problem in the movie for no reason. Like it's they noticed it because it's there. Like the writing is bad and like stuff like that, you know what I mean? No, it's not. I it's like, okay, that's your hot take. You know what I mean? That's a bigger discussion though, you know? It's again classic kind of subjectivity versus objectivity things. Because you could be like, I like that the writing is bad, right? I like bad writing. Well, you got me there. Does it cease to be bad then? Well, I would say no. But at least you like it, or you like forgive it for that, for its faults or whatever, you know? It's like, yeah, but there is a lot of subjectivity that goes into this kind of stuff, so I'm not debating that. Anyway, I was just saying like on that topic like um I think like what's pretentious is like maybe like pretending to like stuff and like you know what I mean? Like if you just like if you know something's cool or whatever like and you just like choose to I don't know, you like pretend to like it, I guess. Like I don't know. That's pretentious, but um or if you like lord your opinion over others like or sorry, I meant to say if you lord your opinions over others, like that's pretentious. But like yeah, otherwise though, like I don't know. I'm just trying to be genuine and authentic over here. Yeah, pretensions though, right? You have to like work to like not let like biases affect your judgment, right? In art and life. It's like, but they're there though, you know. It's like we all have them, and sometimes they're just like totally arbitrary. But again, it's like that's okay. You know, it's all about preferences. Hold on, I'm like missing the chat. Oh fuck! Reverse the polarity of the neutron flow is here. What's up? Are you a new person here? Speaking of movies, we can all appreciate the atrocious artistry of Manos, The Hands of Fate. I've heard of that. Yeah, bad doesn't mean not entertaining sometimes. Yeah, that's the thing though that we ought not neglect here because it's like that certainly doesn't mean it's like it's necessarily not entertaining. Like um um there just does need to be at least some like objective truth and reality about the situation, you know. It's like you know, there is a lot of bandwagoning though that does occur. You know what I mean? Like you know, opinions, I guess, can have a way of spreading like that, but you just have to be kind of like autistic about it and just not let it affect you. No, I'm just kidding, but you have to be like, um, just like discerning and like at the very least kind of just be able to say like, okay, I like this stuff about it and I don't like this stuff about it. Like, well, what weighs and outweighs it more? You know what I mean? And it's just like, well, it turns out that I don't like this. Well, or it turns out I like it. But at the end of the day, there are levels to it, you know? Um, because obviously something can be entertaining but not necessarily good. You know what I mean? That's just where like discernment comes into play. Zardos, yeah, you were telling me about that. I need to watch that movie. Have you seen enough movies? The offbeat badness is interesting since it's out of the norm. Yeah, definitely. All right, I'm just getting more coffee. I'll be right back. Yo. Sorry, I was just grabbing a snack too. Michael says, question for CJ when he comes back. CJ, do you use edibles, particularly gummies, and do they increase your paranoid thoughts? They do for me. Though I find the thoughts are kind of funny and interesting. Um, I like rarely use edibles, but I can only imagine um that it would do that for me. Because I think smoking weed in general makes me a little bit more paranoid. But edibles are more intense, right? So, um, I'm not really sure. Yo, it's Christian, huh? Christian. From, TWFP and Instagram. What's up, dude? Thanks for being here. So good. We got Ahmed, Christian. Anyway, that's interesting. But you find the thoughts are kind of funny and interesting, though, huh? Yeah, edibles are weird. Like, it's been a while since I had edibles, and I feel like the last time, like, if I ever did take edibles, like, I was smoking too, so it was like probably just like made different. But using Basanti was a magic. Should I just screw him? You want to try out a high tea woman first? High tea woman. Not like that, but that is Sky Forever right here, though. Who you seem to think is high tea, although I could see elements of that, but not really. Why didn't see you in the can like yeah? I can't. I'm not doing that. I would. I mean, I might do that if I. No, if there was like a. It's just that I'm in my parents' basement, so, you know. I can't just have piss cans laying around. Bruh, if my dad came down here, like, he gets mad that I'm, like, spilling coffee. Can you imagine if there's just, like, piss? There's just, like, cans of piss on the ground? He'd just be like, alright, like, you are, like, going, you were going way too hard down here. You need to stop. It's kind of gross. Anyway. You're like a high tea woman first and get it out of your system, or else you're gonna start dating that fat chick and fall in love with her. Doubt it. Although if I was talking about that girl before, she's actually a great person. It's just like, you know, that whole issue. I don't know how long you were here, but yeah. Careful! I was like, careful with the snacks, EJ. Don't need to blow the fuck up again. Yeah, like haha, very funny. I know, it's like, that was back when I was like a young teenager. I was like pretty chubby, but I didn't have like a problem with the snacks as so much. It was like back in the day, I used to drink lots of like soda and energy drinks, and like probably not. I feel like I had a lot more fast food too. And even just not having fast food and soda, I do have soda sometimes, like, and I do still have, oh my God, though, like, I mean, I was like a fiend. Like, I mean, I was almost like a little entrepreneur of different, I mean, not entrepreneur, what's the word? Aficionado, like, whatever you want to call it, of like different sodas. I still love soda, but it's not the same. Anyway though, yeah, no, so I don't know much of a snacker, but I don't know, I've never been particularly healthy or like fit. Connoisseur, thank you. Yeah, I don't know why there's blanking on that word. Yes, it was a connoisseur of different words. No, but like literally different sodas, but also different words too, funny enough. Freak out. That's why I'm like kicking myself for not knowing that word or forgetting that word, but it happens. It happens to the best of us. But yeah, Fly Guy says then you'll cheat on her with the high tea slut of your dreams and screw everything up. Yes, you did just measure her hips and shoulders, and it's clear as day she's high tea. The photographer has her hip cocked to one side to make it look like she has curves, and is obscuring her broad shoulders. She does have curves, and her shoulders are not that broad. I don't see the broad shoulders. But I guess to be fair, I'm not really looking at her shoulders. I don't know. In my mind, it's just you keep painting pictures of like some like football player, like guy jock. You know what I mean? I'm like, damn. You're like, what the fuck? Her shoulders aren't that broad. What does it even look like? Like, what do broad shoulders? It's got me interested in the topic, though. To be honest, like broad, just like searching broad shoulders in women. Hold on, I'll show you guys. Let's get funny. Oh, fuck yeah. This is an awesome chat right now. We got all the heavy hitters. This is awesome. Ahmed's here. What's up, dude? My dad tells me, he says, my dad tells me from time to time that I probably piss on the floor if I live alone. Wow, that's harsh. But yeah, understandable. Just pissing on the floor. Dude, it makes it easier. My husband says, I hope the fat chick doesn't see this chat, although it might motivate her to lose weight. CJ, you might lose a friend, but help her to lose some pounds. That's funny as fuck. Fly Guy goes, worst advice of the year from Michael Smith. Basically say nothing to no one about their weight unless you want them to hate you. She has curves like a washboard. Grin says, big steppas. Dude, stepping kid. She's like an NFL running back. Dude, you're on fucking crack. Cocaine, that is. Crack cocaine. Let's pull up the fucking... Fuck yeah, we're getting silly now. Hold on. I gotta put some music on. Yeah, exactly. Piss in bottles. Be like late era Howard Hughes. I know, that's like about... I'm about to be on my Howard Hughes waves. Late era Howard Hughes. Fuck it, bro. For real. In the piss room. In the screen. In the piss room. In the screening room.
Connected to Bluetooth.
That, like, kind of is me, though. I'm just, like, holed up in my screening room with bottles of piss everywhere. LOL, Fly Guy. I wasn't advising him to tell her she is fat. I said I hope she doesn't hear what he has said about her, but then that there might be a bright side. She wouldn't even know who I was talking about. I mean, she's not going to see this. Knock on wood. And even if she did, I could be very easily talking about this other fat girl that I saw, who was way more fat and way more unattractive. That's ridiculous. Oh my bad. Yeah, but then well, I guess it's oh my bad. Of course you weren't suggesting something like that. Post Spruce Goose period. So good. Was that the name of like the thing he designed, the plane he designed? Yes, Sunshine, but we're also talking about high tea women. What about high E men? CJ, did you see Boba and my typing session for you? No, I saw you guys like talking about stuff earlier, but I wasn't able to see past a certain point in the chat. Maybe I'll be able to when the video is posted. But can you summarize it for me? What were the greatest hits? No, I mean, I don't know. Or just tell me the conversation, or just tell me the important parts at least. Right though, fat bottom girls, they make the rockin' world go round. I don't know. They don't really like. I don't know, you guys. It's just like never really like moved me like that. I don't really like get it. You know what I mean? Just like, oh, dude, like I need me like a thick bit. You know what I mean? Like I'm just like, give me a nice humble like skinny girl. No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna start saying stuff that's gonna like get me in trouble. Um, Word though. Thanks for being here, Michael Smith. Definitely come through whenever. Peace, fam. Nah, but it's just kind of like, what? What is it, CJ? Right? Someone like in the other end. I'm a humble skinny girl. I know that sounds horrible. It's just like it's the whole like fat pride thing. I just like don't like. It doesn't matter if it's men or women. Like, I mean, look, I understand there are literally some people who like are just like no matter what they do, like they're just gonna be like a certain weight. There are so many reasons for that. It's like totally okay. Um, you know, um, um, No, yeah, but the whole thing about being like thick too, like that's not really. I mean, it's like it's nice, it's cool, you know what I mean? Like it's like the aesthetically pleasing like thing or whatever, but it's just kind of like I don't know. It's never really been that important to me. Like it's kind of like weird to be frank. You know what I mean? High E-man like Vine sauce. What it is? High E-man like Anthony Fantano. Yeah, he might be a high E-man. But wants you to be ENFP. We tried to rule out ENTP and INFP. Yeah. Um. Well, yeah. I mean, like Boba just like does not think that I'm INFP. Like he kind of has like a certain like rhetoric about it. He's like, well, Dolez, the resident INFP, is like very stoic and like blah blah blah. I'm like, I get it. I'm fucking completely unhinged. No, I'm just kidding, but um, it like makes sense, but I'm just like, okay, right? Um, ENTP, yeah, it's like, Eric thinks on ENTP could be, he doesn't rule out ENFP, but,
Connected to Bluetooth.
because it could just be that, like, we riff a lot together, which is true. Yeah, certain reasons for being a certain weight, like McDonald's. Eating all the pies. No, like, whatever, the things with glandular disorders or, like, or, what have you. Any number of, like, things. Sometimes people take, medications that can cause them to have fluctuations in weight. I mean, you could say, okay, well, like, don't take those medications, but we're saying there's different reasons for different people, like, but if you're like what I would consider to be the average situation, and it's like if you it's calorie intake kind of, right? I mean, not saying anyone should start fucking getting crazy about, counting calories or whatever, but like Um, Bruh, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, it's like energy expenditure though, right? So it's kind of like if you're like most people basically it's probably safe to say that like they're fat because they eat more they um I'm just laughing at the chat here. Um yeah, they consume more than they expend, so to speak, right? So like it's basic science. No, but you know, not having an active lifestyle, yeah, etc., right? Like I'm just saying that there are like extenuating circumstances for people. I'm not trying to be like too harsh or anything. It's just that like basically the way that most people get fat is by not having a good like balance between like consumption and expenditure. You know what I mean? And like it sounds bad, but there's really no like nice way of putting it, you know? I agree though with what Sunshine says here. It's all right. Some people have specific preferences. I've been underweight though, and I think both underweight and overweight are unattractive. Also, you could have a fine weight but still be unathletic. Yeah, you actually make a great point and actually are keying into something that I was just thinking or about myself, which is I was almost gonna say 'cause I didn't want to like get caught up in the topic, but the point is that no, I'm very unathletic, and I have been chubby, and now I'm like skinnier. But actually, people have started being like, "Oh, you're like too skinny," or not like too skinny, but I don't know if I mentioned this on stream yet, but people have commented on it, and it's annoying. I think a lot of it is just because I drink a lot of black coffee, and I just and I eat at strange times. It's not good, but you know. Anyway, there are a lot of like problems that can result in that. But anyway, you get the point. Consumption versus expenditure. Mm. But anyway, though, underweight though, again, that is a balance. That's the other way around, isn't it? Interesting, right? Like too much expenditure, too little consumption. Underweight can be terrible too. Don't get me wrong, like for example, just while being totally like superficial here, right? It should be mentioned in fairness that I also don't find very underweight girls attractive. uh and I would not begrudge girls for feeling the same way about guys. You know what I mean? It's the same thing both ways, both extremes. You know, both genders, both extremes, right? Whatever. Um Again, it's all about health, you know? It's outrageous to ever, you know, it's you got to be it's we're talking about healthy weight and stuff like that. You know, give or take. No one can be perfect, and believe me, I'm empathetic to that plight. I thank God I've never experienced it, but I can only imagine. Like I deal with OCD and stuff, and it's just kind of like, you know, if I applied that same mentality to like my weight, which a lot of people do, and it is like on that spectrum, you know. I mean, my God, I'd be a total wreck, more than I am already. You know what I'm saying? Like it can be, and that's why of course these things are disorders because you end up overly. We are not meant to.
Connected to Bluetooth.
Sorry, I'm just my phone connected to Bluetooth here, but no, we're not meant to be overly regimented in this fashion. But there is a sensible way to approach it, right? It's just ridiculous to think, right? Like that if you're God, everyone we're just such like creatures of extremes, I guess, right? And I mean, I get it, but it's like my God, right? You like tell someone to like or you know you like suggest that it would be good if someone loses weight and it's like so you want me to be anorexic, it's just like nope. Right, absolutely not. Actually, that would be on the complete other side of this problem here now, you know what I mean? The problem of you're being fat like a fucking whale. No, I'm just kidding, but You know, it's like everything, man. It's all about moderation. I sound like such an Enneagram 9, but like it's so true about like damn near everything. Isn't it that way, you know? Anyway, sorry, I'm a little behind here, but yeah, peace. Thanks for being here, Fly Guy. Peace, fam. But that is very funny, by the way. And also, yeah, Ahmed, I don't know if I'm FI polar, but I don't think I'm TI polar or FI polar. That's what's funny, right? Yeah, but that's really funny. The lol, I mean, Fly Guy says, lol, yeah, he mentions Dulles. We don't think FI polar, Ahmed. We think ENFP, fucking God. If someone tells you my medicine is making them fat and they have a glandular problem, red flag, steer away. Oh, I mean, I have experienced like certain medications making me balloon even when I was younger, and like, and um, glandular thing. Obviously, people make fun of that, like it's fake, but it is real. There are real like situations here. I do agree that there can be a lot of situations that abdicate personal responsibility, though. Like even in my case, where I was like blaming the medication, it's like, well, part of me could say, like I said, it's all in keeping with what I was saying earlier too, by the way, right? Which is like, yeah, but you know, like drinking a lot of soda and eating a lot of, fast food, or should I say, just like more unhealthy foods. You know what I mean? Like, um, yeah. Now I just like binge on coffee, black coffee, and weed. And don't eat, and eat saltines and peanut butter, basically. And it's like, well, that's not good either. I need to get more sunlight and activity, especially. In fact, I might sit out in the sun for a while today. In any case, though, like, it's also just, I mean, it's ultimately just about moderation, like, and just health. It would be better if less of you existed. What does that mean? So sad. Like, in terms of being fat, like, yeah. I mean, but again, though, it's about being healthy. It's not like, but that is funny. I mean, I don't know if you're talking to me because that's sad, but I think you're talking about like the fat issue. What is this article though? We're talking about like the body measurement. It's that's why I'm trying to be clear about this. Like, I don't think it's something that you ought to like overly regiment or anything. It's just something to be moderate about. I obviously it's a very like boring take, but it's fine. A lot of things are boring takes. You know what I mean? Like, um, when you're being realistic. You know what I mean? Um, right. It's a nice way of saying get fit. Yeah. I don't know if it's a nice way or a mean way, but I get what you mean. Like, right? Like, no, yeah, yeah, I feel you. Not to use simply general statement. Michael says, popping in for a bit to say you're not INFP, CJ. You've got to be NFJ or ENFP. I'd bet my balls on that. Well, you'd probably, be it would be a good bet. Hopefully, you'd keep your balls because, really though, not yeah. I mean, the thing is that like there's so many issues where I feel polar SE, but I totally get why you would say that. Yeah. Can I have someone around when I can while I'm waiting for them to get ready? Yeah, word. Alright, yeah. Lurk away, my dude. It's like the one time I would ever say that. So funny, right? Um, yeah, nice was the joke. It is me.
Connected to Bluetooth.
Which is like, I'm seeing too much of you. Like, your weight is making it so that there's more of you, and I need less of you here. Okay. Okay. Hold on, though. Boy, oh boy. searching broad shoulders in women. It's just like not something I don't know if I really noticed that. It kind of makes sense though. Stuff about jawline and shoulders. Let's do it. Let's do a little experiment here. Let's do a little bit of like a biological experiment here. Hi tea woman. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oops. Just like so many tabs open. Okay, wait. Oh yeah, no, this is the wrong fucking tab. Fuck me! I mean, wrong window. I gotta get the music going though before it fucking disconnects. It does this all the time. It's like, oh, you aren't here for 5 minutes? Disconnect. It's like, no, stay connected. Ah, it's an advertisement. Go away, dude. Go away, dude. Wait. Amazing. Yes, that's so perfect. Oh, so good. So like basically, dude, broad-shouldered women are goals. If you ain't fucking high. So what I want to look up. Okay, wait, let's get this. Let's get the truth and reality flowing. Ah, the juicy truth and reality. Super juicy truth. That's the new name of my whatever this is. My podcast? What is this again? Is this a TV show? Is this a movie? It's just like a movie, but it's really very lifelike. But nobody want to tell you when you being Christ-like. So true, though. Honestly, like good Kanye lyrics. You guys are going to look back and thank him for Jesus is King and his work with the Sunday Service Choir. Or sorry, it was in his work with Sunday Service Choir. It's not the Sunday Service Choir, I guess. It's Sunday Service Choir. Sound like a fucking square over here. What type do you guys think that like Charlie Brown is? I feel like I'm like a much more like funny and like kind of outgoing version of Charlie Brown. Is that an ENFP? Like, because I always think of him as being pretty INFP. Like, I feel very spiritually Charlie Brown-esque, you know? I love Linus, though, too. Do you guys like Peanuts? I fucking love Peanuts, dude. So good. Too good, really. Couldn't exist now. Because it's just too good. No. But I love that shit, man. Yo, I fucking love that shit, man. Dude, like, yeah, I don't know, like, what it is. I mean, because, like, I don't know what it is. I mean, I feel like I have these very strong like so-called NFP sentiments, or like sentiments just like running through my blood. You know what I mean? Like I'm actually very melancholic. Like I mean, like not aggressively so, but like you know, sort of a little bit of that Irish kind of thing, and it kind of can be moody and a bit reclusive. But I don't know. Doesn't necessarily mean NFP, you know? Because, like, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Michael says, "Lol, CJ, you really are like a more well-adjusted Charlie Brown." Well, that's nice of you to say. I mean, um, man, though, like when I was a kid, I was like, "Oh my god, too true." Doesn't he even like have peanut butter all the time? Like, it's literally me. It's like that meme of like the people looking at the characters and stuff, and being like, "OMG, he's literally me." Like that's me with Charlie Brown and Linus, his like wise friend. So you're a bit like Linus as well. You talk like Linus, yeah, yeah. I got a mind like Charlie Brown and a you know mouth. That sounds weird. What is like Linus? No, but like a kinda though, right? You know what I mean? Charlie Brown like complains a lot, but I complain a lot while also like philosophizing about about it. Which is to say that I'm fucking annoying. No, I'm just kidding, but right? Like, it's an added layer of being annoying. It's like, oh my god, dude, we get it. You're already complaining, but like now you have to philosophize about your complaining to like give it legitimacy. Fuck you. No, I'm just kidding, but bro, like I'm just trying to like understand truth and reality. You'll have to forgive me. You'll have to forgive me for pursuing objective truth and reality. Um, no, but seriously, he's like, that's funny though. Go write that great Irish novel, right? I don't know what that means, but yeah, basically, right? Wind up, you know, be like James Joyce over here. Um, dude, yeah, I don't even know. Maybe I really am the mythical INFJ. That could be what it turns out to be. Mm. Oh, I might need to like freestyle a little bit. Oh, so good, right? Of all the CJ O'Connells in the world, the CJ O'Connellist. Amazing reference and truth. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if someone said that to me in earnest. I think it is a compliment, though. It's like, yeah, it's not a compliment. No, but right, right. Yes, dude, exactly. Like Michael Smith says, you're also like Linus in the way that you're not particularly religious, but you seem to honor religion and share some of its superstitions. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I consider myself Christian. I'm just not knocking down people's doors about it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I appreciate that though because like I always think of one of my like favorite moments and like maybe like any like art ever is like when Linus gives the little speech about like Jesus's birth, when it's like about the meaning of Christmas. Like, can you imagine like that? Like, it simply would not be allowed now. No, I'm just kidding, but I don't know, right? Just pure goodness. Um. Anyway, you knew what it meant. You even mentioned Joyce. Yeah, I have an idea of what you mean because it's like my grandfather is actually a writer. Um, my dad does writing in his work. Uh, I don't know, writing. That's cool if that's like a tradition, though. I mean, I've always considered writing to be one of my main strengths. It's music, film, and writing. So, but right, James Joyce. I know I haven't even read any James Joyce. I just know about him, and I actually get keyed into him a little bit when I go on Charles Carroll's stream. And I think obviously his name, right? Charles Carroll is Irish. He's actually from around here too. So good. I love his work. Um, Not going full JW on them doors. 'Tis the Irish way. That's funny, man. JW. I'm thinking of like Martin Luther or something, right? It's JW. Oh yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses, right? Sorry, it took me a second. Yeah, literally. Yeah. Um. Yeah, 'tis the Irish way though. The writing thing, that's cool, man. Yeah, I think there is something to it, like, because like I said, and it comes up sometimes in Charles Carroll's stream. James Joyce is always coming up and all that. It's cool though. I mean, proud to like sort of be part of that heritage. I think like everyone should be. That's like another thing too. I mean, I know I'm sounding super idealistic here, but I mean seriously, I think everyone should be proud of their heritage. You just shouldn't like be so extreme about it. Like don't make it the entirety of your identity. But why should you not be? I mean, I don't know if proud is the right word, but kind of just like um, you know, uh, maybe a little bit reverent or maybe a little bit at least appreciative or something. You know what I mean? Samuel Beckett, nice. Yeah, man, it's crazy. I don't read enough. That's kind of my Achilles heel. Is like I'm so into writing and stuff, but I don't read. I like never read. I mean, I read stuff online, and I'm actually amazing at reading. Like, I mean, I could read since I was like 3 years old, and I was writing as I was learning. I was able to go on the computer and typing from an early age, writing from an early age. But reading, I just never really got into reading books like that. I was talking to Jonathan about that recently. It's kind of that thing of like, it might also be a generational thing that's like very unfortunate in a way where it's just like, it's like this short attention span thing. It's terrible, really, because literature is like one of the highest arts. You know what I mean? Uh, Man, speaking of which, it's like it's all I can't. I didn't want to get too into it, but it's inevitable now that I mention how it's like this guy Charles Carroll. Funny enough, he's talking about it just recently in his stream. Just talking about how like film is like a low art and everything, and I just feel like he confuses the medium with like those who practice in the medium, so to speak. No pun intended, right? Because it's like he's so hung up on this thing of like occultist filmmakers and stuff and occultist artists, and it's like you can call me optimistic if you want, but I insist that it's not the medium. Yeah, you could make this argument about like moving pictures somehow being bad, which like he mentioned, but it's just like, and someone was very smart to bring up Yasujiro Ozu, who I've actually just started watching, and it's like how he someone put it really eloquently, saying like Ozu seeks to purify the inherent worthlessness of cinema, and I think that's true from what I've seen so far. Um, like I said, I watched Tokyo Story, and it's amazing, and like all of his work seems to be in that kind of like naturalistic way that I really appreciate, just like simplicity and goodness. But like Oh yeah, I mean I can totally see why he would say that though. The way he was putting it was very crude, and he was saying it's like but he's a little bit black pilled on the matter, so to speak, because he sort of is just like, well, he's like, oh yeah, even if you thought it had good aims, it's just some occultist like filmmaker, like they're just jacking off to each other, sending each other secret messages. He's like, you know what I mean? He's like, how do you like that? Like, I say like that a lot. The funny thing is that he's one of these guys who I mean I don't know, man. He says things where I'm like I feel the exact same way about everything, and it's just like and it's not like some sycophantic nonsense. Like I like I said, I like to relate to people and I like to agree with people. It doesn't happen all the time though, but oh yeah, I mean he's one of those guys, right, where I'm just like all right, thank you, like this guy gets it. It's just it's just that I don't think it's a problem of film itself, you know? I think it's a problem of the people who practice film, and he's so right though, unfortunately, They're just like sitting in their big chairs and they're just like, oh, I'm gonna put a fucking demon and the fucking he's gonna have an eye on the top of the pyramid, and you know what I mean? Like, and it's just like it's so fucking true and sad. More than anything. I mean, it's evil and bad, but it's mostly sad and tragic, you know? But that's kind of how it is with a lot of, especially just like popular things. So I meant to say, popular art. Because it happens in music too, but music is a little more abstract in that sense. I tend to find that like film, you see it much more just clearly. That's because it's the nature of the medium, right? It's like we're talking about like an audio visual experience, which is why I love film so much, And mind you, it's like one of the major parts of film that I enjoy is music. Like, I can tell you almost every single one of my like favorite, moments in film is like they're almost always tied to music. You know what I mean? Or at least the visuals. I mean, yeah, story and characters and like, but man, I'm a sucker for that stuff. But especially music. I was talking about it with Boba Fett recently because he was saying I seem more into films these days, and I'm like, that's true to some extent, but music is really definitely my first love. Film is just like, film is interesting to discuss, especially for me these days, because you get more into like morality and spirituality, you know what I mean? And like as you all know, I'm interested in that stuff. I do just find though that like, as someone put it in the chat actually on Charles Carroll's chat, as a reference to Twin Peaks, which is after all, as they call it, quote unquote, crypto Masonic, right? Saying too many filmmakers are part of the Black Lodge as opposed to the White Lodge. And even Charles Carroll agreed with that. Like, there you go. Kurosawa, though, yeah. He did Rashomon, right? Rashomon is really good. I need to watch more Kurosawa. Hold on. The big, yeah, Kurosawa style. Yeah, I can understand that. So nice says, how is Charles Carroll spelled? I want to check him out. Yeah. It's Charles, actually. It's kind of unique. It's LS. And then it's Carroll with two L's. So Carroll. Oh yeah, Seven Samurai. I need to watch that. The length is a little bit intimidating. Yeah, that's what she said. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, I had to say that. So annoying. What am I, 12 years old? Fucking Michael Scott over here. I'm an ENFP. No, I'm just kidding. So, nah, I'm just kidding, but, right? Nah, but for real, like, oh shit, no, I fucked up the, hold on. I gotta get back to my Northern Lights. Alright, here it is. Yeah. Um, Factual analyses, though, yes, it's like fucking long, right? It's like over 3 hours, right? Classic, though. Epic classic. Obviously, so I need to watch that ASAP. Tons of comics and graphic novels, like highbrow literary, yeah, graphic novels. I know it's like I never really got into that. That's cool though, the Philip K. Dick there vibe of like do androids dream of electric sheep. I'm trying to get into Philip K. Dick's work. Henry Miller, nice. Yeah, that's like all good stuff. I read The Alchemist in school. It's pretty good. Has a lot of action, not like some slow Russian art movie. Yeah, fuck that. No, I'm just kidding, but I would say I actually need to check out more Russian film. I feel like the only actually, I guess I've seen a few, but yeah, nice. He says, I like slow Russian art shit too though. Yeah. Exactly, right? Uh yeah, it seems like he's into more action. I can see that though. I like this slice of life thing. Oh, well, he has that too though, but that's cool. He's still more dynamic than Ozzy though. Interesting. Yeah, nice. So you know what I'm talking about here. Yeah, though I feel like I haven't really seen that much Russian film. Like, oh yeah, Tarkovsky, of course. Okay, yeah. See, I haven't seen Tarkovsky yet, but I know he did Stalker and Solaris. Solaris, is that how you pronounce it? Yeah, you need to watch those movies like ASAP. Um, I like recently watched like Battleship Potemkin. It's like not that great. It's also fucking communist propaganda, basically. Um, I wasn't that into it, but um, yeah, and is that guy Rubiev? I think how you pronounce it, Andre. Is his name Andre too? Like, Rublev. Oh, it's a movie. It's actually from Tarkovsky. Okay, it's a movie from Tarkovsky about a Russian painter who was alive like hundreds of years ago. So yeah, no. But man, why do I feel like? Well, I guess that's actually kind of amazing though. He was an icon painter for the Eastern Orthodox Christian Church in medieval Russia. They canonized him as a saint. Amazing, amazing truth and reality. Oh, that's right. Oh wait, no, this is actually from someone else. But yeah, Come and See. I need to watch that. But I heard Come and See is pretty brutal. I have it saved on YouTube. Like, shh, don't tell anyone, right? But it's like on YouTube in full, which is pretty amazing. It's cool for the techniques used, but of its time. Talking about Battleship Potemkin. Yeah, because like I mean, there's like an action sequence towards the end, but it's just kind of like, meh, right? Lots of interesting Christianity and Tarkovsky movies. Yeah, that's amazing. I'm just like realizing this now. Uh, it's like, Yeah. Reverse the polarity of the neutron flow. Says, come and see is kind of intense. Yeah. That's what it seems like. We chillin', yup. On the chill island, Oasis. The truth and reality. Oh yeah, true. I should freestyle. But wait, where's my, I need to, like, get this sorted out here. Mad windows and times. I gotta get me some abs. Haha. Like, bruh, where's my, oh, yeah. No. It's not here. Oh, here it is. Nice. Yeah, we got 5 viewers. Pretty good. 5 viewers and 5 likes. Amazing. Might have to fuck around and drop some bars on them. Know what I'm saying? Ja feel. Of course, I don't know. Maybe I just want to like mess around on the guitar a little bit instead. Either way, it's a chill vibe. We're winding down a little bit now. Ja feel. Amazing truth and reality. Oh yeah, it might be time to like go through some videos and stuff. Might need to cover a little something real quick. No, why? The fuck? Yes. It's your boy, America's Boy, here. Coming at you live at the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. It's kind of sexy. Oh, perfectly fitting. Sexy of you guys to be here. What's my pick? Oh yeah. We vibey. We gang gang. Yeah. Yes.
Our love is beyond fulfillment, beyond despair, the ultimate faith, the ultimate betrayal, and your best turn again.
Giddy giddy carousel. Giddy giddy carousel. Giddy giddy carousel. Giddy giddy carousel.
The blood of these dreams, the dreams of this youth, for the master slave, for the one-step men, the rites of confession, the rites of confusion, expect no more, this love burns light, giddy giddy carousel, giddy giddy carousel. 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 Giddy giddy carousel.
Ooh, 2 songs that I kind of wanted to cover. Wow, amazing. Truth. Oh yeah, Truth. They're both on the songs for covers playlist. That makes sense. Damn though, where's my pick? I'm not picky yet. They all want the fucking cars. Why? Yo, what's up, Chris Chapin? He says, to be a snail on the open sea. I like that. On the SS Snail. Snail Mail. Express. Express delivery. Oxymoron. Oh, extra slow delivery. wanna be the cause. They all wanna help the cause. I've been alone since '89. Radio live transmission. Dance, 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 dance on the radio. Dance, 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 dance on the radio. Nice, Michael Smith coming through saying Joy Division, fucking awesome, CJ. Yeah, so good, dude. I love Joy Division. I mean, it's like they're depressing, obviously, so it's like I don't like listen to them all the time or anything, but my God, so good, right? Like everything they put out is amazing. I like a lot of their more up tempo stuff though. Can I like play any Joy Division really? I could probably play that song. Transmission, but try to play Isolation though. Like, good lord, resonant. It's like they're almost more songs to play on bass, Sorry, the string, that fret. Isolation. My God, how does that go? He says you're a goth king, CJ. That's really funny. Am I? Yeah, I mean, I like goth. I like a lot of goth stuff. Can you play any Bauhaus or Sisters of Mercy? Dude, I really need to listen to more Sisters of Mercy, but I like Bauhaus. I like some stuff from them. I mean, I like In the Flat Field. I need to listen to more from them actually because they have a bunch of good songs. Like obviously like All We Ever Wanted Was Everything is really good, and like also like a random song from them, called Slice of Life. I need to add that because I think their discography now is finally on oh yeah, here Isolation is right here on fuck me, this song is so good. But like
Connected to Bluetooth.
the drums though. Okay, but what was I saying? Oh, yeah, their discography is finally on Spotify, so I have to like listen to that because I'm a plebe. Use Spotify, right? But yeah, I love like also like well, I love some stuff from like Susie and the Banshees, and I love like a lot of post punk stuff. Like frickin' like a newer-ish band called Preoccupations, formerly known as Viet Cong, but they changed their name. Fucking PC police over here. But yeah, Preoccupations are really good. But yo, I had something. Oh yeah, well like I love Death in June and Strawberry Switchblade. Yeah, and post-punky stuff like Deer Hunter is pretty post-punk inspired. Even John Mouse. John Mouse is actually slightly goth, and well, he's inspired by sort of like medieval goth music and stuff. Um, what are some other like gothy type stuff that I like? Yeah, this is like a song to play on bass. Wu-Tang though, Wu-Tang is amazing, especially their first album. And I love a lot of their solo stuff. Like GZA's Liquid Swords, especially. Nice. Carrot says nice colors. Thanks. I'm glad you appreciate the colors. It's a vibe for real. Nice though. Michael Smith says I checked out John Mouse because you mentioned it before. That's some pretty awesome shit. I know, he's the man, dude. Very based. And a fucking smart dude. But I just love his music in general, like good music, good philosophy. He's friends with Ariel Pink too. I don't know if you know Ariel Pink. You know, they've both courted some controversy before, mostly for being like somewhat Trump era. Like, I don't know if you know like Million Dollar Extreme, but speaking of Million Dollar Extreme and like Charles Carroll, like I mean they know, or they at least met. John Mouse like vouched for them. You know, he's hanging out with Ariel Pink and you know all that. Yo, though. I love those fucking eyes. I only heard Bennington. That's one of my favorite songs from him, though, definitely. I can cover that song, too. I've covered it on here before. It just took me a while. I think I did, like, a long cover. Yeah, I actually do like some Nick Cave, though. I like, The Birthday Party, too, you know? The thing that finally got me to check out more Nick Cave was the movie Wings of Desire. Have you ever seen that movie? It's really good. Wim Wenders, he's amazing. But yeah, just like, and I still love the girl from Bennington, even though I'd never see. What is it? It's like, her eyes. I love those fucking eyes. Just for one night. Nice, Michael Smith. I figured you would love that movie. You know what song I especially love from the birthday party is like King Ink. Well, I like a lot of songs from that album, but yeah, just like the Carney dude. And then that song in that movie that like kind of sounds like a Nick Cave song, Six Bells Chime by the Crime and City Solution. I love all the live music scenes in that movie. Decidedly gothic. 17 or whatever. Doom 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 down. Doom 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 down. Nice though, thanks, Kara. Says I'd like to hear your cover. It's a good song. Yeah, right though. Hold on. 'Cause I still love the girl from Bennington. Time and time again, I see her in my dreams. Yeah, I could pop off on that real quick. That's like one I'm trying to like work into my repertoire. You know what I mean? What a fucking classic, right? I just need to make sure I have it down. Yeah, what is Smule? I need to check that out, but nice. Michael Smith says, man, this is making me want to do some music. I'm going to hop on Smule. Might be back in a while. Peace out. Word. Peace, fam. I need to check that app out. I've obviously heard of it. I just don't really know what it is. Check it out. Just the classics, some John Mouse and some Death in June. One sec. Noish. Five viewers. Amazing. I just realized a nun with a gun, that's my aesthetic. Yeah, I noticed that there's some fan video on YouTube that has like a some movie, I think, with some nun with a gun. So good. I know, I like that though. That rhymes. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Nun with a gun. It's probably a movie, right? Or, you know, it's like it could be the name of the movie, like probably somehow sacrilegious, but the name of the movie nonetheless, right? Ugh, my hair. Alright, fuck it. About to be unkempt. I'm unkempt with it. Just for one night. My whole life. Here, this is what we have to do. Yes. Ooh, Abel Ferrara. Yeah, that's Zoe London, Abel Ferrara. Yeah, it's probably in the description or something. Good call. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's the best way to play it. I still love the girl from Bennington, even though I'll never see her eyes. I love those fucking eyes. But I still love the girl. And time again, I see her in my dreams. I don't even know you guys. Time and time again, I'll see her in my dreams. God damn, sorry. Why does that sound so bad? Sorry it occurs, I'm just like, man. Time again, I see her in my dreams. And time again, time and time again. Girl. Oh man, it's like deceptively hard. I think that's why I don't play it that often. Well, it's like it's a little busy. Well, I still love the girl from Bennington. Well, I still love the girl from Bennington, even though I'll never see her eyes. I love those fucking eyes. Those eyes won't leave my mind. And then it goes into this part, like, what the fuck? Just, yeah, nice. Just for one night. Now I'll miss her my whole life. Just for one night. I'll be gone my whole life. amazing truth and reality. Oh, nice though. Thanks, Carrot. It's just for one night. Sounds good, man. I know, right, though? Isn't that kind of like a perfect pop song? I need to, like, learn it better, but it's amazing because it proves his, like, understanding of the vernacular of pop, like, without, like, you know, he's kind of putting his money where his mouth is, so to speak, you know? Those eyes won't leave my mind.
Connected to Bluetooth.
Connected to fucking Bluetooth. That's like actually another John Mouse song, but it's a cover of um some from some band Body Count, Cop Killer, Cop Killer. It's actually the same similar chords. Cop Killer. Let's kill the cops tonight. Cop Killer. Against the law. Against the law. Against the Nice. Sunshine said, it's always nice when you're busy for a while and come back and CJ is still here. I love to provide that comfort. Amazing. Glad to be here. Glad for you to be here. Thank you very much. I meant to say, glad you can be here. Thank you very much. I wanted to play this, like, specific song. Fuck me! I love saying that. Those eyes won't leave my mind. just for one night. Now I'll miss her my whole life. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Doom 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 doom. Fuck you.
Connected to Bluetooth.
Let's say 2 songs, but the one that I'm like feeling right now is this song. It's like literally one of my favorite songs of all time. So good. Noish. Thank you, Sam. Who's coding and enjoying your stream. I love it. Whistle while you work. That's what I always say. I say it annoyingly, all the time. Open up your mind and cuckoo, baby. Open up your mind and cuckoo, baby. Open up your mind and cuckoo, baby. Time will stand still for you. Piggy, 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 piggy. Piggy, 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 piggy. Stand still. Nope. Time will stand still. Time will stand still for you. Just like fucking. Na, 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 Seize the end of time and baby, see it will be mine and baby, I will bleed into the blind and baby, time will stand still for you. La, 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 la. I feel like they could just be like in any key, like. Who knows? Do 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 do.
Connected to Bluetooth.
Sitting in my front rainy afternoon, my turns to think of you. I might see you soon.
I did not write that. Nice. No, that's a Death in June song. Oh, nice though. I'm glad you guys like it. Carrot did that too. Yeah, right. It's a sea. It's a little. It's a Chill Island Oasis sea shanty. Death in June are kind of scary, but they're very good. That's cool though. Debugging like crazy. This so good, dude. Let's increase that productivity and positivity for real. What's up, Peter? Elevator shopping mall music vibe? True on that song, yeah. The production is like hit or miss. I like it on the album, but that group actually had like a much more guitar oriented sound at first, like that is arguably better, but I love them either way. Sitting in my friend room on a rainy afternoon, my mind turns to think of you and how I might see you soon. And I get myself a glass of milk and a color magazine. I flick through it slowly, but the pages are unseen. And I think, who knows what love is? way she writes lyrics is so weird. Like, wishing I had someone who could maybe come around. Oh, but yeah, okay. Sitting in my front room as the sun is going down, I'm wishing I had someone who could maybe come around. Oh, but all I do is watch TV, a program I want to, but I never see it 'cause I'm thinking about you, and I think, who knows what love is? I wonder if you do. You can tell me what love is. I wish it could be you. I wish it could be you. Who knows what love is? I wonder if you do. Who knows what love is? Who can tell me what love? Who knows what love is? I wonder if you do. Who can tell me what love is? I wish it could be you. I wish it could be you. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? See, the thing about this is like when I open up the notes and then don't have that here. Nice. I'm gonna get the Kinesis Freestyle Pro. That sounds like some lyrics, some rap lyrics or something. Get the Kinesis Freestyle Pro. Can keep away carpal tunnel. Very good, awesome. What's it called? I like that song. It's girly, and sometimes I like girly and feely things. Yeah, as well. It's written by two girls, so it's like Strawberry Switchblade. I love them. Yeah, it's Strawberry Switchblade. Who knows what love is? Who knows? There's like one part there that I'm like not nailed down. I have to work on that, but it's still it's pretty good. I like to think she's singing about me. No, I'm just kidding, but it's so funny. Rose McDowell and Jill Bryson, but I have a crush mostly on Rose McDowell. In fact, she's the one who sings on the Death in June song that I wanted to play. La, 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 la. Giddy giddy carousel. Giddy giddy carousel. La 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 la. But I feel like I should change it up and like play something a little different. Know what I'm saying?
Connected to Bluetooth.
You say no. Kicking the ass and love another. You say no for the way that I feel. A kick in the ass and we want Oof, cracking my neck over here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Somehow sexual. No, I'm just kidding, but amazingly truth and reality. Ugh, just my neck and shoulders are fucked up. Crack my neck and shoulders and stuff. The thing that's annoying though is that like I need to have the like chat on top here. You say go away. Why can't I find that? Anyways, like literally just fucking put them down, like bruh. I just looked it up and now I gotta find it again. Sam says OMG. I'm wondering if you recognize that song cuz like I was literally just thinking I was like, "Oh, maybe Sam would recognize that song." Nice 8 viewers, amazing. Thank you for being here, you guys. Cause yeah, like I just learned how to play this song recently. What happened? Where's me fucking capo? You say, run away. What the fuck? I'm like, oh, it's of course right in my lap. Amazing truth and reality. It just keeps disconnecting. It's so annoying. You see. Nah, it's like. Away, instead you get scared on the way that I feel. I feel like how did I play that before? I was like, I nailed it before. I was like, it's just like. I was nailing it before. Like, what the fuck? I feel like that might be. Oh yeah, maybe that's it. No, sorry, wait. You say run away. Instead you get scared of the way that I feel. Yeah. No, wait.
You say run away. Instead, you get scared of the way that I feel. Set an end to all this disorder. You say run away. Instead, you get scared of the way that I feel. Set an end to all this disorder.
I think. Amazing Truth and Reality. Let's only peep the chat here. Nice, 7 viewers and 7 likes. Amazing. Lucky number 7. Oh boy. Tired. It's time to just make some stuff up. Feel me? Feel me? Time, yeah. Feel me? Feel me? Ah, what's up? Feel me? Feel me? Feel me? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Feel me? Feel me? Feel me? Yo, what's up, Jonathan Bassanti? Oh, nice. His sister and niece were over for a bit. Utter chaos, but adorable. That sounds nice. Sunshine talking about his crush here. Somebody says, "Do you know the movie Perks of Being a Wallflower? This kind of music reminds me of the vibe of the movie. I need to watch the movie, but I read the book actually when I was younger. I think I read it for school, but it was one of those. It was like summer reading, but not assigned. Like it was the book I chose. I think it was the book I chose. I need to watch the movie though. I know what you mean. If you're talking about that last song, Sweet Trips, Chocolate Matter, yeah, I can see that. I know what you mean. Wistful vibes. Twee vibes. I love that stuff. Amazing truth and reality. Yeah, I'm needing to just mess around though right now real quick. Uh-oh, you're texting her. Well, you're already ahead of the game there, buddy. What's the vibe though? You guys lab partners or something? No, I'm just kidding, but did you say you met in school? poppin'? Yo, what up, Master Bobby? My latency isn't like 5. Oh, it's because I have to keep fucking clicking on this thing. You know, I'm gonna have to take Jen Zennial's tip and probably start doing whatever the not window capture thing is in this. Oh yeah, I should probably try to sit outside and get some sun a little bit. Also, I'm pretty hungry. I can't stop playing guitar. Anyway, for real, go get him, Tiger. Oh yeah, true, you're talking to Sam. True though, he should too. But literally, Sunshine, you need to get the girl. No, I don't know. Godspeed. I'm rooting for you though, you know? It's not the end of the world if it doesn't work out, but it sounds pretty good, so you should try it out, friend. Yes. Go for the girl, friend. You got to do it. You know that. There's no use to pretend. I'm going in no time. You gotta make no. Yes, though. I'm a little behind on the comments. Please don't get mad, my friends. I'm a little behind on the comments, but I don't mean to offend. You guys are still my friends. Amazing truth and reality. We're gonna go to an island. It's the chill island. It's the chill island oasis of truth and reality. And we're going to faraway places as far as the eye can see. And we're setting sail on SS Truth. We're gonna school the youth with truth and reality. We gotta do new mentality, and we gotta net neutrality, right? Because it's the amazing truth. Wait, because it's the Chill Island Oasis Truth. Man, it's too long of a name, you know? Ugh. Oh my god. Betrayal in Europa has gone. Alright, what's going on, y'all? Going on 8.5 hours here. I'm probably gonna stop streaming soon. So, dude. Yes, eucalyptus koala is now sunshine. truth comes out. Master Bobby, formerly known as Leaf Trimmer, is now Master Bobby. Yeah, I don't feel like leaf trimmer or yeah, basically, I don't feel like leaf trimmer was ever like intentionally. Sorry, I'm tired now, but he was ever intentionally trolling. Um, in other words, he would just sort of say how he felt about situations, and people would get mad. You know? Oh God. Oof. I don't know. Would you agree with that, Master Bobby? Bobby Brown. Um, yeah, and I also never really. I don't know. I mean, people will just call anything trolling. Like whether it's because they don't like what someone's saying or because uh, they feel like what they're being annoying or something. They'll just be like, oh, like he's just trolling. But I've never really seen Master Bobby to be one to troll per se. Um, and I mean, we've talked about this quite a bit. Like, we had a whole long thing once with like Peter and Bobby. Well, Jonathan too, but when we got on voice chat and everything is a while ago. But um, you know, um, what was I gonna say? Anyway, yeah, it's just like you tend to think that of like trolling as being sort of like inauthentic or like like not being genuine, like or maybe just trying to get a rise out of people. And I don't know if that was always the case that you like maybe sometimes like who knows, maybe you did want to get a rise out of someone in particular or something, but it never really came off that way to me, even if you would have take issue with, you know, certain things that people said. I mean, it's like that's not trolling. Anyway, much ado about nothing. I'm kind of just like working with what I have here. Working with the content I have here. What are you gonna do? If I was a nihilist, I'd probably troll. Yeah. I mean, trolling. That word. It's so weaponized. Oh, hi, Running Fox. Thank you for being here. I haven't seen you in a while. Or at least I see you on TWFP sometimes. But not around here. Thank you for being here. We're just talking about. I mean, Peter asks, what would be a definition for trolling? Um, I would say, okay, for one other element would be like spamming, like so, um, um, or pranking. It's something like spamming. I almost just said spanking because I was gonna pronounce. I was almost combined spamming and pranking at the same into one word, spanking. No, but like not spanking. I guess you could troll someone by spanking. Of course, you could probably get arrested for that too. But anyway, it's like, well, what is pranking, right? I mean, what are any of these things? Well, basically, trolling. I would just say, you know, trolling is a difficult thing to define in some ways because like I like the term in Eric's chat where he talks about spite monkeys, it's like so there's like people who um to people who, well, actually, Bobby kind of puts it while here, saying like, and "Hi, Lou. Thank you for being here." Well, because Bobby says like trying to get an, well, he's talking to Sunshine, but basically trying to get a reaction out of someone. I think that's like something like that. Um, Spamming, trying to get a rise out of someone. You know, maybe not saying what you mean, like kind of being inauthentic, or just being plain rude. You know what I mean? Like trying to bully or to be spiteful like a spite monkey. I would say all of these things are trolling, you know? Or sometimes there can be the more fun variant of trolling where you're, oh, I'm just trolling. In other words, like I'm just kidding, right? Or I'm right, or I'm just messing around. It's like, don't mind me. I'm just trolling. like but it usually does have a more negative connotation than a positive one. So that would be like my long-winded definition of trolling. Sunshine says trolling is like a little brother being annoying just to get a reaction out of the older sister. Now migrate that interaction dynamic to the internet world. Yeah, where also you have like the benefit in most cases of sort of like anonymity. So there's like a lot of that, right? Where you're trolling because, ooh, like I'm behind the keyboard and I can say whatever I want and fucking, basically for all intents and purposes get away with it, etc., etc. Um, yeah, not trying to bag on Sunshine here, which is funny because it sounds like that's your name. Beautiful name. Um, but like we had said before, it did make me laugh. I wasn't gonna say anything, but um, now that Master Bobby is like, you know, like first of all, dude, Sunshine is not. I don't know what he meant about the troll thing, but he's not. It's like, dude, like, no worries. Like, he's not fucking trying to be, uh, confrontational. Sunshine. I mean, his name is fucking Sunshine. It's like, but anyway, though, it is funny because his name before was Eucalyptus Koala. And, like someone else here, I think, maybe someone else, and definitely Eric, like, thought that he was a girl, but then I look today and he's changed his name to Sunshine, which is also a feminine username. So it kind of made me laugh, Sunshine, because I'm thinking like I'm thinking of I'm not to make fun of you too much, but just you're behind the keyboard, you're like, God, eucalyptus koala is, because I remember you being like, not, you were like, oh really, like it sounds like a chick, like, oh man. So I imagine you being like, oh, it sounds like a chick, like, man, I have to change my username. Let me change it to Sunshine. Right? You might as well change it to like I don't know, sunflower or something, or anyway, no offense, you do you, man. It's a nice name anyway. I mean, they're all just positive, beautiful things. Is it necessarily feminine? I mean, who can say, really? I mean, in terms of beauty, I suppose, right? But yeah, I know it did make me laugh, Bobby. Just kind of like, but what's funny about it to me is more so just it's not so much the femininity of the name, it's more so the idea of, him kind of like thinking like, oh man, I gotta change my name. That's really, well, he actually just said it. He goes, well, first of all, welcome back, Sam. Thank you for being here. But he says like, well, yeah, at least you get a sense of humor about it. He says flowery garden of love. Yeah, exactly. Well, he goes, is Sunshine feminine or koala? Because I've only heard this about koala so far. But to be honest, I do have a big feminine side. Lol. But anyway, that is funny though, because it's like, I'm sure, I don't know if you tried to change it on purpose, but like to something less feminine. But if that was the case, no offense, but it didn't work. It's just you just sidestepped to another feminine username, but it really doesn't necessarily. And you know what? Lou actually kind of nicely segueing into this thing here of like, it's like sunshine could be taken for feminine, which is interesting because the sun and fire are both masculine, right? That is very interesting. But it's something about the sunshine. Like, oh, I don't know why that is, right? Um, in either way, it's not bad. You know what I mean? As long as you don't mind it being perceived that way, I guess. You know? I mean, I would just say if you don't want it to be mistaken as a chick, maybe don't have your names be like that. But yes, exactly. A good sense of humor over here from Sunshine saying, I didn't try to make it less feminine, smiley face. But yes, if I tried, it wouldn't have been successful. Right? No, exactly. But um, yeah, exactly. Rename yourself to Rose Garden or something like that. Although to be fair, I guess Rose actually is a like feminine name, but whatever. In any case, Peter has a funny statement here saying assessing if something qualifies as trolling is akin to discerning art from porn. Right. In other words, you know it when you see it, right? I wonder if I'm assuming that that's kind of like what you were thinking too, Peter, right? But here he actually posts a what looks like a definition you might have found online or something here, where he says, in internet slang, a troll is a person who posts inflammatory, insincere, digressive, extraneous, or off-topic messages in an online community. Right, though? That's like everything. That's why I was listing so many examples, because it's like so many things, right? Um, so many possibilities with trolling. Or off-topic messages that don't like me but yes, furthermore though, right, like with the intent of provoking readers into displaying emotional responses or manipulating others' perception. The perception part is interesting, but nonetheless, well, yeah, because trolling, as we've seen from like 4chan and stuff, can take like dark directions. There's possibilities for both dark and light, I think, with trolling. There's both evil and good possible in trolling, but you might say though that for all intents and purposes that it generally is kind of a negative thing because I mean unless I mean it sort of depends on the situation, but a lot of times trolling does come at the expense of someone. Of course, so that someone might deserve it in a sense, but I don't know. Trolling is not the answer. It's like violence, right? Trolling is not the answer. Well, you get what I mean. Anyway, it can be fun. This is typically for the troll's amusement or to achieve a specific result, such as disrupting a rival's online activities or manipulating a political process. Well, that's, I mean, it's intense, but of course, like, that's what I mean. It runs the gamut from the playful to the intense. I think I'm on point, Fly Guy. He says, you need help defining troll. I can help. Everyone gets this one wrong. Across the board, everyone you have ever seen use the word troll is using it wrong. Enlighten us, Fly Guy. He says, commonly people are called trolls for being disruptive, but it's not what the word means. Would you say it's more like being a clown or being humorous? Most people who get called trolled are not actually who get called trolls are not actually trolls. Well, no one's debating the obviously I this actually I don't know if you saw Fly Guy, but this all started because Sunshine, and it's not like an argument or anything, but it's just like Sunshine mentioned Eric would get bent out of shape and he would say Leaf Trimmer was like a troll, right? And I was just piping in, kind of just being like, well, I mean, let's like to be fair, like I don't really think he's ever trolling per se, more or less. And I think, and yeah, I think I saw that you agreed with that, Master Bobby. He says, that it's like he's just saying how he feels, and in the process, kind of like ruffling some people's feathers. That isn't to say that the like I was saying, like, I was like, I don't know, maybe sometimes it might have been like a little more like, confrontational, but it wasn't inherently like confrontational, like his approach. But yes, but it's like what you're saying. It was like a mislabeling of trolling, when in reality, it's not. That wasn't what he was doing, and that's not what a lot of people are doing. But they wind up being called trolls when it's really a mislabeling there, I guess. Like people who a troll is a social engineer. Um, Maybe in a sense, it's such as like, dude, you really want a reaction during. Why did he say that? Like sunshine? Sunshine's not trolling. Or getting it wrong. Oh yeah, well that's true. Hey, listen, he was just taking what Eric was saying, so not hating on Eric, but it's like blame Eric. I mean, I'm not blaming him for like he can feel however he wants, right? Like if but I did start to notice after a while it was kind of just like like he's trolling, and it's just kind of like no. That's when the word gets thrown around too much. Anyway, Fly Guy says, right. It's kind of like, having a divisive opinion or being a jokester is not being a troll per se, but the word does get used very liberally, so um, it does have a connotation with humor, I think. It's just sort of like, it just runs the gamut from, like I said, like playful to intense, or like not, you know what I mean? Like good. Like, um, even just to being like spam, you know what I mean? Like, um, but the word that might just be one of the most overused words of the decade, you know what I mean? Or of the last 10 year of the last decade. Um, Kind of like what Bobby is saying here, being annoying does not equate to being a troll, so being annoying is subjective. Like, um, that I guess I would say it's like, no, being annoying is not being a troll, but being a troll is being annoying. You know what I mean? Like, but like being annoying, like just because someone is like annoying doesn't make them a troll, right? And again, furthermore, right? Like if you find them if you find them to be annoying, that's the problem with when, like, say if Eric is like annoyed, right, at like something that Leaf Trimmer was saying, right, it's like, well, it's kind of not fair to, it's an easy way to write off what someone's saying, right? And it's like, no offense to Eric, it's people do this all the time, right? It's just like an easy way to like write off what someone's saying. It's just to be like, they're just being a troll, like I'm not even gonna acknowledge that, which honestly is kind of a poor tactic or whatever. But it's like, well, it's like you don't have to. If you just want to say, I would just say, if you just want to say like, I don't feel like dealing with that comment right now, or I don't feel like addressing that comment right now, like that's fine. Um, but maybe don't, try like to not to like mislabel people as trolls, because that gets around, right? Like, I mean, like Sunshine, not his fault exactly, but it's like Eric says something like, oh well, like Leaf Trimmer is a troll, and then, well, there you go, as a label, that's like been assigned. And it's like kind of like what Fly Guy is saying too, like about on community, and you get labeled as such, and then it's an attempt to silence them really and remove them from the community, but often not. Indeed, often a mislabeling. Sunshine says not every troll has a bigger agenda though. Sometimes they just want to be annoying, and then yeah, well, yeah. Again, this thing about being annoying, like I think being annoying is part and parcel with being a troll, but it's not just because someone's annoying doesn't make them a troll. You know what I mean? Or then you find them annoying, then they're not doesn't make them a troll. Fly Guy said, and Jonathan asked, does troll really have a well defined meaning? Well, no, that's why I think we're trying to figure this out now. I mean, there are multiple ways. One thing is for sure, I think that it's sort of a broad term, but even though it's broad, we want to use it properly, right? I mean, it's a slang term. Let's be real, right? Like troll is a slang term. Um, and it can also mean like lurking or like seeking or searching. You know what I mean? Like trolling. Um, like not to be crude, but I'm sure you guys have all like heard the quite vulgar saying of being like, "Oh, I'm trolling for pussy," right? Or something like that. Like, it's like, "Ew, dude, you sound creepy." It's like, and yeah, well, it does sound creepy, but the fact of the matter is that like that's also another usage of it. Like, I had to say it, you know. But like basically, yeah. If someone is obviously intentionally funny, they're failing as a troll. A troll is subversive. The troll outs itself as completely failing. I like this, philosophical debate about trolling, or this thesis. A lol cow. This getting into the becoming a failure or something like a lol cow, right? So that you milk someone for lols or something like that, right? A lot of good content here. So fake news, yeah, it is very overly. Oh yeah, right. Like basically information I don't like, right? It's just like fake news, or misinformation or fake news is right. Also great. But yeah, misinformation or fake news is also greatly overused and instrumentalized. It seems the word troll has the same mercurial quality as the word hipster did 10, 15 years ago. Oh yeah, I mean hipster is still alive and well too. I mean not as much as it was even like maybe 5 years ago, but yeah, right. Ridiculously overused, and I like that word too. The Sunshine uses here. It's like and instrumentalized. Well, I like it's weaponized. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you're hipster. Same as like pretentious. Pretentious hipster. It's like fuck you. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, it can if it's accurate, but whatever. I don't know. I hate that hipster nonsense. Oh, you mean because I like good stuff? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I guess I'm a hipster. That's why I loathe. No, I'm just kidding. But the term hipster, though, hipster has a connotation with someone who is like, basically, for all intents and purposes, trying to be hip. In other words, trying to be cool, trying to remain with the times, trying to be modern, or trying to be retro. It could be retro or modern, but I think of it as tending to be someone who keeps up with trends. So actually, it's a lot of mainstream behavior. A lot of people that are quote unquote hipsters are actually being very mainstream, but we all know that the connotation generally of hipster is someone who's more quote unquote alternative, right? I mean, and it effectively means nothing, right? Alternative to the mainstream or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Speaking of which, right? It's like, yeah, I guess Alex Jones is a hipster, right? It's like, well, in a sense, almost, right? I mean, do you guys remember actually in GTA when Trevor, what's his face? The main guy, the guy who loves film, like, is talking to, Trevor, and he's like, "You're a hipster, actually, right?" Because what he does is it's unconventional. He lives on like the outskirts of Los Santos, right? And but it's funny because he's actually kind of the anti-hipster, but in a sense, well, because he's gruff and tough and all of that. But like, um, yeah, hipster gets is a bit mercurial in that regard, but nonetheless, I think it just refers to someone who, I don't know, seeks the enjoys being maybe contrarian or an alternative, or quote unquote alternative to some degree. But right, it effectively means nothing. It is a useless slang term, basically, that gets used similarly to troll, right? In that it mostly just kind of derides. It basically shrugs off the other party's opinions or whatever. It's like, oh well, of course they like that thing. There's a fucking hipster, right? It's like, fuck you. And then it's just like, oh, you don't mind him. He's just trolling. It's like, fuck you, right? It's like just a nice way of just like disregarding people's opinions, or you know what I mean? Yeah, people's opinions. But anyway, troll should be annoying. A troll shouldn't be directly felt. Fly Guy has thought a lot about this. Trolling is a philosophy on trolling. Um, shouldn't be like trolling is indirectly felt. Beautiful. Right though, Lou says colloquially. Anyhow, what is the definitions of wide umbrella? It's going to leave Sherman and Fly Guy and me for different reasons. See, but that's calling into question the labeling of the labeler, Jonathan. It's like you are decidedly not a troll. Um, Leaf Trimmer and Fly Guy, though, not trolls either, but have raised, I guess you could say, opinions, especially particularly Leaf Trimmer, like have like raised opinions that have gotten them like labeled as trolling, but it's simply not true. Um, in your case, Jonathan, maybe it is a similar thing, but it is like you said, yeah, it's for different reasons, so you're on point. It's just it really is a wide umbrella though. Like I said, it's a broad term. Saying a troll wouldn't be detective at all by the ones he's trolling, so it's more like Russian bots acting like they're rallying up on Facebook for the election. Lol. Uh-oh. Russian election talk. Uh-oh. No, but like, no. I mean, trolling can be. I don't think it has to be as engineered as Fly Guy describes it, but it's subversive though, right? It does have a subversive element, for better or worse, right? I mean, usually for worse though. It's not really. I mean, what would you call a virtuous troll, right? Like trolling on the side of good or something. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's possible, right? But it usually has the negative connotation. Also, LOL at Fly Guy saying she. We were just talking about this. Sunshine is a dude. Amazing truth and reality. It's like, I'm sorry, Sunshine. Just getting fucking beat down here. Nah, but seriously, like, it just doesn't fucking matter. Um, Straight up, like, um, it's the person, yeah, the Eric. That I mean, that's what I was thinking of too, Master Bobby. Like, I do tend to agree with Eric about on things, and I will like softly speak my, softly say my piece, right? Uh, but the point of it, the the long and short of it is that I basically avoid confrontation with the guy, not on purpose or anything like that, but basically because I mean I kind of do it in general. I'm not really seeking confrontation with anybody. Like the thing is like, and I've talked about this with Jonathan, and he kind of was like, I noticed, it's like I'm not raising, like dissent or whatever, like to Eric, but I will say, it's like I give my opinions, like for example about the type police stuff and all that, um, and I don't know. I think it really does just so happen that I tend to agree with him on stuff, at least in principle, um, I mean, I don't really know what else there is to like disagree with, if you know what I mean. I don't know. We tend to get along, but the fact of the matter is, yeah, like I mean, Jonathan has said stuff where I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying like he's like spoken his mind about certain things, and then what gets labeled a troll, right? Well, that's not accurate either. So it's all Eric's fault. You know, scolding Eric. No, that's funny. That's his fault. He does some scolding, but there's no need to scold anyone. I'm not scolding anyone, and I'm not interested in scolding anyone at all. But there is truth, amazing truth and reality in what you're saying here. It's like, nonetheless, um, it's not like it's not like he is asking anyone to be like sycophantic or anything. And like, I certainly don't think that I have been. I just have managed to skillfully sidestep any, serious confrontation with him. But I don't see it as anything of being like disingenuous or whatever. It's just sort of like, um, I don't know if you want to call it playing the FE game or something, you could, but yeah, well, whether it was like that or like I remember when, well, I mean, I didn't raise it directly to him, but it's funny because he's actually kind of stopped doing like the tarot stuff. But I remember Master Bobby, and we were talking about the tarot stuff, and like you were kind of like, come on, man, you could be, serious about this stuff. And like, I wasn't like liking so much when he was doing like the whole ornate setup and everything. I was kind of trying to make the argument. I was like, well, it's one thing if you want to like draw a tarot card on shuffle or whatever. It's like there's levels to this stuff. Master Bobby was saying like, no, there's not levels to this stuff. I'm like, yeah, I get that. But the point being is like, I was kind of like, oh, yeah, it was kind of weird, like having the whole setup and everything. That's like the one time he's done that though. So like, there are just like certain things that like I might disagree with sometimes, like, or like but yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe I could stand to be a little less Enneagram 9 about stuff, and you know what I mean? I know that these terms, right? Enneagram 9, FE, like what does that mean? Well, basically like there's no need, you're not pussyfooting around, right? Like cuz I can be pretty cautious with my words. I can be alternately cautious and callous, though. Don't fucking test me. No, I'm just kidding, but for real, like, I mean, it's just that, like, Eric is never, like, there's never been, like, good reason for me to really, like, come at him about something. You know what I mean? Like, but it just so happens that he's never come at me about anything. Well, you know what I mean? So I don't feel like I need to, you know? I will just say what I think about, say, the type please thing, right? Where I'm just kind of like, well, watch out for, mentally ill people. And then he'll argue that too. And I'm just kind of like, okay, you know what I mean? It's like, I kind of just like, I don't know. It kind of sounds bad, but it's just kind of like, I don't really care enough to like get super involved in that kind of thing. Like, she'd be like, well, like, what does mentally ill even like mean? And I'm just like, okay, dude. And then, like, honestly though, he said something that I couldn't really argue with, which was like, I've had like crazy people show up at my house before, and it's not a big deal. And I'm kind of just like, okay, like, well, what do you say to that then? Like, if you don't mind like crazy people showing up at your house, I mean, it's not a good thing, but if you don't mind it and you can handle it, and like you said, it's not a big deal or whatever, and it's fine, then go ahead. But it's your fucking name on the chopping block, you know what I mean? Like, however, most of us have the sort of understanding that the opposing parties usually are like, I don't know, unhinged to some degree. It depends on the situation, but let's just say someone who's like unhinged enough to show up at the guy's house, or the whole thing, or trying to involve his father and all that. I'm not trying to like talk too much, gossip over here about Eric or anything, but I mean, it's all, open and documented, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of public drama, public discourse, right? And drama to um to discuss, quite honestly. It's just sort of like, and we are all familiar with with him and the community, so it's easy to discuss, and we all understand each other. But the point being about like raising dissenting opinions and stuff, and it probably has put me in like a better standing with him, but it's not like It's not like I censor myself that much. You know what I mean? You could say though that I kind of 9FE my way around confrontation in that regard. You know what I mean? That's kind of like the best way of putting it. Which is to say, like, to kind of like delicately raise issues or something like that. I don't know though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it really is pretty like rare that that I. I mean, as you guys can obviously tell, like it's pretty rare that I like vehemently disagree with Eric so much that I feel like I need to say something. Like, it's like, I mean, if I did, I'd like to think that I would. You know what I mean? I mean, you might say, well, in some sense, it's like not worth the trouble. But if I was like, really offended by something, you know what I mean? Like, or something felt really egregious, well, I would definitely speak up. I'm not that big of a fucking pussy, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, but hey, I consider him to be at least like an acquaintance, basically, or like a friend. So it kind of is what it is in that regard. It's like, obviously I'm gonna be nice. 'Cause I'm just a nice guy. No, I'm just kidding, but nah, but I have the propensity to be mean if I needed to, but I just haven't felt the need to with him. So anyway, that's the long story short of basically explaining my position with him, because that struck a chord. That comment of like, if you have to be being 100% yes man, right? Like, and I'm thinking to myself like, fuck, like, is that me? And I'm like, no, that's not me. Right? Anyway, though, it's like, the amazing truth and reality of like Fly Guy saying, it's like, no, I don't think any of us are trolls. We're genuine members of the community, enjoying each other's company like friends. We don't have ulterior motives. There usually is, that is true, the social engineer comment. Like, there usually are ulterior motives behind trolling, hence the generally negative connotation. Yeah, John, I mean, it's like, he can be trolly sometimes, but he's not like, seeking, it's humor though. Like I said again, right? Like, there's a difference between like trolling and being humorous. Anyway, though, I gotta catch up with the chat here. So, like, Sunshine says hipsters then would be the mainstream version of what tries to position themselves as not being mainstream. Well, that's what's so funny about hipsters, right? Like, I remember actually it was Spacey from TWFP. We were talking. He used to go on the wherebuys and stuff, and we would talk a lot. I actually got along quite well with him, and like, I would love to talk to him again. But he was all like, he's like, isn't that so funny? What hipsters do is they basically say like let's like, it's like, let's all collectively do the same thing that everyone else is doing, like, or rather like to fit into a certain like niche, a group or whatever. Hold on though, I should probably come back because my friend's calling me, and I want to let him know I haven't had Messenger on, so I should probably do that. I was probably gonna stop streaming soon, but there is some good stuff to like address here though, so I don't want to just like dip. But give me 2 seconds though, because I actually have been thinking about hitting up this friend. I don't want him to be left in the dark too much here, because I've been meaning to hit him up. But I also don't want to get stuck on the phone for too long. But at the same time, I don't know. I should probably call him back. Yeah, well, Bobby, the thing about Lynch is like, I understand like people having different opinions on Lynch, you know. Anyway, though, 1 second. You think I'm a 268? Man, that's different. I mean, I don't really see the 8. Sunshine says I could see 269. I tend to think of it as being either like a 469, 369, 4. I don't know. I think of 2 as being a little less likely, but I mean, I could consider it. Anyway, though, just like hold on one sec here. I'm gonna call my friend back. What up, gang? Sorry that took a while. I haven't talked to my friend in a little while. He gave me a call, and I was just kind of I'm like, phew, it actually went well because I haven't been like as in touch with him as I could because I had to like clear up space on my phone, so I got rid of Messenger and Instagram, and then I have to get it back on my phone. I've been busy and my sleep's been messed up and blah blah blah, right? A million excuses, but he's actually like very chill about it, and I'm gonna like my sister went to New York City with her friends the other day, so I'm gonna go upstairs and talk to her a little bit. Probably sit outside and get a little sun for once in my life before the sun goes down, of course, and download Messenger on my phone again and hit up my friends, stay in touch with them. We're probably gonna like. I told him we should go to Newbury Comics this weekend, and I'm definitely down to do that. And like, I have a gift card. We can get some good stuff. You know what I mean? I told him for my birthday, I have a gift card, so like I just said that, but I'm down to like get him something. It's like a belated birthday gift. But anyway though, let me kind of just like catch up on the chat here. But yeah, seriously, like I'm gonna head out in a minute. But anyway, I was just sort of like catching up with my friend. That's really nothing actually. Nothing too new, but it's good to talk to him. I kind of feel bad because like it's not like I've been ducking him. It's just that I'm not really talking to anybody. And I'm always telling him it's always the same with that situation, but it's just this thing of like it's actually the same friend I brought up earlier. Like he probably is like an ESFJ or something, and it's just kind of like it's just like this FE stuff. Like I get it. It's also not necessarily like FE. It's just sort of like a flag guy being like, yeah, we fought and Husky doesn't want to stream. Yeah, that's not true, but that's funny. I assume you're joking because that's funny. But like anyway though, it's also just like basic contact. Like I understand. It's just like it is annoying. Like, he has a history of sometimes being annoying about it, especially with he's drinking, but it's gotten a lot better now. He's sober, and it's just like I mean, it's night and day. It's really good. I'm not trying to like gossip or anything about my friend here. It's just kind of like, but it's a lot better now. It's just sort of like, but the problem still remains. It's like, well, I need to keep in touch with my friend. You know what I mean? You got to keep in touch with my friends in general and my family, and I need to live my life in general. You know what I mean? So, anyway, you know, I mean, bro, like not trying to be like deep, but like I'm just like, ugh, like trying to like, I mean, even just going on my phone and typing messages and stuff. I'm just like annoyed or it's all nonsense. I have a million excuses, right? But it's the last thing I'll say is I just get super OCD about everything too. So like I'm be writing what I'm saying, and I don't mean to, you know, use that as an excuse, but I mean literally, it's like I'm not really talking to anybody at all. And it's been like this for a while, but you know, I make sure to tell him I'm like, hey, dude, look, you know, it's like I'm sorry, it's not personal, but I'm just like fucking a mess over here. No, I'm just kidding, but I mean, you know, I know it's like bullshit, you know, to just like use that as an excuse all the time. Like, oh, I'm just fucking up. People get tired of that, and I understand. But luckily, I'm like, oh, phew, he doesn't like give me too much of a hard time about it because he's already given me too much of a hard time about it before. Like, I don't need to hear it, you know. It's the same thing with like if I was gonna give him a hard time. It's like who needs to, in the spirit of you know, kind of this conversation about like conflict and stuff. It's just like needless because no, it's just it's like why engage in needless conflict? You know what I mean? So it's good. I just got to keep my word here. You know what I mean? Just be like, you know, I'm gonna go to Newbury Comics this weekend and stuff. I'm just so bad at like committing to plans and just fucking like, you know, it's just like with everything, you know. But yeah, he's a good friend of mine though. You know what I mean? So we've been friends for many years now, and you know, it's like I kind of owe it to him as a friend. You know, it doesn't have to be about owing anyone anything. It's just sort of like I just know that I've like felt bad. You know, it's usually a good sign of you know what I mean, if that you're kind of like fucking up in some regard, if like you do kind of like feel bad about things, because I've noticed that like I'll get so annoyed at this friend in particular, and then I'll just be like, well, you know, the fact of the matter is that I really am not like I have like good FE, like, and you know, you guys know what I mean, but it's kind of like in the moment, but then it's just kind of like, you know, my friend's like that. He probably is an ESFJ, right? So it's just very like, like, oh, I haven't talked to you in a while, and blah, blah, blah. Which I'm like, yeah, I know. But it's like so much better now that he's sober, like not trying to, again, like gossip about him. But anyway, it's way better, and I gotta just kind of like keep my word on that in that regard. You know what I mean? Like just kind of like stay in touch with him. You know, it's not that hard. It's it's something that's been a problem with me in general, though. And I think hopefully he understands that. It doesn't make it better, but it's true. You know what I mean? I'm just telling him, like, bro, like, don't take it personally. You know what I mean? And, like, it's just, like, I hate that. I hate that, like, FE, like, stress and stuff like that. But it comes from some amazing truth and reality, though, of course. Like, needing to just engage with people. You know what I mean? Like, beyond just this, like, little stream and stuff like that, you know? Because, like I was saying earlier, I mean, it's just basically an introverted way of extroverting. It's not true extroversion. I mean, you get what I mean. You gotta, you know, as they say, as people love to say, humans are social creatures, and then blah, 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 right? You gotta socialize. I have to be less domesticated. I have to be less domesticated and more socialized. You know what I mean? It's like I'm pretty well socialized, but I need to socialize more. I need to be more socialized. But anyway, I don't really see anything here that's... I'm just kind of like scrolling through the chat here, and I mean... I'm trying to pinpoint where... Like Master Bobby said you lolled about something, I'm not sure what, but... That's cool. But the thing about trolling, I mean, it's just like the drawing attention, etc. A gaslighting aspect, I mean, it's not... Oh, that's interesting. Fly Guy actually agrees with that, so I don't know. Yeah, you know, the thing is like, yeah, you know, I think he knows, Eric, he knows that he scolds people and stuff. Like, I mean, and it might be unnecessary sometimes. I mean, I'm willing to say that to him. You know what I mean? I don't really... I mean, the 6ix9ine of typology, it's a little... Do you feel like he, like, starts beef with people? Because, I mean, I said this myself even recently. This, for me, was more, I mean, you know, outright, forthright. When I said something like, bro, like, you know, it's like, if you posit yourself as, like, the sort of resident typology critic, right? Or something like that. Which, again, it's like he kind of doesn't like critics either, right? But it's just kind of like, but... if you posit yourself as such, then it's like, you know, be prepared to be viewed as such. You know what I mean? That's why I almost just kind of wish that he would, like, own it in some regards and just be like, yeah, like, I'm the controversial, you know what I mean? Like, I'm fucking, hey, it's host Eric here, and I go, pow, 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 right? But it's like, but he'll just double down and be like, oh, I actually don't like to argue with people. I'm like, what? Come on. You know what I mean? Like, at least just, like, commit to being the... And I'll tell him that, you know what I mean? I don't care. It's not an insult or anything. Or just, it's like... It would actually probably be helpful. Of course, again, I know he hates taking advice from people, but it's just kind of like... It's not so much advice. It's just FE type advice, I guess, right? It's just kind of like... It's like, disclaimer, you know, I'm controversial or a little bit provocative and controversial. I don't know. Do you guys know what I mean? And that's what I like about him. It's just, but think about what type police is in essence, right? Like, not to dwell on this topic, but it's something that absolutely nobody else does. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the practice of type placing. I mean, it's like, that's something that he invented. Like, and it's, for lack of a better explanation, I'm being very reductive in saying this, but it's either Eric agrees with you or Eric argues with you. And, like, that's the show. And he knows that. And it's like, but I would just say it might behoove him. Is that the right word? When it might benefit him to kind of, nah, it's not behoove him. It would just benefit him to, like, I just like that word, behoove. It would probably just benefit him, though, to kind of just be like, I'm not saying to be like, oh, like, I'm a character, but just kind of like, as he likes to say, you know, just, he's meowing, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, don't take it that seriously. LOL at the behoove definition coming up right here. I accidentally opened the wrong... I searched that in the wrong window, but you get my point. Like, I don't know. I wonder what you guys think about that. I actually wonder what Eric thinks about it. I said it in a chat recently. I put it very well, and he just didn't acknowledge it. But that's fine. I'm not saying he did it on purpose. It's like, it was a fairly busy chat. It is funny though because of course, because I'm psychotic and I remember. No, I'm just kidding, but I just have a pretty good memory to be honest. He just like read the comment like right under mine. I'm just like, okay, you know. Anyway, though, 268. That's interesting, and the Lynch thing. Well, it's just it's actually funny. I was just talking about Lynch a little bit on the phone to my friend because we brought up Dune. I thought of the original Dune, the new Dune, and everything. And it is true that there's been more my friend brought up the point like there's more retrospective appreciation of him. But it's like the fact is though, like for example, he's talking about like Twin Peaks. It's like, well, it's like maybe it's a little more respected now, but it was a phenomenon when it came out. It's just. I guess he just has gained more appreciation. Like there's a lot I could say about that, and I don't feel like getting into it too much. But like I just am well aware that like he has a certain reputation. Like, I think it's overplayed a little bit. Anyway, let me just catch up with the chat. I don't know, 269. I mean, Fly Guy's rapping. God, Eric was hammering hard. Well, I mean, it's just he's saying things that people say all the time. Like, he's just weird and pretentious, and I mean, that take is just like boring to me. I'm not. What am I gonna do? Just sit here and be like, no, he's not weird and pretentious. Like, it's like it kind of is what you want it to be. That's actually kind of like a philosophy of his own, like Lynch's. It's like. What are you going to do, right? Like, I don't know what you guys think, but I don't fucking ride or die for that. I don't know the man. You know what I mean? I'm skeptical about things that he does as well because, to be honest, it's relevant to what I was going to say. A lot of those sort of quote unquote weird stuff that he does is like, it's sort of like occultic kind of like stuff. And so, like, that's what people think is, like, weird. But it's, like, not random at all. I mean, sometimes he can be random, but most of the time, like, there's very, like, blatant, archetypal, like, good and evil stuff that he does. It's like, especially in Twin Peaks and everything. Mark Frost kind of helped him to, like, shape that. Because I think he's more interested in the mythology. It's like, Lynch claims to not be... He is into, like, transcendental meditation and all that. He's, like, a huge show for transcendental meditation. But he's very, like, nondescript in what his beliefs are. And he doesn't explain things. I mean, I've talked about this before, but this whole, like, lack of explanation thing, I think he sort of delights in the mystery of it. He loves mysteries. That's his, like, whole thing. It's, like, a major part of his films, But when you really, like, look into it, it's like... It's not that complicated what he's doing. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Like, I think that like a lot of stuff that like Christopher Nolan does is like more complicated, is more like technically complicated than what David Lynch does. And it might just be a difference between like sort of like NI and TI. You know what I mean? Like I can understand kind of like the NI stuff. Oh, right, this like thing, and it's like, yeah, it presents as weird or whatever, but it's sort of like symbolic and it just takes some figuring out in dream logic and all that, right? But it's like, yeah, that's the point. That's Lynch. That's Lynchian, right? That's to the point that people fucking invented the fucking term for him. Even though I like what Gallo says, and he's kind of like people were making weird movies before David Lynch. But the fact of the matter is, they don't call it Lynchian for nothing. It does sound good, but right, but it's there's good reason for it. It's this sort of like. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think he's probably the first like sort of pop surrealist filmmaker. You know what I mean? Or sorry, I meant to say he's probably the first surrealist pop filmmaker. You know what I mean? So anyway, but like, bruh, right? And I mean, it's like the thing that Eric was taking issue with was like so pedantic. I mean, it's like Jonathan, we were going back and forth. There's just kind of this whole thing. It's like, obviously the experience of the film is going to be way better and more like full if you see a movie in theaters. Like, but again, it's like even the Eric admitted, he's like, well, I don't, it's like he doesn't really like Lynch. So, but I think even he said that he liked The Straight Story because that's like such an agreeable, good film. You know what I mean? But I mean, in any case, though, like, it's interesting as any is already about to be. If you break up a certain topic that isn't like it's out to the curb. I'm not really being, but this is exactly the way. Doesn't FI polar constrict any? Probably does, in some regard. I don't know. I mean, sorry, I mean, it probably does in some regards, but I don't know. Like, it must be ISFJ, right? Oh, because you're aware of the FE environment. It's like, fuck you. Anyone can be aware of it. We all use, especially FI and FE. That's like my opinion, though. But I think we all are using FI and FE all the time. Like, you know, it's like you're functioning either like from your values or from some standpoint of like management. You know what I mean? Like you know, that's, I try to strike a balance on here, for example, when I'm like doing my stream, right? Because I'm kind of talking about my FI values, but I'm also sort of trying to be FE mindful, or like, you know, as the host or the moderator or whatever. And I'm genuinely interested though in people's opinions, and I'm open. You know what I mean? Hey, look, you want to fucking play that game, right? Like, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm high openness on Big Five. You know what I mean? Like, so suck it. No, I'm just folks. No, I'm just kidding. But for real though, like, so it's like I don't like play dumb. You know what I mean? Like, I'm out being like curious. I'm genuinely curious what people think about things. If not only for a somewhat selfish reason of just learning, or to know where, or I guess the less selfish version, which is to kind of just know where someone stands on something, to just like know what their opinion is on something, you know. And like, odds are, unless it's like completely evil or something, right? Then I will agree. I mean, an example of this isn't so much like evil, but it was a difficult situation. Like when Michael Smith was coming through and he was saying like, oh, like everyone that like agrees with Eric about like typing and like the type please situation, basically the thing with you know, she who shall not be named right now, but you know, the whole drama that was, because I really don't want to be fucking getting into this again, but the whole thing of the metaphorical, calling people rapists, and he wasn't saying that they were metaphorical rapists, he was just saying rapists, and he was saying, well, why do I have to explain myself every time they say that? I'm like, bro, you can't just be like throwing around that term. Like, I mean, you know, that was a rare instance of where I sort of was getting angry, but Michael Smith has actually been very chill lately, and was like, he's got excellent taste in film, and I mean, he's very funny and chill actually. But you know, like that was a very unchill moment, especially because it was sort of personal, you know, like, and it was kind of like, you know, you're coming in here, literally, I've said it a million times, but it's just like coming in here guns blazing, right, calling everyone rapists. I mean, like, my God, you know, I'm almost like happy that the stream wound up being too long and so it didn't upload, and I think it was meant to be, you know, because it's like, but you would see that I got a little angry there, you know. Yeah, anyway, I'm not sure if you like knew that, Master Bobby, but I remember saying like point blank, I was like, bro, this Michael Smith, he's cool. We're cool now, obviously, but like at the time, I was thinking like, oh my God, like he's making the stuff with Master Bobby look like a walk in the park. Because as far as I'm concerned, like, you know, you were just saying stuff or whatever. It seemed that was just like riling other people up, and I wasn't riling me up because we actually share a lot of the same values. I mean, and I'm not just saying that to like try to like, yeah, I mean, to get, you know, buddy or whatever, but it's just like true. I mean, I think we've talked enough, and whether you're here or not, like, you probably see enough of my stream to where you know that, like, I mean, I try at least to be, I mean, I guess I don't think about it too much to try to do anything, but you know, I don't mean to curse, but you know, it's like, I would like to say it's like the sort of moral consistency, right? Sorry, I meant to say it's sort of like a moral and ethical consistency. You know what I mean? But you know, we're only human, and it's like, it's kind of like, not to get overly deep, but it's kind of like, I guess it's like, let's leave perfection to God and Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? I mean, seriously though, it's like no man is perfect, no woman is perfect, It's just you have to have aims though. You have to aim towards good in God, as I always like to say. And I mean, be serious about it, obviously, but still, like the point still stands, right? It's just kind of like I don't think that we're meant for that, but we are meant to like aim towards it, if you know what I mean. That's sort of an interesting topic in itself, but I just want to like catch up with the chat here. Jeff Shaw, though, the whole thing about like Jeff Shaw, he's always, I mean, he's the definition of like a spite monkey. He just comes around and like says whatever stuff, just like disagreeing with Eric. Although I haven't seen, I would need like a more concrete example. Oh, Michael Smith's actually here now. I actually forgot. Well, that's good. I mean, whatever. I don't think I said anything controversial. Watch, I'm going to scroll down and it's going to be like, fuck you. Oh, okay, no. He's not. See, exactly. He's right, though. He says, I'm chill like 90% of the time, bro. I'm an INFJ. Anyway. Okay, wait. But like, why are you? What's the beef? I don't even like notice. Either I'm just like so used to like watching Master Bobby and Fly Guy go back and forth, but I don't really see any beef here. Like what? Seems fine. It seems fine to me. For Bobby Michael Smith, you could use your help. No, it's funny though because I do think that Master Bobby and Michael Smith share like similar sentiments, but of course, yeah, no offense, Michael Smith, but that was like, I mean, look, I'm just talking about that one time, right? I mean, it was like Master Bobby, like he, it's kind of hard to explain, but like he is consistently Master Bobby, like, um, and you have been consistently Michael Smith since that incident, right? Which again, it's like I understand like what you were saying. Obviously, it's just obviously we can be throwing around, you know, such extreme words. You know how I feel. You know how I feel about this, and we don't need to like get into this again. But I'm sorry, I meant to say we don't need to get into this. But in any case, though, I mean, there is this like thing of, and it's totally not trying to get into this like just like bashing on Eric's session, but yeah, I mean, I think you guys both kind of see the shortcomings in his methodology, if you want to say that, right? That's like a nice way of putting it, right? Some good sort of FE friendly way of putting it, right? But in any case, yeah, I don't watch sports either, Master Bobby. That's funny. And um, that's hilarious, Michael. He says my son and my daughter want to be typed by Eric. It would be really entertaining, but I don't want to pay for it, and neither do they. And does Eric type kids anyway? First of all, the thing about paying, right? No. I mean, I support Eric in that regard. Like, um, and he's been nice enough to like offer me the. I'm just saying he shouldn't pay anyone. In my opinion, it's not him. It's everyone. I don't think that you should be paying any money to be typed by people. It's something that you can do yourself if you're good at it enough. Okay. The sort of like it's valid though, right? And it's like helpful to get a sort of like confirmation, but yeah, and it's just probably going to turn into a fight anyway, right? I mean, you guys, like, I mean, I don't even know what I mean, I do understand, but it's just I can't help but think of what Eric said himself about just like how certain people are just kind of allergic to him. And I'm not gonna lie, man. It's not like I don't understand where you're coming from, Michael Smith, but it kind of seems like you might be one of those people who's just like allergic to Eric. Like, I think he just, I don't know. I think there's just a mixture of like, well, it's how you've described it. He has a way of coming off, and believe me, when I say this, I don't mean this. There are like worse things to be, in my opinion, way worse things to be. But he has a way of coming off to people as sort of pedantic and arrogant. Okay, I'll just say it, right? And again, there are worse things to be, but it's this sort of thing of like he has like a certain methodology, or and it's. I just tend to find it like maybe it's just because I haven't like really run afoul of him, so to speak. But I don't tend to find like, for example, like I remember you had that whole thing, Michael Smith, about like, oh, like it's just like fucking stupid for you to like think that you can be president, and it's just like I tend to think of that. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's just sort of like I think of it as almost like a Kanye West thing. Like I don't care, like do you know what I mean? Like reach for the stars, you know what I mean? It's like no, realistically, I don't think it's like the odds of anyone becoming president are ridiculously low, right? So it's like, yeah, obviously, but like, in any case, it's just sort of like, but it doesn't bother me. I mean, at least you admit it, Mike. It's just like, he's just like, I can't refrain from shouting at him. I mean, I think it's utterly impossible for me to talk to Eric without yelling. Like, yeah, just like he can get shouty too. Like, and then he'll just be like, "Oh, I'm not mad. I'm not getting mad. I'm just getting passionate, right?" And I'll just be like, "Okay, dude, right? Like, whatever, right?" But of course, if you want to be like, it does seem that I think of Peter. I'm not throwing Peter under the bus or anything, but I think we like talked about it. And just kind of like, well, yeah, like that's kind of how like polar FI can manifest too. Like not to be pedantic, right? But still, if you want to talk about like type, yeah, it tends to come out in in ways that some might perceive as sort of unflattering, because it's kind of like, for example, I think with him, it'll be like, okay, you're coming off as angry right now. You know what I mean? Like I've been there. I've been around this community for a long time. So, I mean, like going on like 5 years now, right? So, like, I know the drill. Like, it's like, oh, there goes Eric, and he's going to be Eric's getting fired up. And he knows that he does it. So, it's like, I don't feel the need to be like, tisk tisk, Eric, and whatever, fucking shame him. I don't know. I've never really seen it get to a level where, like, for example, with the Michael Smith phone call and everything, I mean, it's like, Michael, to be fair, like that was kind of like you initiating the argument. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if you want to refresh my memory about how things went. Of course, I don't want to rehash things, and I don't fucking, you don't have to blah blah blah, right? You don't have to feel obliged to fucking get into this stuff. But at the same time, though, yeah, I am sort of like surprised though that you like want to that you wouldn't mind doing that. It seems like do you want to be friends with Eric? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, though, Master Bobby, I mean, he said that he was fucking gave Jonathan a hard time about it recently. I'm like, geez, maybe this video will provoke his ire. I'm like, Eric, come fight me. um, it's just rare though, man. Like I don't take. He made me laugh, dude. Like I crack up at stuff that Eric says, and it's not like a thing of I'm like laughing at him. I'm pretty sure I'm laughing with him. Like, I mean, he's a jokester, he's a kidder. No, I'm not shrugging off the things. I understand he can make like grandiose claims sometimes, but well, yeah, exactly though, Fly Guy. I mean, it's like, look, it's probably that polar FI type stuff, and it's not like he's incapable of, Michael Smith. I really think you should consider like, hey, if you have a problem with his methodology, I think that's a legitimate critique, I mean, and so is the president thing. Like, I get it, dude. It's just sort of like, you don't have to shout him down. Like, and I don't think that he would, if it was a civil thing, like, he is more than capable of having civil discourse. As are you, obviously, but if you're just, like, allergic to Eric, then it kind of is what it is, right? Anyway, Weird Master probably agrees with what I was saying. I don't know what it is specifically, but sorry, I'm kind of behind on the chat, but oh, hopefully there isn't a problem with the stream. Hold on. Let me fucking make sure it's still going. I would hate to just be ranting and then have it not be going through. It's like, at least to get my rants on fucking record, right? He's gold here, people. No, I'm just kidding, but not as good here. But yeah, like, factual realities about, like, shouting, you know, it's just like, it's never good. Like, it kind of, well, anyway, let me just see here. Do the first punch. Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. I remember I watched it on stream, and I don't know if, I think at least Michael Smith is here. He's watching me. I'm watching the whole time that infamous video. I was literally like, my jaw was dropped the whole time. I was like, damn, dude. I, like, couldn't decide. I was like, whoa, because, like, I kind of felt bad. Like, I mean, I kind of like I've said, like, I kind of consider Eric a friend. So, you know, I was kind of like, I was like, ouch, man, this is rough. But at the same time, I was kind of like, wow, kudos in a sense. But see, the thing was that in that video, that there was no, like, proper debate going on. It kind of seemed like you just wanted to shout him down. And then, like, I mean, to be fair, I have to be consistent here. Look, I think it's like that mode of being, it can be a little bit petty, but I understand that you have legitimate qualms with the guy. It's just sort of like, it's like, it was very funny too, because you were like, I don't have the, like, verbiage, you know what I mean? You're gonna do this, like, ENTP bullshit, and, like, I can't, like, all that. And I just, again, as you totally understood where you're coming from, but it was just kind of like, okay, but to be honest, it was kind of like you were, like, failing to make any points. And, you know, Eric, I mean, it's like, if you're not making any points, then it's just kind of like, okay, so it's just kind of a lot of, like, ad hominem attacks, right? It is what it is, but it's not a proper debate, right? Anyway, I don't want to get too hung up on this. I want to, for the millionth time, right? I want to get caught up on the chat here. Yeah, but my bad if it was buffering a little bit. Something about, like, testing functions. Well, yeah, but, like, it's like, there's no need to be confrontational. Like, Eric is perfectly willing to have civil discourse, as are you. But if you have just a problem with Eric, right, it's like, well, if you just refuse to let it go beyond, like, ad hominem attacks, well, that's kind of on you, Michael, you know? Not saying that Eric isn't guilty of a certain, I don't know, he can sort of be pedantic, and he sort of, I think he likes to be, I mean, he's confident, you know? I mean, I can relate to the guy. He's confident in what he's good at. And in this case, like, I mean, he's good. I've said it a million times. I would basically consider him to be, like, a typology expert and a debate expert. I mean, and I think he's earned the right to those expertises, because he's seemingly worked very hard to excel in these fields, almost especially debate. He said something really funny, though, recently, where he was saying, oh, this isn't even, like, supposed to be a typology channel. And I was like, what? That is a hot take. In all of these years, like, I had never heard that. But I kind of believe it, because he's sort of he's a man of many talents. And I'm not just saying that to be, like, fucking, you know, sycophantic or anything, right? But it's true, so. But it's very much so a typology channel. I mean, it's like, come on. He's doing the thing recently of, like, the State of the Union on typology, and I'm getting involved. Hello, and to be fair, he didn't say anything terrible or horrible or anything, but he very briefly mentioned me. But it was so funny because I saw my name in, like, a list of people who are, like, blatantly typology YouTubers, you know, and I'm like, if anything, I'm not a typology YouTuber. You know, it's just this stuff, like, comes up. Anyway, fucking whatever, right? I'm just ranting now, but You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know if the, but it's like I would sort of love to see if kind of like Michael and Eric going toe to toe on the methodology of typology, because I mean that's something that I think you could both sink your teeth into without necessarily getting personal. You know what I mean? Because it's like that's just where you gotta be careful. I mean, you don't have to be careful, but I'm just saying be prepared for the fucking metaphysical fists to fly, right? Anyway, you get the point. Fucking, like that's the thing I was talking about with Master Bobby too, about the fightiness. And it's like Michael Smith. I mean, you outdid him in that regard, you know. But it's like these are legitimate qualms, though. He's not. It does seem to be the case that some people are just allergic to him in some sense, and I feel him in that regard. But like I understand what he means, but it's also something that quite possibly should urge a certain self reflection. Not saying I'm not telling him what to do, but I mean, he's confident in the fields that he's good at for good reason. But when it comes to this kind of like when it gets into like personal conflict, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe he would do well to kind of just like ease it back a little bit. I mean, so could you, Michael Smith, and even sometimes so could you, Master Bobby. But to be fair, like Master Bobby is like, if I've never seen Master Bobby go. Put it this way: I've never seen Master Bobby go at Eric full throttle like the way that you did, Michael Smith. I mean, you were pissed off, especially in that one video. I was like, oh my god, right? Anyway, let me just catch up here because like, but yeah, it's chill 90% of the time. It's super. Yeah, I'm glad you appreciate it, Master Bobby. Though I mean, it's like trying to be like sensible about it because I don't think Oh, now you guys are arguing. Fucking. But it's like no doubt though. Like I mean, I would be fake. It would be fake of me to say that I don't know that I haven't seen what it's like to raise the ire of Eric, so to speak, right? Um and that it's not good. Like I mean, it's no one wants to be like on the receiving end of that. I've talked about it with Master Bobby, I've talked about it with Jonathan, like, and so yeah, I mean, it's like I have been careful about it, but it does just so happen that I don't feel like emotionally strongly enough to like feel like I need to say, you know what, Eric, you are fucked up over this. You know what I mean? Like I've never felt that way. I've said exactly what's on my mind. Maybe I've been careful, but you know what I'm saying? Like it's funny though, Fly Guy sort of being like, he says he's not chill, he's a live wire. He's Michael Smith. I mean, he does come in hot sometimes. I mean, his reputation precedes him. Like when I guess to give Michael Smith the benefit of the doubt, you have to realize that like him coming in here was coming off of like his like major issues with Eric. So it's like I think it did frame him in a certain way, but hey, he was kind of coming through guns blazing about everyone here, so I mean, but this was it was all Eric, and it was all this thing of like being sycophantic towards Eric, you know which I mean, I don't think any of us do. I think we just consider ourselves to be some kind of friends with him, you know what I mean? So as sycophantic as one is about their friends, right? Like, right? I mean, I get the criticism though, right? Like if, it's like, oh, you guys are just fucking, you don't want to criticize him and stuff. And it's like, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to, I'm trying to cover all the bases here. So bear with me here. But yeah, indeed. Plato asked you if forget. Yeah, I actually had to. Speaking of staying in touch with people, it's funny you said that. I don't know if you brought this up on purpose, but I think I uninstalled Plato. Yeah, I uninstalled Plato for now too because I had to. Hey, at least I'm consistent, right? It's not just like my friend. My poor friend over here is just like, fucking, hey, what's up? Anyway, if you message me, yeah, I haven't seen. It's funny that works out well though, man, because you uninstalled it too. I was out of space, so I uninstalled it, but So anyway, like, Michael Smith coming through with the amazing truth and reality, and I respect you being honest about it too, because like honestly, it's no pun intended, right? Honesty to me, I think like honesty is the name of the game, right? So Michael Smith says, well, I mean, technically, I'm pretty anxious and neurotic and have a lot of anger, but I'm diplomatic with people 90% of the time. I'm an INFJ, and I can totally relate to that, dude. You know what I mean? Um, like honestly, to a T. Although some might say, "Oh, why do you have anger?" Because I mean, it's like, well, I mean, it's like I do have anger about certain things. It is what it is. Um, I'm very lucky in many regards, but I mean, I have a lot of irritability. I mean, I'm just like I hate to say it because it comes off as like weakness. I don't think it's weak necessarily. I think it can be a strength, but I mean, I'm pretty sensitive. Like, that word gets weaponized so much, right? But yeah, I'm pretty sensitive, and I'm pretty generally sensitive, and so pretty generally sensitive. So I can be irritable if provoked. I can be irritable. I can be downright explosive if it's bad. If the situation becomes severe, you know what I mean. But I mean, you guys, it's like literally like I was saying, like the only time I was kind of like I was still laughing too, but I was kind of like "fuck you," like or whatever with Michael Smith, right? With the whole typology rapists like thing, because it was very like heated at the time, and so I was sort of like, man, like fuck you, like you're being ridiculous and like blah blah blah, So like that was unique for me, but you could sort of see the even Michael Smith was making these little comments, but he's like get angry, whatever. And I know you were kind of, I mean, I don't know, you're probably being serious in some regards, but the whole Enneagram 9 thing, blah blah blah. I mean, dude, you're probably a 9. I think you said it right. You're probably like a 9 wing 8. I mean, you definitely have like the 8 wing there, because like I'm definitely like a 9 wing 1. I'm more insistent on like, well, like this is right and good. Like so. I use those words a lot too. I'm like, well, like this is right and good, and like I'm just going to like stick to that. But like I wind up being in my own way. There's that like sort of it's very, this is a very like bad word, right? But it's sort of, it can manifest in certain almost authoritarian ways, right? Weapon word, right? But still, because like I mean, I'm very like libertarian in general, but it can manifest in certain like authoritarian type ways at its most severe. Sometimes for good, sometimes, well, I'm not going to say for evil, but definitely for, I mean, anger, right? Just anger winds up being a problem. I mean, I think the sin of 9 is sloth, right? And I relate to that too. But I also, to be fair, at my very worst, I can relate to the sin of 1 too, which is wrath. I'm not sure exactly what the 8, like the sin of 8 is, but it's, I mean, wait, no, I forget. 7 is gluttony. 8 is like pride? I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what 8 does. If anyone wants to tell me what the sin of Enneagram 8 is, feel free to let me know. Anyway, the Plato thing, it's like a lot to address here. It's like, yeah, if you want to talk on anything else, though, Master Bobby, like, feel free, just hit me up, like, email me, dude. Can you email? Like, bruh. It's like, I'm down to stay in touch however you want to. You know what I mean? I'm inflexible, if you want to get another app or whatever, and fucking, I'll download the app as long as I mean, ideally, I'm not really trying to like pay to like download an app, but just like, some like free app to talk on. I'll download it. I'll definitely Sorry, I meant to say I'll definitely download it. Anyway, though, Michael's Miss, I love how everyone who pushes back is spite monkey. It is true that I like the term though, to be honest, because sometimes it occurs. Oh yeah, though I definitely think that Michael Smith is beta quadra for sure. Right. Terribly fighty, got to be a 6. There's probably a 6 in there, right? Yeah, literally phrasing which I'm going to do goes too far. You really learn what is. I've learned it back. I've pushed back and have been mentioned in many videos as against Eric and haven't received any negative titles other than being a foil to him. Yeah. Interesting point there, right? Because it's sort of like, again, there are levels to this, how to approach Eric, so to speak. I mean, not that it needs to be a fucking
essay. What even I titled the video "How to Approach Eric," right? From fucking Talking with People. It's like, who fucking cares? You approach him however you want, right? I mean, within reason, of course. But it's like, yeah, if you want to have civil discourse, though, I mean, hey, listen, I'm not trying to fucking, you know, I mean, let's be real though. I think like Peter has the right idea here because it's like he hasn't received any negative titles other than being a quote unquote foil to him for good reason because his however he does it, like he manages to make his criticisms palatable, I think. You know what I mean? And it's like and he's INTJ, fucking polar FE, so you know, no FE sugarcoating needed per se. You know what I mean? So it's not by virtue of like any kind of sugarcoating or anything like that. It's just he's being pretty authentic and genuine. It's just as a way of making the criticisms palatable in such a way that it's not. He's not being labeled a spite monkey, so to speak, right? But there's good reason for that. I don't know. It's hard to. I had to think about it a little bit more, but I think it's the way that I think Peter is good with his words. Like, he has a way with words. I can relate to that, and sometimes that's not even FE. That's just like being good with words. Anyway. You can't even get on a Joyce Mang panel. Well, that's what I like about Eric, though. I mean, there's this like controversial element to him in some regards, but I kind of like think that he should just like own it, you know? Be like, yeah, like fuck you, middle fingers up, whatever. If that's like his thing, it kind of is his thing, you know? Like to be real, it's just that he has a way of he backs it up for sure, like with his expertise, and he's an intelligent guy. But oh yeah, I mean, he would do well to I think like. It's it's ENTP behavior, you know. It's like Bill Maher or something, you know. He's even a stoner like Bill Maher, you know. He's un PC like Bill Maher, generally speaking. You know what I mean? Like so, it's like why not own it? Like, and yes, Bill Maher runs into the problem of being called like smarmy or smug and stuff like that. And like that's just kind of a critique that you have to live with, I think, if you're like an ENTP or whatever, right? Like don't get mad when people think you're smug. I don't think or like arrogant, right? It's this thing of like that I can totally see of like it's why Michael Smith would say like Eric is pedantic and arrogant. It's like yeah, but also he's if you wanted to use better words, if you wanted to use nicer words that are also true, he's not just pedantic, he's critical. And he's not just arrogant, he's confident. You know what I mean? Like anyway, you know what I mean? It's like yeah, my jaw dropped though too when he was screaming. I don't know why Master Bobby said, realized you were weak. Well, you should watch my reaction. I mean, I was laughing too, but at the same time, I was like, wow. It was a little bit unpleasant. I mean, you kidding me? You don't think that was, I mean, because he says, if anything, hearing the shouting made me like him more. I mean, it's no doubt, I was kind of tiptoeing around this before, and I don't mean to like go behind Eric's back and be like, yeah, man, that was fucking awesome. Because I'm not saying that, but there was a certain kind of like quote unquote badass element about it. Don't fucking take that as some sort of like more than it needs, more of a compliment than it ought to be. But no, it definitely it was a little bit unhinged though. No offense. It was about as it was as badass as like something that is kind of unhinged is, if you know what I mean. Like I mean, it's like, you know, you reap what you sow, and it's like Fly Guy says, right, it's like a shouting is what makes you weak, Bobby. Sorry, like, you know, those who show their length, wow, getting deep here. Those who show their strength lose their grace. Grace is true strength. Screaming is what a dying animal does while you're killing it. That's funny as fuck, dude. You're being your jaw drop texting like a chick. Feeling embarrassing. Wow. You're doing some shit things, Bobby. Bro, though, it was pretty it was kind of shocking. I mean, I don't know if like I just didn't expect it. You can go back. It's probably still, I think it's still up when I'm watching the video. Like I said, I'm laughing, but yeah, my jaw was dropped too. I mean, I was just like, whoa, dude. I mean, I wasn't like in fear, you know what I mean? But I was definitely like, ooh, wow, this is a little bit harsh and uncomfortable. Um, it was a mixture though of of sort of like of I mean, I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it. Just sort of being like, I guess I was surprised, you know? I was taken aback. I was like, whoa, right? And I think even like Eric kind of had that vibe on the phone. He's just kind of like, whoa. It's like, oh shit. My dude's heated. I mean, I've just never seen that happen before with Eric. So it was new territory. For me at least. Anyway, though. Machiavellian though. I mean, there's no doubt that with a certain like intelligence like that Eric has, that I mean, he could face accusations of being Machiavellian because he's, again, I guess if you want to be nice about it, right? It's like, I mean, he's thoughtful. I mean, you know, like and I don't mean necessarily in the like, you know, fe thoughtful. Oh, he thoughtfully got me a gift. I mean, he probably is. He's a good guy. It's just, but it's just kind of like, but I don't think he's like plotting and scheming. You know what I mean? Like that's, maybe he thinks about things in terms of like, oh well, like, I don't know, stuff for YouTube. He's gonna get views and stuff. But I don't think he really does anything for that. Like, I don't know. There's a little bit of like overstatement here. I'm being serious about it too. Like, I really don't. I could see why you would think that that's possible, and right, but I think it would be a little bit of a reach to say he's Machiavellian. You know, I don't really see him as being like a plotter and a schemer. I could be wrong, but I'm probably right. I mean, like I said, I've been, you know, watching the guy for like 5 years now, and I've been around the community for like 5 years now, and it's like, I mean, the types of people, it's a very like laid back environment. He has his own way of being like ENTP, like smart guy or whatever, and he can be a little bit confrontational in some regards, but you know, with his whole thing of like, you're fucking wrong, and you know, like that whole bit, you know, the whole Eric bit. But like, I mean, it's like, come on. I mean, being civil, I mean, being Machiavellian, certainly not. Being civil, I mean, we could go tit for tat on that, but I mean, he is generally pretty civil. I mean, Michael Smith says he uses manipulative FE so much it's unfucking believable. I mean, FE definitely is perception management, and I make sure to always like talk about this, but shouted a guy I liked unless he shouted Eric. Why do you keep calling him the 6'9" of topology? I need to like look into 6'9" and see what his deal is. You know what I mean? Because I don't even know that much about 6'9". But like, no one's saying he's a saint. I mean, who's a saint, right? But exactly, Fly Guys. Do y'all really find TWFP manipulative? I don't find this to be true about ENT. Exactly, about it is kind of about ENTP though. Not to be reductive, but it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, FE is backstack, is present, but it's not good FE. I mean, he's open about it. He's like, of course he wants people to like him and everything. I mean, it's like, who doesn't want people to like them? I don't know about you guys, but I mean, it's like, I like to be liked. I mean, it's like, fucking give me a break, right? I mean, I'm not gonna bend over backwards, so to speak, to be liked, right? But at least I fucking try not to. But you know, he's fucking not. If I'm being perfectly honest, I can sort of relate in a sense because of like, again, he's good with words, so it's kind of like, if that's manipulative, then well, we can have that conversation, but like, I don't think that I don't know. I don't think he's manipulative. I don't think it's manipulative to be like good with words and to kind of like use your language skills in that regard. You know what I mean? Like to argue, to of course debate. I but I don't see that as being necessarily manipulative. I mean, I think it's something you have to be careful of. It's something that I find myself like I try to be cognizant of it. You know what I mean? I'm like, it's kind of like Owen Benjamin talks about like word magic and stuff. It's like, let me not try to, and who knows, maybe I'm ENTP, I don't know. But it's kind of just like, it's like you have to like make an active effort to, I mean, I just try, honesty is the best policy, right? Like legitimately. And so I'm just thinking like, as long as you're being genuine and authentic, like, that's good. Just don't be fucking manipulative. I mean, I hate that shit, but I think I also hate it because I could see like, I mean, I'm sure you guys could probably relate to it. I mean, it's probably something where you could be good at it, but it's evil. You know what I mean? Like, it's like don't do it, right? Like why? Don't be manipulative, right? Anyway, right? It's just like Effie's banks. Yeah, I mean, you know, he says I find TWFP to be painfully authentic. Big mouth guy, finally. I wish he would. The quintessential narrative of the big mouth guy finally getting dick. Yeah, there's some truth in it. I mean, I know what you mean about that call. Yeah, it's poetic justice. I could see that narrative. Yeah, exactly. Literally that word. I can see that narrative, but I don't know. I thought Eric kind of handled it quite well for someone calling him and shouting him down. I mean, you know, because like to be fair, look, maybe it's an out of context video because it had been building up, but oh yeah, I mean that's how it came across. That's why I was a little bit taken aback by it, right? Because I was like, oh shit, I did not expect Michael Smith to be straight up yelling at Eric over the phone. You know what I mean? Anyway, you get my point. So it's like, you know, Fly Guy says, I wish he would be more fake and tone it down sometimes. I think you're alone in that perspective, Bobby. I don't think anyone was impressed by what Michael Smith did. Fly Guy, if you can't spot Eric's fake and manipulative FE, you are blind. Decked with words, not physical assault, so there's nothing wrong with that. I'm sure you're just seeing something like what you said yourself that you're not. I'm one of Eric's sycophants, and you are Fly Guy. But you're not sycophantic. Fly Guy criticizes Eric too. Wow, sorry, I'm really behind in the chat here. You guys are going off though. It's all good though, Michael Smith. I mean, it's a topic rich with for discussion. I mean, it's. But yeah, I mean, I got to be careful with it because it's sort of just like, well, then here I go, right? And then it's just like, next thing I know, Eric's making like a response video. It's like, it's not the kind of drama and conflict that I'm seeking, of course, you know? And again, I mean, I consider the guy to be kind of like a friend, so I'm not trying to fucking have issues with him. It's just, it's a legitimate conversation, though. I mean, we're all like kind of, to varying degrees, we're all sort of part of this community or whatever you want to call it, right? From TWFP and then sort of like going over here. But indeed, this sort of problem that I've been running into, it's like, this is my own, this is my distinct entity of the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality, okay, right? So let's keep it as such. No, but yeah, the fact of the matter is, though, is that, I mean, I am willing to vouch for, I mean, and technically both Fly Guy and Eric here, and sort of just saying, like, I mean, you know, he's not manipulative, so to speak, but I could see why you would say that, but I don't think I would go that far. I think that's a strong word to use for Eric. It's like, yeah, okay. Let me just fucking catch up on the chat here, like, because you guys are like just addressing stuff that I'm saying, like, as like saying it. It's like stuff that's already was addressed 10 minutes ago. My bad. I'm just reading it. I'm like, oh, and then Fly Guy says this thing, and I was like, yep. So like Master Bobby says, those people you refer to aren't anyone. It's a select group of people who frequent there. Trust me, for sure. There's a silent majority that did find it good. Even CJ sort of said so. Oh yeah, like yeah, when I said that there was like a badass element to it, even though it was kind of unhinged. Oh yeah, I mean, it's, but I don't think it was like you said, sorta. Like I sorta said so, but it's not. I don't know if it was good. It's definitely not good, but I mean, it's certainly not a good. It's not a. It's certainly not a productive and or positive like approach. I just don't know. I mean, I feel iffy about that. I'm not committing to that claim, but like full fledged. But I would just say like, I mean, sure, there's an element of oh shit, this guy is kind of coming in hot, but I don't know how else to. I don't know if it's good, but it certainly packs a punch, right? Anyway, I don't know. And it's like, sure, I mean, it's like if you can hold your own. The thing was that Michael wasn't really bringing up any specific points, like, and he said as much. He was like, well, I'm not really even trying to debate you, but it didn't turn into, of course, this winds up being the thing though. You wind up using against Michael, of course, which is like, well, it's like you failed to bring up any points, and so therefore you fail, like technically, but it's not like your like claims or your opinions and all that are like completely unwarranted and worth being discounted. It's just kind of like, well, debate him, or whatever, right? Like have a proper debate. Don't be worried about his tactics or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like you can hold your own, but yeah, no worries, dude. Like, it's a topic rich with. Sorry, I meant to say, no worries, dude. It's a topic rich for discussion. Um, but I don't really see why. It's not like Fly. He's not being like a brown noser, No one is being like sycophantic towards Eric. It's just like trying to be reasonable about the situation. I'm just reading the chat. Michael says, my contention is that if you haven't fought with Eric about something, you must just be a pussy. It is not possible that he hasn't pissed you off. You're just afraid to push back. Well, as I've addressed, like, personally, I have respectfully disagreed with him about certain things. I mean, but it's more just like me offering my opinion uncontroversially. It's the same thing with like Peter. I mean, even Peter's probably gotten into like, hey, look, I don't know. It's not. I mean, I just nothing ever like makes me feel like, okay, this is it here. Like I got to take him to task on this. I don't know what you guys like get from him that makes you feel like you have to like take him to task. I get it in a sense of like the whole thing of like, oh yeah, like he's like pedantic and arrogant and whatever. Let's gonna take Eric to task or whatever. But it's like, but I don't know why people like feel the need to do that. I mean, even Bobby says like a pussy and or someone who prioritizes having somewhere to chat and will overlook standing up for their dignity. I mean, the thing is that okay, two things, right? Like, so I haven't been challenged by him directly, really. but I also haven't really challenged him too much because I don't find that much to challenge. And I've been very honest about my feelings about certain things, but I don't know what it is like what you guys find like so egregious about Eric that like needs to be called out, you know? It's like that's it, Eric, you are being ridiculous. Like what? The president thing? It's like, bro, like who cares? You know what I mean? Like fucking yeah, I want to be an astronaut. You know what I mean? No, I mean even that's actually more unlikely. I could be more realistic to say I want to be president. It's a grandiose claim, but no one's debating that. No pun intended, right? It's a lot to say, and I don't want to be speaking on his behalf. It's just sort of like I do think though that there is an element. I think like in short that he should own up to his like controversy provoking tendencies because it's something that I personally enjoy to an extent. That is to say, not when it's needless conflict, but when he is playing the critic or whatever. It's like there's a place for that. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's a niche within a niche, like the type please thing. It's like yeah, you might be playing fast and loose with people's identities. It's something to be careful with. It's especially something to be careful with when you have people who are potentially mentally ill and overly attached to their type. And I don't think that it serves him well. I mean, there's a million things I could say, right? It doesn't really serve him well to be too contrarian and or stubborn in this regard. But at the end of the day, like, do I think that people should be, unless he's like insulting you directly, right? It's like, no, you shouldn't be offended by him saying you're not the type that you are. Just sort of come prepared to debate why that is or whatever. It's like, I'm sure he'll be, he'll be civil with you. I don't think he's Machiavellian, and I don't think he's not civil. He's just, he can just have he has a confrontational streak. But it's more like metaphysical stuff, like verbal stuff, you know? Like, I don't think that he's someone, and I kind of get it to some degree. Like, I think that he's not someone who, like, loves to fight, but in a sense, and again, I think he would do well to just, like, admit this. I think, though, that he does love to critique. And it's the kind of thing that, like, isn't popular to, like, admit because people are, oh, you're, like, a critic and, like, fuck you, right? It's like, well, let's be honest. I mean, I can relate to that. I think we can all relate to that. Like, it's kind of fun to play critic sometimes, but at the end of the day, though, you can't be surprised when people get pissed off, right? Oh my God, I didn't mean to, right? Like, oh, geez. And that's sort of the element where maybe I could say, yeah, maybe Eric could, it's like, it's kind of that thing of like, you know what you're doing. You know what I mean? I don't know. I got to catch up with the chat because I'm curious if you guys are like responding to what I'm saying here. 8 is lust. Okay, right. Yes, exactly. You don't think that I don't think that Trump is an ESFP, but he could be an ESTP. ENTJ though is like completely, I would think that my like top 4 choices for him would be, I mean, I don't really think he's ESFP, but I could see him using FI as a metric, but not really. He's far too stoic, I think. Although some people say, "Oh, do you have FI?" I mean, it's like you have like Boba Fett always talking about Dulles being stoic, Fi Dom, blah blah. Right? It's like whatever. But you know, I mean, I would say it would either be an he would. I think of him as being something. Either if I had to choose four possible types, it would be like ESTP, ESFP, but not really, right? And like, or ENTJ or ESTJ. But I don't think it could be anything other than that, other than those types. But I mean, it's like when you mention it, I mean, ENTJ. I just don't think it's funny though because you don't think that he like fires off the hip in some regard, like he seems relatively improvisational. I mean, I think of an ENT. It's funny because when you were talking about Eric and like the ENTP, like the calculating thing, like I don't think of him as being particularly calculating, but it's like I also don't think of Trump as being particularly calculating, you know? Like, and I actually think of more like ENTJ stuff. I mean, they're, you know, it's like maybe that's a stereotype, but still, it's like they're like the quintessential Machiavellian types, you know? But honestly, though, I mean, it's like I could totally see Trump being an ENTJ. It's just that the NITE, I just don't know if, I mean, if you want to talk about like Machiavellian, right? It'd be ENTJ, but I don't know. Do you see him as being more calculating? I mean, maybe it's overplayed how not calculating he is, but he always struck me as the type of person who just kind of like, maybe that's an ENTJ thing, but still, it would just sort of just be like a bluntness about him that seems relatively improvisational, but I don't know. Like not so much to do with any kind of like calculating. Like he doesn't seem very like he doesn't seem very like calculating. Of course, I read this whole thing of like, well, you know, not all ENTJs are calculating, but let's be real. It's like, come on, if you're gonna like, you know, pin the term calculating on a type, it would probably be ENTJ, right? Like, um, TE DOM, NI tool, right? Calculating. But I don't know. I never really saw Trump to be calculating like that. But there are plenty of other reasons why he could be ENTJ, though. I'm saying those are like the four types he could be, though, like hands down. I will say though that just like with anyone else, ESFP gets weaponized, right? So it's like if you think like Trump is quote unquote dumb, right? Well, oh, he's a fucking ESFP. It's like, yeah, okay, right? I mean, no. I mean, it's like, that would be probably the least likely of the four possible types, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I'll definitely have to think about that. Um, so basically, I gotta eat something soon. Probably stop streaming. For real though. All right, I'm just catching up on the chat here. Yeah, you have to like click on the right thing on the dots, the right side, the right triple vertical dots to enable the timestamps. To be fair, Master Bobby, that took me some time too. You'd be like, check my message at, you know, fucking whatever, 54 47, and I'd just be like, an hour 4:47. I'd just be like, huh? I'd be like, oh, and then I have to like click on the thing and like check. So I'll go. I guess Jonathan doesn't have it, so whatever. It doesn't really matter. The point being that like, it's a good way of relaying people. Is that the right word? Like, basically relaying people to the proper comment. But like, I guess some people aren't going to be able to do that. But see, if you guys can see in my chat here, like if you go to it, yeah, right though. Sorry, it's in the top right corner. So if you go to this, you go toggle timestamps. Well, see, now I can see. In fact, actually, you know what? I think I'm going to keep that on. That's the key here, isn't it? I think I'm going to keep this on. I like this. Now I can see the times everyone messages. I'm sorry, Massive Bobby. I'm not making fun of you, but this is really funny to read in a serious voice. He goes, at Peter Dentici, quit referring to older comments that aren't relevant now in this current state of the conversation. Refer to my final message reply at 5:55 p.m. and 5:56 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sorry, the Eastern Standard Time is amazing to me. Okay. Oh, fuck. Me to be going. Yeah, though. Fine, about Trump there. Hi, Winston's mom. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'm finally almost caught up here. Show me to say I'm finally almost caught up here now. That's your response to my recently sent reply at 6:05 p.m. and 6:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? Like, bruh. Like, you're probably just gonna have to, like, repeat yourself. Like, it's annoying, but it's really not that big of a deal to just, like, repeat yourself. No offense. I'm not criticizing but objectively impartial. I mean, the thing is that we go back to this age-old issue, Master Bobby, of, like, it's like you're, like, trying to, like, suss out Peter for, like, these, like, intentions here that just simply aren't there. Like Jonathan says, like, it's like, seriously, you've been trying to scrape for a line of argument that says that Peter goes out of his way to fuck with you this whole time. Like, why would he do that? Like, I mean, I don't know. I guess he is INTJ. We're talking about being Machiavellian and ENTJs. It's like, well, I mean, INTJs are their counterparts, but I mean, it's like Peter strikes me as pretty fucking like genuine and authentic. Like, I don't think, like, I think he's sincere when, like, I hear you on, like, I just remember bringing back to the whole thing, right? The Enneagram 6 and blah, 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 right? It's like, well, he probably would have done well to focus on the good things about being an Enneagram 6 too, right? About like safety and security and stuff, rather than all the negative stuff and the fighty stuff. But, nonetheless, it's like that's the angle of attack he chose. I don't even think it's fair to call it an attack because it's like, at the time, at least, Master Bobby, you were kind of making a name for yourself in terms of being quote unquote fighty with people. And so, I mean, it kind of just is what it is, dude. Like, there's really no need to keep trying to like attribute, like, suss out Peter for like this like wrongdoing, or like, or he's trying to, and it's like, bro, like, no offense, but like, I understand, but you kind of do this a lot, like, even when like earlier, dude, like, and bro, like, sorry, I'm kind of like calling you out a little bit, but like, bro, like, I noticed you doing it earlier, like with like Sunshine, right? Where it's like you do this thing where you'll be like, and it's fine, like, I really do understand because like you're sort of like analytical in this way, but it's like, and I hate to lend ammo to the Enneagram 6 thing, but like, bro, it's like you can be very skeptical, like, and I honestly get it, dude, but it's like there's no need to read intent in things that are like almost definitely not there. Like, I was gonna say something else, but yeah, like you were saying, like you were like, oh, like why did you like bring up leaf trimmer and like blah 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 blah, and you like get so like mad at like you're talking about like trolling and stuff, and it's like, and then Sunshine's over here, he's kind of throwing his hands up, just being like, hey, I fucking just, it's what Eric said, and it's like, dude, that, like I said, it's like, take issue with Eric, you know, but this guy, right, is like, you do this thing, it was like, oh, like, what is it, is he on your mind, or is it on your mind? And then, but I was happy, though, because you, like, at least admitted that you were a leaf trimmer. I mean, you don't have to, but, of course, it is, like, helpful in your case, I think, to just sort of be like, well, yeah, like, that is me, but, I don't know, man, you do what you want to do, but it's this fighty thing, man, like, you don't have to be so skeptical, like, it's not always. It's funny. It's the pot calling the kettle black because I can be very skeptical too. It's just, this is a safe space. No, I'm just kidding, right? But like for real, like dog, bro, you know what I mean? Like, do you really think that like Peter is trying to like fuck with you? It's like no. There was this, sort of issue of you being fighting, and then the fucking. Like Jonathan being like, I repeat, my YouTube does not appear to have these dots. Which is say, I cannot see the times. I know, right? Like, what a big deal, right? Like, oh my goodness, the timestamps. My God, just forget gets way more required. I'm grateful about it. Wow, Peter Dentici with the big guns. Saying for a guy who gets way more attention than most, you were quite ungrateful about it. Like, it's like, well, like, don't say that because then it's just sort of like, well, I get what you're saying because, I mean, I don't know what, I don't think Master Bobby is like looking for attention and necessarily that he needs to be grateful for it, but it seems like he doesn't want attention in some regards. Like, I don't know, Master Bobby. It seems like it's kind of like you want what everyone essentially wants in this space and in general, I guess, is just to sort of like be able to say what you want. Within reason, of course. Um, but it's like, yeah, it does garner you a sort of element of attention that I don't know if that's what you want, but well, I mean, he says, it's like, I'm not saying me, and or I think you go to, with the names and everything. I mean, you can be very quick to sort of like whip out the names and everything. And Michael Smith does this too. It's like there's no need to be calling. Eric does this too, actually. Funny enough, all of you guys, it's like you'll be like, with Jonathan. I remember when we were on that call, and he said like some like Jonathan said like the most benign thing. We were talking about the David Lynch thing, right? And it was like he was like, I'm saying like this and that, like shit for brains. I'm like, whoa, like there's no need to like resort to name calling here. You know what I mean? Like, not to sound like a fucking like to curse, but literally like a kindergarten teacher here. But again, it's like I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm not. I remember I repeated this too once. It was sort of like I'm not a kindergarten teacher. But it's just like unnecessary. Like, your patient the teacher is my clarification of Jonathan at 6:12 p.m. Like, what? Why? What? Towards someone else that isn't him, which applies to billions. I'm not saying me, like, aren't you? You're saying that he like shows favoritism towards like other people or something like that, which is not really true, dude. I mean, it's just that when there was conflict afoot regarding you, Master Bobby, like Peter dealt with it in the way that he sees fit, which of course was sort of a relatively benign criticism regarding Enneagram 6 behaviors, which, you insistently resisted. Mind you, not necessarily because they're inaccurate, but because you, like most people, I understand, like, it's like you don't want to be labeled as such, let alone pathologized. Again, that's something that Eric dislikes very much. And it's kind of no coincidence. It's all related, right? Like, I mean, Peter goes toe-to-toe with Eric all the time, but like he said himself, he only is ever regarded as something that's like a quote-unquote foil. I mean, why that is, if you want to say, oh, it's because of like favoritism, well, why bother even trying to suss out his intentions in this regard? You know what I mean? Like, because it seems like kind of a futile effort. Like, I don't think it's as simple as just like, oh, like Peter likes Eric more than you. Like, I mean, maybe that's the case now because you guys always have this fucking neck and neck issue. But to be fair, Master Bobby, it's because, I mean, honestly, as much as like I understand the thing of Peter, I've said it before and I'll say it again, until because he's done this thing where it comes off as like detached, and what you're kind of saying is like, oh well, like you are attached, like you're attached to this position, like you have feelings about this, you have fi about the situation. And I would say, well, that's true. That's a natural human element to conflict, but in any case, he's trying to be impartial, as you put it. I agree. It definitely means he isn't. Hold on. Rephrasing. So this thing about rephrasing communications doesn't mean that he's impartial. I agree. It definitely means he. No, but he's not saying that. He's right, and it's like exactly, Jonathan, because that's what I was gonna say. Is like you can say like until you're blue in the face, right? Peter, you fuck, I'm just kidding, but right? You're just like, you fucking have this like ill intention, you have it out for me and everything, and it's like all he can do is just say like, no, I don't, and I try to be, like consistent with people and take things on a case by case basis. And then you can just still be like, I don't believe you. Well, that's kind of on you at that point, isn't it? You know what I mean? This does not mean he is not impartial. Right. I mean, it could. I hate to fuel the fire, right? I'm going back and forth. But it's like, it could mean that he is not impartial. Or no, sorry. It could mean that. Wait. Even if Peter doesn't go. Let me just clarify this. Jonathan says, Bobby, I've already stated that even if Peter doesn't have the same degree of concern towards rephrasing communications, this does not mean that he is impartial. You can keep suggesting it and bearing that suspicion, ... But what he meant to say was, this does not mean that he is not impartial, which is like, what I thought I meant. He said, it definitely means he isn't impartial. Because impartial means not biased, like detached. So like partial, if he was partial, that's the thing, right? The maybe the more colloquial sense of the word is kind of like being partial to someone, and so you're like, well, I kind of like want to take their side and whatever, right? Like that would be being partial, but being impartial, I mean, I think it seems to me that he tries to be impartial, at the very least. And if like the FI peeks out every now and then, I mean, it's like, bro, like he's only human. We're all, even though he's INTJ, right? That whole thing of what do they say? They say like the INTP is the warmest robot and the INTJ is the coldest human, right? And it sounds like a diss to the INTJ, but it's actually, I mean, they're both backhanded compliments. They both have sort of a compliment and an insult to them. But if that's how you need to put it, to frame it in that regard, like, I'm not telling you what to do, but it would probably be wise to do so, because it would probably prevent further miscommunication. Like, the dude's not, it seems to me, he's not out to get you. He's just fucking telling it like it is, so to speak, or at least saying how he feels, or, I mean, you get the point. So it's sort of like, but it has nothing to do with like partiality. I mean, he at least tries. I mean, Peter, the question is because he says, I am impartial with everyone. And it's like, I feel like what Master Bobby's saying here is almost like, no, you can't help but to be partial to certain people more than other people. I honestly, not to be in the middle here, but I think you're both kind of right, because it's like, I think even Peter, you'd probably agree that like partiality or whatever, this sort of like FI sentiment of like, well, we get along more and this and that. I mean, there are probably going to be these things that are going to like influence your bias, but it's sort of like, but I definitely don't think, I do agree with you though, that you very clearly try to be impartial with everyone. And to be fair, I very rarely see sentiments peak out where you appear partial insofar as that's the opposite of impartial, It's like every now and then you might throw out a sort of like jab, but it's like very rare. It's like one in like let's say you're engaged in this conversation with Master Bobby here, like there's only once that you said like a relatively benign quote unquote insult, which was that thing about like, for someone who gets a lot of attention, you're very ungrateful for it. Like, okay, there's like a sort of, little FI peeking out there. But I mean, to my eyes, you do a damn good job of being impartial, and so it's like thumbs up, kudos to you. I just feel like Master Bobby is skeptical. He's searching for intentions that, quite frankly, don't seem to be there. And like he says here, like Peter says here, he can try for as long as he wants. He won't find anything. That's why it seems like a futile effort. I mean, you can do what you want, Master Bobby. You can be skeptical, but it's not serving. It's not serving either of you, really. I mean, if the man, if Peter decides to speak ill of you in some fashion, you defend yourself how you see fit. But
He's probably not going to. I mean, he says like, you know, you're quite irrational. Well, whatever, right? And that's a little jab there too. But it's like, I mean, he tries to be reasonable. Ah, damn! I didn't get sun. All right, I gotta go soon. Yeah, literally though. Good timing, Fly Guy. Open the mic is like, hey, Karma's Pimp. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while here. Thanks for being here. Okay, what? Okay, anyway. I really like putting a voice to my comments, but definitely wrong. My question is sunshine question, not fighting it. Replace the tone with a Ben Stein tone. Okay, fine. That's funny too, because isn't Ben Stein like INTP? Okay, fair enough. You're being detached. I get it, but it's just funny, you know. Yeah, I appreciate you having a good sense of humor about it. Master Bobby says, also, no one was talking about the past thing with Peter. It was Bassanti being an idiot and not understanding. The topic was about whether Peter shows more of a degree of care towards... I mean, yeah, I just sort of was using that as an example. You know, I hate to dredge up old material here, but, you know, like that thing of... It's just like, it's a very, like, timeless issue, right? Of, like, it's like this thing of, like, you're trying to, like, suss out Peter for, like, his, like... you know, his bias or whatever, and it's just like you're probably not going to find it much in the way that like he really does to try at least to be impartial. And so isn't it the thought that counts? No, I don't know, right? Kinda, right? So if you want to try to find it, it's like, go ahead, but it just seems like a waste of your time. And it's a waste of Peter's time, but it's like mostly a waste of your time, I think. I mean, you can do it if you want, you know? I get it. You can be a contrarian, right? And it should be like, well, now I'm especially going to look out for his intentions. I'm saying, hey, fuck, the point still stands. Go right ahead, you know? I mean, it's just, you know, Peter doesn't throw out random insults and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And to be fair, Master Bobby, it's like, that's something that kind of like sometimes you do. You know, like even just now you're like, Bassanti being an idiot and, you know, it's the degree of care. No, it's like, I think we're all on the same page here, dude. I think we all understand it's this thing of like skepticism towards his favoritism or his biases, right? And like, and it's just simply, I don't think you're really going to find anything, dude. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not trying to like vouch too heavily for Peter or something, but it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, I just like don't see it. I personally just don't see the like malintent. That's the word, right? I personally don't see the somebody to say, I personally don't see the prevalent malintent. Like, it's just not there at all. You know? I mean, it's because it's not. That's because you seem to think it's like all the time. Like, there's Peter goes again. And he's fucking hating on me, and it's just like, what? Like, no. But yeah, FE polar though. Karma Swim says it's an FE polar thing. There's no point, Bobby. Oh my fucking god. Literally. You're like, why wouldn't I? It's interesting you agree, nice. Why wouldn't I, Bobby? It's cringe. If he shows less degree of care towards others than Eric, then what is your point? Like, if me being impartial is cringe? I'm impartial. You moron! Come on, Master Bobby. You want me to like read these things in like a serious voice and like you just like calling people idiots and morons and stuff. It's like partisan, right? I'm not partial, I'm whole. Ha ha ha, good one, Fly Guy, but it's every now and then I'm partial, no doubt. I mean, it's a whole bunch of nonsense, to be honest with you. No offense, you guys.
It's just like, could you restate it, Bobby? What's the summation? What's the summary here? Let's get the fucking let's get caught up here. Come on, fucking nonsense. Being a liar. How is Peter isn't lying about anything? Poor Peter, man, getting fucking a hammer put down on him. Like, Bobby's like, Peter, you're being a liar now. He's not being a liar. What the heck? He was making a joke here. He said the thing, he defined impartial, and then he made a joke about Fly Guy. Bobby's trial. Yeah. Peter, you're as delusional as Club ENTP. Whoa, Club ENTP. As delusional as Club ENTP. Wow. Strong words, right? I mean, am I missing something here? Like, but I'm better than you. Where did he say that? Oh my god, so many messages. Okay. What the heck, man? He just like lobbing insults to Jonathan here. He doesn't have the fucking... Dude, you have to toggle timestamps. Do you see? I had to do it just now. Look what happens if you turn them off. I don't have the times put. You have to toggle the timestamps. So let's not be so quick to fucking toss out insults here, you know? Come on, man. Let's get down a notch a little bit. Let's chill. Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality, right? We commented that yesterday, but you never went live. Oh, but I'm better than you. Bullshit replies to my questions. He just said he gives you back and forth, man. What do you guys are just going back and forth. Like, he's just said he was more, you said he was more reasonable than you. He didn't say he's better than you. We said he's at least being, it's a fucking back and forth, man. It's fucking back and forth, man. He just means he's just like, I'm very reasonable, a lot more than you. And I mean, this is just like shit people say during an argument. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's like, it's ad hominem or whatever, but it's still just, it's really not that bad. You're like lobbing out insults here to people. And then Carmen Spin says, I commented that yesterday, but you never went live. I'm not sure what you said, but yeah. I don't know, you're talking about my not going live until today. Yeah, well, I guess I may more than made up for it because I'm going on 12 hours now, so pretty good. But he doesn't think, he says, I don't think Bobby is arguing against your point there, CJ. Whatever. I mean, I'm just ranting, so just working with the topic. But like, whatever my point was, I mean, it's just this idea of I guess kind of like to use like Eric's words, right? It's this idea of like the Peter thing of the interested calculus. You know what I mean? It's like what's really driving Peter and how it's all this like FI and he's trying to, you know, get one over on Bobby here. And it's just like, no, it's like you said, Karma's Pimp, he's fucking FE polar and he has, you know, a way of ironically kind of making his word, it's not necessarily an FE thing, it's just like making his words palatable and stuff. Therefore Eric doesn't regard him as anything as he said, it's like, you know, anything more than a quote-unquote foil, which basically is like typologically correct when you fucking, you know, Peter's good about this shit. I mean, he sent me the fucking socionics thing. I mean, for whatever it's worth, you guys can just say, oh, I don't believe that shit. Well, whatever, you know, it's like, well, I remember reading it and sort of being like, oh yeah, that sort of seems to be what the extinguishing thing. He sent it to me like twice. So I, you know, got a good sense of it, and I was like, oh yeah, like I can see that you have your back and forth thing, but it never seems to like devolve into anything truly confrontational. I don't know, Peter. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, if you guys ever like really went at it, because it doesn't seem like you guys ever really have. But anyway, Master Bobby says, I know, right, Carmen? Don't really care what CJ's on about the topic is unrelated. I mean, okay. Harrison says, is this what it is? Throwing out random insults? Was the Bobby trial taken down? It never went up. The video was too long and corrupted, I think. Yeah, I was like, well, you know, thanks, Peter and Jonathan, vouching for me. Yeah, I know. It's like literally so annoying because that would be up if it didn't, it was too long and corrupted. That was the infamous, that was like a 20-hour stream. It got taken down. Which, by the way, I got to stop this before 12 hours because it will stop. It doesn't. What I've learned now is, over time, is that you get fucking, if you go over 12 hours, you wind up running the risk of literally not even getting it. Sometimes it just cuts off, but at worst, you run the risk of actually having the video taken down. And actually, I think if I recall, probably just to like clear my own name here, I don't think Master Bobby wanted it up. Right? Am I wrong about that, Master Bobby? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you left some comments, and there was at least one video that you weren't crazy about having up, and I was just like, yeah, dude, like, don't worry about it. Just fucking get rid of it, because the original one didn't take, and then there was some, like, quote-unquote post-game analysis, right, that was, again, it was just unnecessary to have up. They were very short. It was stupid. I mean, I got rid of those, too. There's just no need for it, you know? I mean, if a stream falls in a forest and no one's around to hear it, right? Like, this is to make a sound. It's like, well, yeah, of course it does, because fucking, you know, we still had the conversation. But to be fair, it was you, Master Bobby, who was saying, like, well, I'm unchanged on the situation. And, like, I mean, hey, look, so be it. It's not like, it's like, and there haven't been any problems since. I mean, I guess until now there seems to be a little bit of conflict going on, but I'm failing to see the issue beyond trying to find, like, malintent behind Peter's comments or something that don't seem to exist. Oh, yeah, right, okay, because I said I haven't seen you in a while, yeah. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it was like, okay, earlier and then now. But, my God. Okay. What is 6? I don't know if you're talking to me or talking to, Master Bobby here, but I'm getting tired here. CJ, you're not reading each message, so you can't speak on it correctly. All the questions you've asked will be answered if you actually read. Maybe when the stream is over, you'll reread. I don't know. How? I'm doing the best I can, dude. The fuck? I'm not trying to get irritated here, but, like, bro, like, am I not, like, fucking completely caught up? I'm fucking ranting and raving over here about, like, every last thing you guys are. That's why I'm behind right now. I'm behind because I'm focusing on this dumbass argument, fucking playing moderator as I am fucking tired of doing. I'm laughing because I'm not really, like, mad, but still, you know? It's like, you would know what I'm saying if you fucking... Like, what are you talking about? It's all about this intention, trying to find, like, ill will in what Peter's saying, is it not? I mean, you have not corrected me on this once, Master Bobby. Please tell me that it is not because of that. and I will believe you. It seems to me that what you're saying is like you think that Peter like plays favorites with certain people or something. You know, he doesn't correct himself in a way. He doesn't try to make himself more palatable for you, for example, right? But he will with Eric, and so therefore, right, he like gets along with Eric. He doesn't get labeled as a quote unquote troll, right? In keeping with the conversation, right? He gets labeled as a quote unquote foil, a much more flattering term, a one that does have a sort of adversarial connotations nonetheless, but not so much the shrugging off thing, the kind of like you know, the negative oh, you know, he's just to be a troll or whatever, which I agree, like, you know, it's like it invalidates the comment, or it unnecessarily invalidates your opinions. But in any case, it's not like yeah, Karma's been, but I mean, it's all just a bunch of nonsense. It's just fucking the usual. I don't know. Peter says, hey, CJ O'Connell, this stuff's been a story of my life. I'm used to others not, quote unquote, getting what I say and misunderstanding it. You seem to understand, CJ O'Connell, from what I can remember. No, I mean, I appreciate that, bro. I mean, I think I do. I can understand. I can also understand why it can come off as like, you're not really detached, you know? And it's like, well, I mean, and you're only human, so of course there is going to be some level of attachment, but I can definitely tell that in a sort of typical INTJ fashion, you at least try to be detached, and you, it's that thing that Karma's Pip says, the polar FE. I mean, what else is there to say about it? It's just kind of like, it doesn't manifest as like, it's not super wordy. It's not like sugarcoating or anything. It's just some factual analysis with as little, with at least an attempt in the process of not throwing in too interested of a calculus, if you know what I mean. So, like, I mean, I noticed that, like I said, it's like 1 in like 50 messages where you might say like, you're being ungrateful or you're being illogical, right? And that's like, from what I see, that's Peter getting, you know what I mean? Like getting mad or whatever. Whereas, to be fair, it's like, it's Mr. Bobby over here who's like, you know, moron, idiot, you know? It's like, I'm not saying it's like a huge deal. Like, there are obviously worse things to fucking, you know, call people. But at the end of the day, it's like, I mean, like, bro, you know? I don't know. Peter's not over here, like, lobbing out insults here. Like, that's why I don't get the whole thing of like, and it's not just like random insults or anything. If it's Kermit Spim did something like that, but it's funny and there's truth in comedy. Don't make me mad now saying I see everyone as a 6. That's just flat out wrong, disingenuous, and malevolent. I mean, it's a pattern, so to speak, but it's not particularly egregious. I mean, it's like, to be fair, I think a lot of people have 6-ish tendencies. In fact, probably a lot of people in here do. I don't know if I would go as far as to say that it's malevolent, though, to say that, Peter. I mean, come on. Now I'm going to disagree with you a little bit. Like, sorry, I gotta be nuanced here, right? I mean, but the 6 thing, I mean, yeah, it's just a joke, man. And like, yeah, exactly. Carmen Smith says, it was an exaggerated dig based on some truth. Dentages. So go ahead and get mad, bro. There's no need to get mad. You know, the hyperbole doesn't invalidate the comment. Thank you for the, you know, promotion there. Winston Sponge says, everyone on this chill oasis taking the truth of the reality to be amazing. An island, the like button. Thanks for being based. I like that. Thanks for being based. Smiley face heart. You know, that'll be the, you know, like, have a nice day. You know, smiley face heart. Okay, in any case, getting caught up here. Fucking nonsense over here. Fly Guy says, CJ, nothing is lost if this doesn't upload. The stream being streamed is better than the stream being uploaded. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Fly Guy. I mean, I know what you mean. It would be best, though, for it to be uploaded, because it's like, you know, I'm fucking putting in hours over here. No, I'm just kidding, but, I mean, right? It's like, come on. At the very least, I want to see my own fucking practicing the guitar and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, just like fucking, not to sound like narcissistic or anything, but
Well, you know, just for practice and stuff. Whether it's that or like addressing, like, I don't know, just speaking on certain matters. Like, it's just good to have on record, but I'm not, I know what you mean. I tend to think the same thing, especially with the, like when it comes to the, like the upload or whatever. I don't know. Why are you guys talking about thumbs so much? um, Stream being uploaded. Right though, yeah. It's just kind of like, so in that case, right, of like when we had the big long, you know, the trial of Bobby Brown, right? Um, it's like it's more important that like it it was streamed, so to speak, or essentially that it happened rather than that it was, you know, documented. Like it's not a real court, you know what I mean? It's like who fucking cares? I mean, hey, I understand if it's like you want to like go back and find certain things, but it's probably for the best that it's not up anyway. Like who needs that bunch of fucking conflict? You know what I mean? I'm not to be a fucking nine about it or whatever, right? But you know what I mean? Like just a bunch of nonsense. But here we go again, right? I mean, it's like, come on, man. I sound like Joe Biden, right? Come on, man. Oh, but seriously, this FE thing. I mean, it's like, what do you want? You do. I mean, Master Bobby says, CJ, the topic was never about seeking intent behind Peter's comments, for fuck's sake. Okay. Only Basanti foolishly brought that up, and then you LARPed off of it. Lol. You're misusing a LARP there, but you mean like that I harped on it or something? Well, okay. But like, where did this whole thing start? I mean, please remind me. Can't you timestamps? CJ needs cocaine. Why is that? I feel like I would fucking. I don't. I feel like it's the last thing I need. I don't know. um. Flyguy says CJ is cocaine. Yes. Well, thank you, Flyguy. Exactly. I mean, it's a backhanded compliment, but that's how I tend to think of it. Right? And you know what I mean? It doesn't even know what a mission is. Not very logical. It is not a lie to keep the truth to oneself. Yeah, truth by omission, though. That's true. No pun intended. True, omission is a lie. I don't know if I would go that far, but I mean, it is a sort of it's an interesting topic, right? Well, because there's an outright falsehood. Like there's truth, then there's an outright falsehood of which is a lie, and then there's the like sort of weird middle ground of the omission, right? Like, I don't know. I wouldn't bear down too harshly on it. I mean, I get what you're saying, though. It's probably best to just fucking... If you're not... See, that is true. Because if you're, like, purposely omitting the truth, right, is never good. That's all I'm going to say about that. Purposely omitting the truth is never good. Okay? But, that's all I have to say about that. For now. Yeah, that's funny. Like, I know I wouldn't have expected to hear that. He was like, I've done cocaine despite being around the Wolves of Wall Street. Have you enjoy the pretty good things? Thought I wouldn't hear from Winston's mom a few times, but I'm not being disappointed. Yeah, I mean, I've done it a few times too. Actually, only like twice. But I hated the drip, and I thought it was I didn't really get what all the hype was about. I don't know, but that's funny though. Flyguy says, "Thanks for being based." Like says, "I've done cocaine." What is Canadian is Canadian? Is Jonathan Basanti Canadian? The relevant topic between Peter and I would have been interrupted. Okay, so right, it's like then refresh my memory so as to like give proper justice to this conflict, and so then we can be done with it right before I stop streaming for now, because like it's getting old now, but it just that's just how it looks, how it just seems to me. Like I don't understand why
quite frankly, I really don't understand this like long running feud between you two. And to be fair, Master Bobby, it seems like a lot of it comes from like skepticism that you have regarding Peter and his intentions. I'm just that's just what I see, dude. Like, but like, what are you saying here? Obviously, I'm here. I'm fucking here to hear you out. You know, I'm not fucking. You know, shutting you down or anything. I want to know what the problem is, like, just so that I at least understand. You know what I mean? You talking about playing the favoritism, the fucking. I mean, I obviously don't have to repeat myself a million times here. You've heard what I've said. Everyone here has heard what I've said a million times now. Fucking, you already know what I think. So just like correct me if I'm wrong. Like, what am I wrong about? Boyfriend energy? That's funny as fuck. Okay, that's funny, Master Bobby, but he's just vouching for him, dude. I mean, like, I get it, you know. I'm kind of vouching for Peter too. Not like a versus. It's not fucking this versus thing of I'm saying yes, Peter, and no, Master Bobby. But I am saying like it seems to me that you're trying to suss out a kind of like malintent that really does not seem to be there with Peter. You know, it's like he's fucking INTJ, polar FE. What are you gonna do about it, man? Like, not you. I just mean like, what you know? It's like I'm just in general. It's like, what are you gonna do about it, man? That's not a dare, right? What are you gonna do about it? We're gonna fucking fight Peter. You know, go show up at his house. Nah, I'm just kidding, but. It's like no, that's it's a rhetorical question. Really, there isn't anything to do about it until it's just like, hey, talk to me the day when Peter fucking comes at you out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Then we'll fucking talk. You know what I'm saying, dude? I mean, you know, I'm not seeing it. The CJ Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality Resonance by Power of Six. It's funny as fuck. From greatest to least. Let's go. What the fuck there? You with Jonathan there. It's like he's not. I gotta know, man. I think he was just vouching for the whole idea that Peter is not. There doesn't seem to really be any malintent on his part. Okay, so like. Yes, CJ, da, da, da. Oh, wait, okay, so Master Bobby says, CJ, you aren't reading each message in lack context, so you're talking all that ish and missing key components, and if you're trying your best, well, my sympathies, but missing one comment makes a difference. Okay, man, I'm trying to talk shit, but okay. I mean, I'm sorry if I'm missing stuff here. Karma's Pimp says, yes, CJ, da, 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 okay. Not really making this is the exactly to every orgy, calling them kind of black, it's usually calling out. Well, you being right though. Talking to me, Carmen's me is because you being speedy would be hilarious to me. It probably would be hilarious. I've heard that before from people. I remember I had a friend of mine back in the day who was just like, CJ would be hilarious. CJ would definitely be hilarious on cocaine. I'm just like, no, I'm going to keep that away from me. It is kind of true, though. I can understand that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Michael Smith thinks everyone like simps for Eric. That's funny, though, Karma's Pimp, because you definitely don't simp for Eric at all. I don't even know if, I mean, I'm not saying it's on the complete other end of the spectrum, but I don't even know if I ever really see, like, I don't even know. Speaking one way or the other, it's like you don't go out of your way to, like, vouch for him either, so, like, certainly not simping. You know what I mean? Or maybe I just haven't seen the comments. I mean, I'm missing comments. You know, I am trying my best here, guys. I mean, the thing, it's again this thing of impartiality. I mean, why is there so much focus on what Peter means when he says so and so? Like, what has he said that is so bad, Master Bobby? You know, that you're Enneagram 6? Please tell me. I literally don't understand. Like, Karma's Pimp asked, how did all of this start? And now I just don't know. It started with something about being partial or impartial that Peter, like, will make his criticisms more palatable to Eric or something like that, and like not to Master Bobby. He will rephrase things. Peter will rephrase things if they don't come across to the other person or something like that. And whereas it seems as though he doesn't make the effort. I'm not confirming or denying this because I haven't really seen it personally either way. But like it seemed to me that what Master Bobby was saying is that it's like, well, he'll make no effort to like rephrase things for Master Bobby. Am I correct in that, Master Bobby? I feel like a judge here, right? That's really at the end of the day. It's like, is this stuff really that big of a deal, you guys? Jonathan. Yeah, you gotta be careful with downers, especially opiates. My goodness. See my name a bunch here. Yeah. Word. So I mean, I'm glad you agree with that. Karma's Pam. He says, I do like and respect Eric, but exactly right, CJ. But listen, Bobby, I understand. I just honestly am lost at this point because I don't get what the problem is with Peter here. Like, the only reason that I quote unquote parroted off of Jonathan's comment was because it's I mean, it's like he said here. Well, first of all, CJ, I don't know or care what type Ben Stein is. I reference him because his voice isn't emotive, which is what you apply to my words. When you read them, it's a false representation of being fighty. Okay, but like that's how it comes off, man. I say man to try to like cushion the blow. It's not really a blow. Being very reasonable here. Like, you know, when you say, you know, check my message at 6:20 Pacific time, fucking Eastern Standard Time, and like, it's like, bro, like, Jonathan can't toggle the timestamps for whatever reason. Like, it's like, okay, that maybe that's annoying. It's a minor nuisance, but like, it's like, you know, you do stuff like this all the time, bro. Like, it's just like, calm down. Like, I'm sorry. It's just, it doesn't come across as dispassionate. You come across as very passionate and like engaged in conflict. And it's not this like distanced thing that you like seem to want. I hear what you're saying because I'm not trying to, I'm like sort of exaggerating when I do the comment and read it in that manner. And I appreciate you having a good sense of humor about it. But at the same time, Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what his type exactly is, but first of all, I said that like a while ago, and I get it because I dwell on comments too, but well, I did think it was funny though. I was just like, oh, this is this INTP sort of detached thing, and like, I mean, talking about attachment and stuff. Look, man, I get it. Like, it's not the fightiness. I'm exaggerating for humor, but at the same, and I try to be very clear about that. But at the end of the day, though, oh shit, I'm at 12 hours. Fuck. Do I seriously want to? It's gonna just cut off now. Hopefully. Thanks for the heads up, Jonathan. Ugh. I, I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just gonna catch up with the chat. I don't know why you think that I'm not reading your comments. Can you just explain, like, the problem? Yeah, the cutoff seems to be 12 hours. That seems to be the problem.